習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，武统即道。 真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。武係我，兵亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron?
Traitor. I will not listen to Akira's lapdog. Today, I will purge you, Shun, of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light, does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这次又该麻烦你了。
nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted that I never shared. Your fears. In the flames I feel alive. The burden in my hands are climbing up to the heavens gates. Defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this throne now, trade for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. Never hold me back. Break this road now, face the world with all that I have. Lay forever held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me Growing up, I was told to be all that I can be. You can get it too if you just focus and believe. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E, I'm me. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host, Nbpl, I'm joined alongside Nyarko, and today we've got a good one for you guys. This is our last qualifying day of solos before we get into the bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, this should be an exciting one. Solos has really been heating up as of late, and we've had some fantastic days of competition already. But this is for all the marbles for many of these players. It's a last chance to try to make a mark, jump on in, and make it to finals.
Some players have already played their 2 days of games, and they will not be competing today. We've got Groups B and Group C coming up in this fight. They are going to have 6 games to put all of the amount of points on the line that they need to qualify into that top 12 to make it to the bi-weekly finals later this week.
Well, as you guys tune on in for this day of NBPL action, make sure that you guys are connected to Twitch and that you guys are able to pick up all these wonderful daily drops and bi-weekly finals drops that you see on screen right here, right now, based upon your watch time.
And yeah, make sure you're linking your NARAKA account to your Twitch account so that we can have those rewards going into your account as smoothly as possible. And make sure catch us in the bi-weekly finals for the extra special drops. You don't want to forget that. Everybody looking for that champion bubble choice gift. I've seen everybody ready for that. That's going to be happening this weekend, so don't miss it. Don't miss your chance to claim.
So as we move into today, Seb, I really got to say right now, NARAKA seems to be in a very interesting spot, both on the trio side, but I think really for me, the solos is where the action is at. You talked about how right now it feels like people are playing a lot of unique characters and everybody is on their own picks. For me, that's really kind of where NARAKA best shines. You have a bunch of diverse approaches to the game. And what are you expecting to see out of the day?
Well, it's going to take, pretty similar turn to what we've seen in the first couple of days. We are seeing unique heroes every single game now. So it is a little bit different than what we've been seeing in some of our past bi-weeklies, but it has been really interesting to see which heroes have been coming out. We've been seeing a lot of Wu Chen. We've been seeing a lot of other heroes starting to come out that we haven't seen in the solos meta in a long time. Valda, for one. Absolutely amazing to see Valda back into the meta, since now we have 12 unique heroes per map. Of course, we've got our meta 4, we've got our Syra, Shio, Liam, and Lonnie that are all going to be our first picked ones. And Nyarko, I don't think you have casted this yet, but we get to watch the duels at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity, so really looking forward to that. But here we go, diving on into our second bye week. These are the standings, and this is what to watch out for throughout the course of the day. As you can see, some of these players already punched their ticket for 2 days. For instance, HM there at 13.5 and 13.4. They are not going to be competing today and representing JL. You want to look at the people that only have 1 score on the board so far, and particularly those who are able to knock out huge scores off the back of a single day of competition. You can see right there, Wufang kind of leading the pack for that half, but now we move up to the top here. WBG, ASC, OUG, YZG, BBE. We aren't going to be seeing any of these teams because so far I think we pretty much have a solid ticket to the finals, but these are the score lines that you really want to be able to match if you want your own shot for if you've only competed for 1 day to make it over to these finals.
JL's HM, our only player in the bottom who hasn't gotten himself who has played both days, so we're probably not going to be seeing him playing when it comes to these finals at the end of the week. But here are going to be our versus matchups coming through. Edward versus Wufang, Spider versus Star, Lipo versus MTF, Chuzhang versus Action, Arano versus Shu, and Chen versus Pace, bringing up the rear. The winners of all of these will have the opportunity to get themselves in a higher bracket when it comes to picks in the first game. And it's often difficult for some of these players that they've talked about with the new situation. If you lose your duel, if you do end up in one of those final groups where you're getting last pick, it takes a long time. You don't get to start playing meta heroes. You don't get to really start putting up points until game 4. And it has really messed with the flow of some of these players' games, but others have been seeming to thrive.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how these duels play out. We got a lot of really interesting matchups coming down the pipeline, but once we're actually out onto the maps, this is going to be the order that we take them. In game 1 will be Predoria at midnight, and so experience a lot of action through the back of the Fireflies there. I'm really looking forward to that before we move over to Hallroth, Morris Isle, and then that cycle will repeat, but with different daytimes.
Here we go. Midnight Predoria first map. Classic to see happen. Then we've got our 2 Sunnies, and then Dusk and Night at the end. That's going to be our Firefly maps that are going to make a really big impact on the end of the game. We're going to be hopping into our duels in just a second. I can't wait to see the action of the duels. We've seen this happen only a few times before. It's only been this is the second bi-weekly, but this is the first time that we've had this new system implemented. So it is really cool to get to see the difference that has been coming out in these players' playstyles. We've actually gotten to see something a little technical to take a look at, is the glyph boards that we've been seeing these players starting to use is completely different than what they use in the regular game. It's completely tailored to that one ban. You can have your ability, but you don't have an ultimate. That is what they try to do inside those dual arenas.
Yeah, and it's really great to be able to see this other dimension of the players. And just in general, I think that's a real credit to the NBPL. They're always innovating format, and they're always developing new ways by which we can interface with the meta, and we can interface with these characters that we've grown to know and love. So for instance, in trios, of course, we got that new cycle where we have those mirror matches at the beginning. And now for solos, we're introducing these duels for placement. But furthermore, I just like to see the tech that comes out. You know, as a play-by-play caster, I'm bloodthirsty. Love the action, and we're getting that right off the bat.
Yeah, it is going to be very insane coming off really quickly. What do you got for some power rankings? Let's see if we can get you. What do you think? Who do you think is going to be coming out closer to the top? I've got my money on DRG's shoe, being the diehard DRG fan that I am. I'm really hoping that he's going to qualify.
Yeah, I would really like to be able to see him make a mark as well. OA with Edward. This is a team that I like, maybe mostly because of the color scheme, but Edward's also beginning to win my heart in a way, you know. I think that a lot of these teams at least have potential. It feels like, if anything, the pack in solos has gotten so much tighter than it's ever really been before. And so there's a lot of players here that I think have the opportunity to really push themselves through into finals. And then from there, in fact, really begin to build themselves up as a player to watch this whole season.
And it's been looking really great for him. Someone that I wanted to talk about as well, Lipo is he's coming up a little bit short. He needs a little bit more to come through, as well as Star. Fun Plus Phoenix to Star was someone who came up really quickly, and then he sort of started to falter a little bit. SR Spider, the winner of our MSC 2025, who came away with a crazy finish in the end against Mike. One of the only players who's still in the top 6 who's able to put the points up today. He is going to be able to soar above every single member in that top 6 if he wants to. And DRG, the boy Shu, representing. We're going to be seeing here everybody starting to lock things in. We're going to be getting into the duels in just a second.
Yeah, very excited to see how players interface with these duels. Speaking of Star, I believe that he is in fact the one that has to take on that burden of fighting Spider right off the bat. So definitely going to be keeping an eye on how he fares and whether or not he can build back up towards those expectations that we were talking about. But here we go, cycling through the remaining players. Chen, you know, a little bit of a popular heartthrob, also been doing a lot of work here in solos. Someone to watch out for as we begin to continue to cycle through. We got the Wolves right here, and really every single one of these players I think has done a great job of making their mark. And like I said, by building and raising the standard of competition to the point at which it is right now, these games are beginning to really evolve, and I think that the meta is beginning to reward those players who play the macro incredibly tightly. And while in trios, a single mistake or pressure coming off of Realm of Yang debuffs can lead to a big cascading fight. The fact that there's so many independent actors rather than actors who are working with one another in the solos realm makes that even more pressing. But here we go, about to jump into our duels. We got Wufong versus Edward, Spider versus Star, as I said before, Xin versus Chuzang, Lipo versus NCF, Arano versus Zhu, and then Chen versus Pace, bringing up the rear. Very, very excited for these 6 matches.
Chen versus Pace, that is going to be a very good fight. I'm really excited to see how that one's happening. Chen started popping off the other day. He had one game. Most of his games weren't the greatest, but he had one game. I think he went 6 or 7 eliminations and got himself a really, really high finish, able to almost get him that MVP, but he's still doing such a good job of getting kills in the early and mid game. So we saw his capabilities for almost the first time, and it hasn't really grown anywhere from that, but it would be really nice to see him do some pop-off stuff again, with the only Titan I'd say in the lobby being Spider. I think that he has a way easier time handling that, whereas before he was in a lobby with the entire top 6.
Yeah, Spider definitely has the ability to completely run the tables here, but to your point, you know, it's tough being a rookie as well in the NBPL. There's a whole lot of burdens placed upon you, particularly in solos where you don't have a team to fall back upon. The learning experience is a trial by fire, but some of these players definitely rising to the occasion, and I do think that we're going to be seeing a little bit more out of Chen and company coming up today. Hopefully this will be their time to shine.
Yeah, and I definitely think that these new players are going to be able to get the most out of today. Being the fact that there's no Titans in the lobby, I think this is going to be our very, very strong under bracket play. And we're going to get to see some really cool tech release from these players who have every single thing to lose in this game. Because if they are not coming out on top here, they will be losing. Here we go, kicking things off into our first duel. The honor parry to start things off. It's going to be Edward versus Wufong. F ability invested from Edward right away. He's going to go for the scale rush. Is going to get the catch. F ability released from Wufong on the backside. Flink going to come in off of the flying knives. The 1-2 is going to connect into the 3, into the jumping R&B. As we're going to be seeing now tries to go for the 1.0. We had a 2.0 connect earlier, so he knows those focuses are going to come in. Focus scale rush going to be able to connect off of that as well. Into the shotgun burst, but that's not going to connect onto the other side. Wufong's gonna be able to connect twice into a clank, tries to get the follow-up focus attack, and he's able to do it. The 2.0 comes through, but the F ability does save him. 1-2-3 coming out into the uppercut, but he is gonna be able to get that. Oh, big parry coming up from Wufong into the combo extension, and there goes Edward in our first match. They've got 1-0 for Wufong.
Yeah, great showing there from Wufong, and I think that right now, one of the things to watch out for is just the fact that there's so much value to be had from getting your parries down. Because you don't have ultimate, you can't go for those full crazy TOD combo extensions, so therefore you need every opening you could possibly get. And when you invest into things like flying knives, where sometimes those attacks are relatively telegraphed because they're playing at range, it's a big gamble to make, and right there we see that Wufong was able to capitalize. Now, we're going to see how he's going to be able to turn things around here on the Temi. F ability coming back up, immediately trying to use that for combo extension. So far, Wufong definitely winning these trades. Has a very, very solid armor set to continue to play off of. But as soon as I say that, Edward diving right back into the fray now, going to climb up onto column, looking for an angle, immediate drop down, hook shot going to be traded back and forth. Neither player wanting to go for the full engagement. We're going to clink in the air, and now a big sweep. Wufong on top for the time being, gets a bit of damage. Edward able to scramble back up, buy a little bit of space, and in kind is right back into the trade.
Here we're going to see the F ability getting popped. Edward going to be getting hit into the wisp. Wufong with the wisp throw. Trying to go for the 1.0. Going to go for the 1-2-3. Misses. And then we see the 1 start to come through. F ability getting brought out. And the timer is going to be jumping down. The slap come out. Oh my goodness. Wufong takes it 2-0.
One thing I really love is the fact that we get to see all the player cams for these fights, even those who are not participating. This is a matter of watching out and seeing how everybody is competing with one another. But now we're going to move over to Star versus Spider. And immediately we got the Viper matchup versus the Temi. Up top, Spider on the drop down, taking a little bit of splash from early on in this one. Star in a good position, going to dagger dash away, up on top. Once again, wanted to play on elevation. Spider trying to follow through. Doesn't want to overcommit, though, by hook shotting towards Star. Star going to continue to play avoidantly, and now here we go. Engage from Spider. Spider trying to cross up, using that staff to extra reach. Star on the run once again. This time, unfortunately, going to be caught here, and Spider's going to find a fantastic little combo to start opening up on a Star, taking away the majority of that armor bar. Spider going to have to trade back. Blue focus on either side. Spider able to make good connection here, and Star back on the run, looking for a way to juke out of the way, but Spider in central position right now is able to follow the Viper wherever he so desires. Sandstorm going to come out, 11 seconds left, back on that F for Spider. Still trying to track. You can see just how solid his camera movement is. Spider just trying to keep Star in his view at all times. Trade in the air. Star drops on the far side of the column. Dashes right back over again. And this avoidant play style, unfortunately, means that once Spider's on top of you, Star's in trouble. Losing that armor once again. Getting the parry on top of it all. Spider, in incredible fashion, is able to clean up that first match.
Yeah, taking it out from the timeout. You can see the reactions of the players on the other side. And this is my favorite part about it. You mentioned it before. The cams. The player cams are some of the best things to see. We're going to be seeing Spider now going Viper Dagger into Star's Liam Flying Knives. Liam with the Flying Knives. This might actually have a chance to be able to stop this out, especially if he's able to get a combo off. F ability going to be invested on the side of Spider, trying to go for the scale rush. He does get caught on the side. Spider taking a little bit of damage, gets caught with another scale rush into a jumping LMB here. We're going to see the clank come through. Spider just trying to create a little bit of distance here. Seeing if he can go for the timeout. It looks like he is taking his sweet time with this fight. Trying to back out, gets another F ability off, and then he's just back to kiting out. He's not going for any sort of fight to win. He's just going for the F abilities and then the damage. He gets a focus attack as well, and he's just going to time this out for as long as possible. Spider is going to get scale rush, though, trying to go as long as possible. Shotgun burst going to come in. House getting a little bit more even. The weave of the F ability into the grapple extension combo. Focus attack going to be released. Spider now forced to go on the offensive. Brings it back with the 1-2. Dashes around. Almost goes to the soul break. We don't see it happen. Focus followed. Coming from the side of Star. 8 seconds left. The parry.
All right, Spider contact one more time. Brings it back to about even. Timeout occurs. Spider somehow wins it.
Oh my goodness. Spider able to come back from that. Sorry, I tied a little bit there. But Spider able to take it 2-0 at the very end. He's able to just output that much more little bit of damage. You can see Star chuckling about it, but it's definitely gonna hurt. Lipo now versus MTF. We're gonna see the Matari dash coming out in the duels. An interesting pick on the side of MTF, but you know he loves Matari. It is gonna get used by the F ability. Huge parry on the follow-up, gonna come through on the Lipo. Double jumping LMB to finish that off. You can see the slaps coming through, but he switches back to the weapon. Is gonna be able to get a combo off, and this is gonna leave MTF completely stranded without anything to assist him here. You're gonna see the dash come through. Matari dash does get blocked into the 2 charge. That is gonna connect. 39 seconds. MTF is just gonna kite out here for a second. Gonna be using that time. Just try and get a scale rush. Jump LMB gonna be coming through off of the Flying Knives. He's able to get the focus attack off. We are gonna see a little bit of a heal start to come in from both sides. They want to get that heal off. There's only 24 seconds left. Jump LMB trying to tech chase through the pillar line of sight. Is gonna be able to get this here. F ability burn. 1, 2, 3 into the focus, into the CLMB. It's going to connect, and he brings it back around into the 1.0. But MTF getting caught in the grapple combo is gonna connect. 8 seconds left. He's so much lower in health. He needs to get a comeback somehow, but the jump LMB from Lipo is gonna take it.
Good stuff on Lipo, holding course, able to win that first fight. Now we're going to move over to Lonnie versus Viper MTF. Looking for revenge here. Lipo, back dashes, solid juke to start things off. Going into a clink to begin the actual melee section of this fight. MTF falls back. Once again, this Viper Dagger combo tries to play avoidantly, baiting out an overinvestment, just like what we saw right there out of Lipo, getting disarmed. Able to transition on the teleport back in order to bring a little bit of space into this fight. Lipo gonna get an opening now to try to even out this armor damage. MTF A little bit of trouble, having to dive right back in. Oh, gets the purple, and that's going to do a whole lot to bring things back to even. MTF now, once again, losing this light trade, but just needs one more opening to try to get Lipo into a worrying position. Right now, doesn't seem to have the opportunity to do so, and maybe it's playing a little bit too conservatively as Lipo, while MTF is dancing around, is able to get a heal off.
Yeah, the heal's gonna come in, but MTF able to do so much damage. Soul Break follow up into the 1-2 is gonna connect. Lipo 1 HP in a dream right now. There's 13 seconds left.
Oh.
It's very unlikely that Lipo comes back from this, and MTF with the CLMB is gonna be able to finish that off. You can see Wufong looking in absolute disbelief as that's going on around him here. MTF absolutely locked in right now, as well as Lipo. He's got his coach next to him, ready for this fight to start. MTF on the fan. He's dagger and fan supreme. Those are his two best weapons. He's playing on the Liam. F ability going to be invested off of the parry. Punish damage is not going to connect on the side of Lipo. MTF just going to try and time this one out. It looks like he is doing a lot of kiting through here. See if he can get a couple of CLMB attacks off into a combo, but the slap's going to come around from Lipo. On the side, the double dodge going to come out for MTF to be able to avoid that focus attack with a big parry again on the side of Lipo. Oh my goodness. The 1.0 is going to get released. Tries to go for the release again, but gets clanked. We're going to see the F ability drop then, so the extended overhead combo isn't going to connect. Both of them going for a heal pot as we see it quickly come through, but Lipo with the slap combo to try and bring it back around.
All right, well, Lipo does seem to be in control of the fight for the time being. MTF going to continue to try to rush down on Fan. We'll get a little bit of damage, but not enough to bring it back. He needs a parry and finds one. Now on the follow-through, needs to land that last little bit of damage. Still in a deficit as the timer ticks down. 5 seconds left. MTF charges with the blue focus, tries to bring it back. Lipo going to trade in kind, and Lipo wins it.
Oh my goodness, that was close. Look at how happy he is right now. His coach and him are in absolute euphoria as he's able to come out with the victory against MTF. MTF's selection of heroes was a little bit weird with the Matari coming through here, but we're going to see the Viper on the side of Chu Zhang able to get the overhead through into the 1-2. Tries to get it again, but the 3 is going to connect. Action now in a bit of a health deficit on the fist blades. He's got a lot more mobility, but Chu Zhang has been able to get the combo started a little bit faster here as he has made more connections. F ability going to come through, but Action's going to be able to launch that into a grapple extension, but he misses the extension here. No combo going to be coming through onto that side as Chu Zhang going to try and go for the overhold here. Parry going to come out, but no connection as Chu Zhang did cancel the attack. They're going to be seeing the 1-2 come out on that side. Trying to just go for the overhold here. And then Action going for the parry. Unable to connect, but he gets the combo into the focus, into the CLMB. But the parry going to come out on the side of Chu Zhang. And Action going to take so much damage off of the 1.0 of the fist blades. F ability is going to save him from that very last little bit of health. He's only got 14 seconds. Jump LMB and Baldos. Chu Zhang's going to finish it off.
Great stuff coming out of Chu Zhang here. Good opting onto the fist for the Viper, in my opinion. Going to be able to pick up the victory off of that one now. Got the Liam mirror match. As it currently stands, Chu Zhang, Jin both wanted to play more avoidantly on this character, investing into the flying knives on both sides. First one to win the trade at range will be Jin, and he will try to capitalize off of it. Combo extender, taking almost all of this armor bar away. Chu Zhang trying to go in one more time. Overcharges, going to get punished for it. Now is down only his health remaining. Jin wanting to try to aggress. Moving back in. Will get punished for his efforts here. Chu Zhang looking to try to reverse things in an instant here. I think that hook shot went exactly where he wanted it to, and so Jin will be able to wriggle out on a slight advantage right now, but very, very slight in fact. On the run he goes. Chu Zhang going to lose another trade with that RMB, and because of that, we will see the win off of Jin and Chu Zhang.
But we've got the tiebreaker match to go through as Baldos. Chu Zhang did end up winning the first one. This is going to be the 1-1 tiebreaker, settle the score. Syra versus Tumult. Action on the Temi with these nunchucks. He can make a lot of crazy plays go through. The 1-2 is going to connect. He got the catch, but he didn't know what to do with it. Focus attack going to come through from both sides. Tries to answer that back. Parry going to come through, but the overhold is going to connect on the side of Action. Huge shift parry going to be coming in on the side of Action there. Now he gets the dual blades. He goes for the 1-2 haymaker. Blender going to be coming out onto that side. We're going to see the block come through on the side of the nunchucks. Tries to go for the charge. Sees if he can get the overhold off. But we're going to see the calf come through, but it's not going to connect. Trigger block is going to come out a second time. Actually, I'm going to go for the meter hold. It does not come through, but a big parry on the side of Chu Zhang. Now he's got the nunchucks in his hand. He's going to go for that 1.0. Combo is going to come out. We are going to see the dazzle come through here, and that is so much HP gone, but he gets the retouch into the other combo, into an uppercut, into the focus attack. Now they're both of the exact same amount of HP, but Action gets the catch again, and Bao does. Chu Zhang is going to lose.
Brutal fight at the very end there for Chu Zhang. However, a fantastic showing for both of these fighters, and I think that's a pretty solid warm-up for the games that we have on the docket. But before we get to that, we got Zhu versus Arano here. Wu Chen versus Lee to start things off. Arano trying to move in for a quick trade. Zhu doing a good job of keeping himself locked and playing up close. Flying knives, I think, means that oftentimes you're going to see players play too far back, and that can telegraph your charged attacks a little bit too much. Here, not necessarily as much of an issue. In fact, getting that close means that you're going to get some fantastic parries off. Arano in a lot of trouble, too. Finally going to take some damage and eat a full combo here, but should be back to his feet before time is up. And Arano is once again leaving himself open to an attack. Tries to juke around, canceling that charge. However, Zhu going to continue to just stick to him like glue. Moving forward off the dash here. We got quite a bit of health in favor of Zhu, but one combo could do it one way or the other if one of them oversteps. Unfortunately, it looks like it will be Arano who does so first, and that will be a win over to Zhu to start things off.
Picking up that first win. And Arano taking it back. Now he is on that favored pick. We're going to be seeing, oh my goodness, is that Yue Sean in the 1v1s? This is an interesting pick to come out here. He does have that F ability to try and go for some sort of combo starter that we're going to see come out here, but he dodges it, and Shu gets put into the combo a second time already, losing so much of his shield and HP. He's going to get parried, and oh my goodness. Arano said, I'll let you have one, but you're not getting another game off on me. And we're going to go to the tiebreaker fight. Shu with the Viper Dagger, and we're going to see Temmie Staff coming on at the side of Arano, the honor parry to start things off, and we're jumping right in. The F ability going to be coming through, and now all Shu has to do is kite out as long as possible. He has the damage advantage on Arano, and now he's just going to try and run away. Arano has to play the chasing game to get enough damage off. There is only 55 seconds on this timer. He is going to be able to get one hit of damage, but it isn't enough to tie the amount. The F ability is going to come out on the side here. He's doing exactly what we saw Spider do. And now the damage is going to be coming in on the side of Arano. Arano being able to make the chase down and tie this up. We are going to see the dagger focus attack starting to come out as we back things off. Waiting for that F to get off cooldown. I bet they're running the cooldown glyphs coming through. Oh my goodness, what a parry from Shu. Being able to get a little bit of extra chip damage in as well. Wisco is going to be available onto this side, and he's going to be able to go through with it into the combo. Cancels the animation from the focus attack into the overhead combo. Jump LMB, and that was the cleanest thing I've seen all day so far. And we haven't even gotten into the games yet, ladies and gentlemen. This is our pre-game 1v1s. This isn't even the games. This is going to be so spicy today, chat.
All right, we got Pace versus Chen. We said bringing up the rear, but I'm sure that they're also going to be bringing the fight. Chen, to start things off, actually, will be playing that Viper, and so that kind of avoidant play style will be back on the table. Right now, though, Chen finds himself in a health deficit, going to have to try to go for a trade. Manages to get some solid combos off versus Pace to break down a bit of that health bar. Unfortunately, Chen overstays at the tail end of that exchange, and because of that, Pace is able to bring it right back. Staff gives so much recent chase down potential once you find a single knockdown here, and Chen is feeling that pressure. Parry coming through to interrupt the dash away. Chen is in dire straits now, swept off his feet, and that'll be a win over to Pace to start us off.
Alliance is faced. Oh my goodness, he came to play with the staff there. He was doing such a good job on that Temmie with the staff. We've seen that come out from a lot of people here. Now we're going to see the F3 into the 1-2, going to connect onto the side of Pace for Chen to try and come back from this deficit. And Pace is just going to play time here. He's got the advantage. He doesn't need to go into a fight. He's going to try and go for the overhold. The focus follow-up going to come through on the side of Chen. He's going to be able to get the 1.0 into the jump LMB. You see a double grapple bump coming out into the F3 on the side of Pace. Pace gonna end up getting kicked up into this combo though, and GG Chen not looking like he's gonna drop this, able to bring it all the way through into the jump R&B. We're gonna be seeing Chen on that backside, trying to get out of this, and now he's able to get another combo coming through onto this side. Jump R&B gonna finish it off now. Oh! The F ability is there to save him. Tries to pop an F of his own. Pace not going to be able to get it, but he gets a huge parry into the jump LMB. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is our 1v1 segment of the day complete.
Yeah, credit there to Pace for a really solid 2-0 to round us out on those duels. I'm starting to really like the more aggressive Viper pickups when we do get these duels, because I think a lot of people are going for the hit and run play style, and so far I think every person basically that locked in except for Spider got punished for that selection.
Yeah, I mean, Spider was able to make it work, but lots of these other players were trying hard. The chase down of these players is just absolutely unreal. We were just watching some chase down stuff earlier today, and it is incredible the routes and patterns that these players know to be able to chase you down, and every single bit of movement that you need to be able to bring down your opponent from that side. It was definitely unfortunate to see that they were losing with this, but the kite idea is in the works. We might get to see it brought out again. You know, just get the Fs off and spam them and run a whole bunch of cooldown. I like the concept, but I think they just need a little bit more refining to it, trying to kite out. It is such a small arena, and there's only 2 things to scale rush off of, so it makes it difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really nice that we're getting yet another setting for these kinds of duels to occur, and it's a very different meta, even from Realm of Yang, because of the layout. A little bit less claustrophobic, still quite claustrophobic, but in particular, the fact that you're reducing the number of columns down to 2 means that there's a lot of wide open area for some very interesting tactics to take place in. And I do wonder whether or not that Avoidant Viper playstyle will stick around, but we're going to have to see. One of the big things about Nbpl is that this is the melting pot by which ideas are really built out and forged over the course of weeks. You see dramatic shifts in the meta, and, you know, as we've been alluding to, there has been a shift even in our map. So very excited to see what happens as we move into game number 1.
Yeah, you know, I pitched this earlier a couple streams ago, I think. I think instead of the martial artist arena, I think that we should get to see the Bloodsport arena. I think that is definitely a crazier concept to it. Bloodsport are being the mode where you get 12 players in, and it's a tournament bracket style, so they do fighting. It would take a lot longer than this, but you do your initial rounds, like we just saw there. Then you do a semis, a quarterfinals, and then you have your finals, or a quarter, a semi, and then your finals. And then it would determine the entire pick order, first all the way to 12th. But I do think this is a little bit more efficient in that sense. I just thought it would be kind of cool to see Nbpl Bloodsport. Essentially the same thing, by the way.
I think that we just got to have a solid week or maybe a single day on stream of us doing fun stuff within Nbpl, right? I want to see these guys play PvE. I want to see these guys play Bloodsport. I think that there's room here for a fun stream to be had, but, you know, we'll start lobbying for that on our side. But for now, we do, in fact, have competition on the way.
Yes, we do. It is going to be getting so crazy. But first, let's take a look at some of the highlights from our duels. You see Yufeng able to get a crazy parry up. Turns it into a combo against 08 Edward. He's able to take that out. And Lipo's first playoff onto MTF. Absolutely crazy finish that he was able to get off here. Brings it through. MTF going to go for the parry, but the F ability gets released. He brings it back around, gets the follow-up into the 1.0, and then a slap coming out just to finish it at the last second. Oh my goodness, Action with the double parry to bring it back around. Chujang thought he was safe onto the release, but he wasn't, as we're seeing now Action absolutely decimating Chujang with the combos. He's able to bring it back around into a 1.0 and then turns it in, gets parried, but it still manages to reign victorious into this fight with the double shotgun burst follow-up into the tech pull. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, a lot of really fantastic plays coming through, demonstrating that all these players are just like super close in skill level. And now we're in for a treat as we move into our actual live. But here we go, one more fight. We got Arado versus Jude. There's the catch out on the F ability. And this is sometimes why you see these Vipers struggle. You got locked up once, and the amount of damage, how tightly these players execute on their combos is really a marvel to behold. Chen going to get parried at the start of this one. Pace getting back in. Looking for the scale rush downwards. Gets good damage. Knock up. Chen in trouble. Can't play the runaway game forever on this Dagger Viper now that they are in the health deficit. And unfortunately, with that big charge RB not landing, they were caught once they touched the ground. Pace now versus Chen. Round number 2 on the day. Pace cleans it up 2-0.
Yeah, very nice, very clean to see. Pace is a player who has really good fighting ability, but we haven't seen too much on the performance side. He does end up falling short. Sometimes he had an arc. He had a hero arc for a little while back in the day, but he's been moving around onto so many different teams. He started out on HLG, and then he moved to SS1, and then he was with Wolves, or I can't remember who he was with last. I think maybe Bauda. Now he's with Alliance. And it seems to be a good fit for him. It looks like he's been able to do a lot with the team, and now that he's competing for Alliance in the solos game mode, he's started to do really, really well. So let's hope he's able to put a lot of points up on him today.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to. Points being scored early, high aggression as the focus of a lot of these players. You know, I think that especially as we move into those last 2 maps, we're going to start seeing the sparks flying. But just in general, I've been kind of stuck in trios land for a little bit here, Seb, and I gotta say right now, meta's shifted back towards we having so many teams, 7 to 8 teams, 9 teams going into that final circle. I want to switch up. I want some of these games to end in a flash. I want some of these games to just have 2 people slugging it out before the circle even closes.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more fast-paced games. Since there is no team meta, there is nobody around to team with, and no one around to be in your little family, help you out and not attack you. Everybody's an enemy. So if you see somebody getting a lot of kills in the kill feed, you might want to try and avoid them. But since you don't see the names, you only see the heroes, and there's only one of every single hero, it makes targeting out heroes a little bit easier. And since people generally know the order of which the heroes are picked, all they have to do is figure out the hero pick order, which they're able to do by the first or second game, and then you're able to snipe out players a little bit easier. So when it comes to that match point format, that on our last day is going to get a little bit spicy. But jumping into this game here, this is going to make it so some of our players who are on the more meta heroes, they're going to get focused down a lot quicker. Where we see the Liams, the Lonnies, all of our Syras and our Shios started to get focused down really quickly in the early game, as they want to get them out and they don't want to have to deal with them when it comes to the end game, which has led to a lot of MVPs with off-meta picks.
Yeah, I agree. I think that that's going to be something to watch out for. There's always kind of that self-balancing mechanism. You don't want the big threats that are able to last till the end of the game and place the sustained matchup to go through, and so therefore there's some amount of mutual teaming on that front. Like you said, overall team play has gone down just because of how the selection process works, but power picks, high order picks, knowing the pick order, these are the things that I think are going to tip the scales a little bit, or put the finger on the scales to cause some fights that maybe aren't happening just because of the ebb and flow of the actual game state in NARAKA. These are people who may want to force the issue for advantages down the line.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And when it comes to our scores today as well, ladies and gentlemen, we really are going to be seeing some of these players. They need to put a whole lot of points up. So they are going to be trying super, super hard to get themselves into those top spots. It is going to be a really difficult jump for them. So they're going to be grinding as hard as possible to claim a spot in the top 12, because we have our bottom 18 teams, or our bottom 16 teams, sorry, who are still going to be waiting in this game.
Absolutely. Here we go. Game number 1 about to get underway. And here we go for pick order. Wufang going to be able to get the lion's share there at the very top. We're going to see how he's going to start things off.
Yeah, kicking things through Wufang and Edward for the first and second pick. So Wufang going to be on the Lonnie, Edward going to be locking in the Liam, Spider going to be locking in the Syra, and Star going to be locking in the Shiol. This is usually how we start to see it go through, and if all my predictions are right, I'm going to be very happy. Coming out here, there. Oh, Syra going to be coming out from Edward. So Liam is going to be available. And look at that, Spider's in disbelief. I think he's going to be going for the Liam locking here. Shile's going to be on the side of Star. As, yeah, there we go. He sees it. He's like, why isn't he banned? I'm third to go and he's not banned. Somebody locked in Syra instead. He's definitely confused on that, but giving Spider Liam game 1, that's pretty dangerous. Shile going to be getting locked in from Star.
Yeah, it just seems like it's such a pick for Spider here. Works with this playstyle exceptionally well. Definitely happy to hoover that one up, and let's see if he's going to be able to use that off-order pick to his advantage, as 5th slot's going to go over to Yoto Hime for Lipo.
Yeah, Yoto Hime has had a rework. She's been jumped into the meta just a little bit, and she has been doing very well, especially in the individual and Yang fights. Kylan Zhang, or Zhang Qiling, whatever you want to call it, going to be on the side of MTF. That's going to be a fun pick. MTF on the Kylan is always a fun one to watch. Action and Xu Zhang going to be going for 7th and 8th. Faria, which is the one that we've been seeing make a huge comeback into the meta. Hasn't been necessarily that strong. I still don't believe in him, but these players are swearing by Faria coming back into the meta over a type like Matari, over something like a Enor. They're saying Faria is the way to go. They've got the pillar tech, and the Valda going to be put off for our 8th place spot. With a Rano, Shu, Pace, and Chen left to pick, we've still got Temi open, we've still got Akos, so we're going to be seeing Akos and Temi. We've still got Justina available as well, which is pretty surprising. And then we've got our Wu Chen. So those are going to be pretty much our 3 heroes that I'm expecting to see here.
Yeah, we're going to see how this gets rounded out at the end, but I am kind of surprised by some of the pick orders here. That Justina making it all the way down to the 9th spot is kind of surprising. And I haven't experienced too much of the Yoto rework, but we're going to see whether or not that 5th slot was actually worth it here, as Zhu is going to be able to grab themselves the Temi there, 10th place. So you're 1 for 1 so far on these last 3 picks.
Well, Yoto, or Temi and Justina, depending on who's in the lobby, are usually picked out pretty early. Arano loves Justina, so he's going to pick him. If Arano's in 5th position to pick, Justina is a likely play coming out from him, other than the Yoto and the Valda, maybe. But Justina, we've seen it pick 4th, or we've seen it pick 5th, all the way down to 12th. It really depends who's playing it. And there we go. Akos, Wu Chen, and Temi going to be our last 3. I called it, ladies and gentlemen. It's kind of a standard. You see these heroes. You don't see any other heroes coming through. You get a sneaky Tarka every now and then that doesn't do very well. We get a sneaky Shen Yuan playing Viper, but he's not playing today. He's already got himself into that top 6. So, we'll see what happens. But I don't think we're going to get to see any off-meta stuff coming through. But on the finals, when they have to play 7 different characters maximum, because they can go all the way to game 8, they can double pick once. That means that we are going to get to see some even more crazy off-meta picks coming through.
Definitely going to be wanting to tune in for that one, but one of the things to give credit for to Nbpl here is just how fast a meta has solidified going this deep down into the pick order. This isn't League of Legends where you have 150 characters or whatever. Here in Nbpl, while we are still growing our roster, we got some really fantastic updates and additions as of late. These players are right on the money with immediately defining the meta all the way down to the 12th position.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready to lock in. Get your popcorn, get your drinks, get your snacks. I know I got myself some bevies ready to go for game number 1 of our last chance. Take a look at some of these abilities, because now we can actually talk about the different abilities used. Wu Chen on GG's Chen, going to be using the F2 Spirit Blade. So that's the teleport blades coming through. The Spirit Blade swap. With our Blade Storm, he's not using the teleport ultimate ability. We're also seeing Spider F1v2, Yoto F2v1 standard pretty on that side, but sometimes we see the F1 coming up from Wu Chen. As their only notable one, everybody else just making sure they're running the combo break. Wu Chen's F abilities are both combo breaks, so he is able to run those. And F1v3 for DRG Shu, pretty standard for everybody.
Yeah, definitely the case that we are moving back away from the dual meta, as you talked about there. We got specializations on that front too, what you're expecting to see out of the solo side. But here we go, our spawn point drop zone area, and you see a lot of clustering there on the bottom southeast side of the map. Spider up there alongside a representative T. We got TRG, we got Bauda, we got Alliance SS1 Wolves. We got so many different teams that have the ability to kind of scoop up and cause sparks to fly early prior to the first round of the game.
Yeah, this is going to be a really clustered together initial fight, and I'm super excited to see this. We've got Edward and Star going for that red jade up at the top. It's Edward's spot, so we can say Star is contesting Edward up here. And then down at the bottom where everybody's going to be landing, this is going to be an interesting one. Shu, Arano, Xu Zhang. It's got Paste, we've got MTF, we've got Action, we've got Wufeng, and we've got Spider all in the same spot. Lipo also going to be going in for a bit of a fight against Team GG at the start there as well. Spider versus Shu. This could be our first fight getting kicked off right away, but it looks like they're going to keep their distance for now. Spider with a bit of an armor advantage, but he's still got great weapons. Don't know if he necessarily wants to take the fight with that. Wufeng able to find himself an armor swap as he was just taken pretty low by Baoda's Xu Zhang.
Yep, Wufeng maybe smelling blood in the water here. Try to go in, will scale rush across, get the grapple as well, and off of that, we'll see Feng try to dig his heels in, fight back against an attempt to counter hit by Xu Zhang, who just gets massively punished off of a parry, and now he's down to a sliver. Wufeng will be able to pick up the epic armor from the corpse, and that is a fantastic start for him.
Yeah, really good start to be able to get himself with a nice 2-1-1, just a sliver of HP left. You know you're going to win the fight there, and you come through. Ooh, Action. Going to be able to block the attack from Pace, but the overhold's going to connect into the shotgun burst from MTF with the third party. Action now forced to try and kite this out. He's got two people chasing him. That's MTF and Pace both going for it. We have one of the really good chase down weapons versus one of the really good kiting weapons, as Action going to try and make his way out of here. But Pace following closely behind with the dagger, and MTF with the flying knives coming through. Overhold's going to connect on that side, and now Action going to be able to get himself pretty far away, but Pace has invested ultimate for this. He's just ready to come through. He gets the grab into the time relief catch, into the follow-up, of the F ability is going to come through into the Fairy-O-Mac. Oh, what a parry on the side of MTF. And it looks like Action's just going to let MTF get up. No follow-up damage onto him. Pace going to be able to get an armor swap. Since he doesn't have an ult, Action's just going to focus his targeting over to him as well as MTF.
Well, we've got another fight, other side of the map here. Wufeng versus Shu. Shu trying to move away after a good hit and run to start things off. Wufeng wanting to initiate though on Lonnie, gets the ball down. And from there, I think he's looking to finish this one off. Armor swaps in huge advantage now. Shu doesn't really have anywhere to go, and there we go to finish off at range.
Oh my goodness, the nasty range shot off of the jumping ball. He catches him in the F ability. He pops that F, he's in gold focus, and we're going to see Spider cleaning up Action here on the backside of that original fight that we were watching. He's going to be able to use that tech chase from the jump LMB to just completely catch. And now we're seeing Pace versus MTF still going. Huge armor swap on the side of Pace. Pace is going to try and back off as MTF going to be trying to go for that uppercut combo, but forced to pop the ult to counter that combo. That first hit into the wall, and this is just going to block. Pace able to weave though. Tries to find an armor swap, but there's nothing there to connect, and he gets the catch. This is the last dodge. He gets the scale rush out. Will MTF be able to find him? He goes for the scale rush up, but it looks like Pace might have been able to get away. He finds an armor swap. Oh my goodness, he's got a chance in this fight. Huge Barry going to be coming out into the 1.0. F ability is going to be invested on the side of MTF, but now he's got the armor disadvantage. The jump LMB going to come through, tries to go for the bow shot, brings it back around. He needs to get this heal pod off, but he does get caught into the combo, into the overhold, into the jump LMB, and oh my goodness, Pace, you deem him. Able to come back and take out MTF.
Back and forth, but that's what we like to see out of Pace to start him off. Game number 1, that's his first elim, and what a highlight it was. We got Chu Zhang maybe chasing after Chen, a lot of space being made between these two, and actually, we're going to see Chu Zhang drop right down to the waiting arms of Arvaldo of the lobby in the form of Wufong. Wants to continue to go on the chase. We will see the focus here. Chu Zhang, good back step, won't be able to punish Wufong though. Does lose a little bit of life in that initial part of the fight, and therefore may not feel super incentivized to continue to try and chase down this representative of Bauda.
Yeah, as Wufong going to start to come through here. Looks like he might try and go for this. He's got 2 eliminations on the board already. Purple armor and a purple katana already is absolutely crazy. He's going to come in off of the katana on to those nunchucks on the side of Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang going to try and throw the focus attack. So we see Wufong go for the weave into the 1.0. This focus scale rush going to come out with the cannon chops coming from the other side. And that's GG's Chen jumping in on the third party, allowing Chu Zhang to sort of get backed off here as Edward starting to take the fight onto Funplus Phoenix and Star. We're going to see ultimate is already popped. Funplus Phoenix Star now trying to deal as much damage as possible before that ultimate gets over. Going to go for a bit of an armor swap here. And now Edward pops that Syra ultimate, and it's the ultimate chase down coming through here as Star gonna try and kite this out as much as possible, but he gets the dazzle. I don't think Edward knew he missed the dazzle a second time. The immunity is gonna save him. He didn't know he connected on that first one. He gets the last dazzle actually. We're gonna see now too. This Wufong gonna try and come in on the third party. Looks like he might have gotten parried. His weapon missing here. We're going to see the focus follow-up is going to connect on the side of Wufong. Parry going to come through. The double charge is going to connect. Wufong now forced to pop that Alt-F ability. He had the ball catch onto Edward, but now Edward just forced to go for the pot.
Edward, I think we'll be able to heal up here, and this is going to mark the end of the fight. Of course, drain off of the Shadow. Not the biggest deal right now, but still something that is going to cause pressure and forces a lot of people to break off and just move inwards. Doesn't look like anybody was left too vulnerable coming out of that Shadow, so things as they currently stand are well set up for most of these players to try to move towards Realm of Yang. And immediately we have Shu with the pass, trying to duel out versus Chen, but maybe holding on to this could cost his life. Down to just a sliver of health, he's going to have to move away. Chen now needs to make the decision, doesn't want to chase this kill or just lock in for the pass.
I think he's going to go ahead and chase the kill. He's popped ultimate. He's going to use those Storm Blades to try and give Shu a little bit of an elimination, but we're going to see the no also get popped, forcing Chen's hand to back away and allowing the reset through. He's going to pop that last little bit of Storm Blades. He's got 10 seconds before he jumps back into the Realm of Yang. He will regain that ultimate. We're going to be seeing on the other side, geez, Wufong facing off still against FPX Star. Star with no revive available, trying to kite it out as long as possible. Finds the armor swap. We're going to see the Katana come back in the hands of Wufong. Star doing a really good job of kiting right here.
Yeah, this is some solid movement, perfect knowledge of the map, and great utilization of space. Continuing to buy space, and Wufong may start to overinvest in this, frankly. Yeah, an elimination on the board and knockout of the lobby is valuable, but there's the potential to be third party, and so far, this is one of the top players not trying to capitalize off Realm of Yang. Instead, it'll be some other players who are able to get the pass, start things up, and one of those players is in fact Spider.
Yeah, Spider gonna be able to go for the 1-2 to connect into the grapple, swaps to the pistol really quickly to be able to get a little bit of extra chip damage in. Slap gonna come in, switches over to the pistol again, gets 2 shots to connect, tries to go for the raw sliding uppercut. The 1.0 is gonna connect. Action now, 1 HP. We're gonna see the pillar come out into an attempt at a carousel, but then he pops into the mat.
And this is just going to be a waiting game. The problem is in solos, I just feel like Faria doesn't actually offer enough pressure by herself when she's in pillar, especially with the fact that you're just able to play coverage. And like we see right now, Spider just is going to plink away for the time being in pistol. This just kind of brings the time limit down for a little bit. Not much else.
Yeah, Spider going to be up onto the top side here, trying to see if he can go through on it to the fight with action, but the overhold is going to come through into the slap, try to bring it back around with the 1.0, going to connect into the follow-up light attack. Not going to connect, but he does get the follow-up focus into another 1.0. Spider playing like an NA blue spammer over here. We're seeing him able to use those mind games to his advantage to collect the kill, and now we're going to see that. That's the Yodo rework versus Valda. as we're going to see the uppercut come through. Lipo just trying to go for defense. He's looking to get some shots off. He's trying to go for the heal here. We're going to see the dodge come through on that ultimate. Gets the uppercut through into the jump LMB. Now into the focus attack through follow-up to recast of that ultimate. But now the ultimate is going to go down. He's going to have that F ability available for him right away. But Chuzheng going to be able to make the catch. Knocks him into the wall, into the combo, into the jumping RMB. There's no time left though. And they both lose. And both get sent with the Yang depletion. Oh my goodness, what a fight.
You know, if anything, that makes me happy to see, rub my hands together in glee, another person with Yang depletion than you would be expecting. You know what that means? More chances of action as someone has to try to force the fight. As we have an interesting exchange occurring right around this catapult. Spider coming out of Realm of Yang in a very, very good position with Vermilion Bird's Might. Gonna try to cash on in. Face off versus Chen, who's lost all his armor.
Spider going to be going for the scale rush here, trying to see if he's able to bring it back around onto GG's Chen. Chen does have that Vermilion Bird Might buff, so it's not going to be too awful for him if he uses this out. We're going to see the ultimate invested now, as he is going to be able to collect Chen up into the bubble, throwing him down away from Chuzheng, claiming the bloom out of the side of Chuzheng. And now trying to go for Chuzheng into the ball. And Chuzheng needed that bloom, but he wasn't able to collect it. Now he's going to be trying to go up against Spider. Spider able to just jump quickly out of the way. Trigger block can be coming through on the side of Spider into the meter dump. Full ultimate force has been deleted onto the side of Chuzheng, but the 1-2 is going to connect onto the side of him. And he's going to try and go for the meter dump again. He's able to connect through, but now Spider extremely low. GG's Chen going to be jumping into the mix, trying to see if he can make anything happen onto that side. Bringing it back around. He does get the switch off. No F ability available. Spider's going to get brought extremely low. He's got 1 minute and 3 seconds left on that Vermilion's Bird Might, and Wufeng's going to pick it up with Chuzheng taking the bloom, completely cleansing him. And now we've only got Edward, Action, Shu, and Lipo on that Yang depletion.
Great job cleansing so early on in the timer for the Yang depletion as well. One thing I think that people undervalue is the fact that when you are experiencing depletion, you play the game differently. You aren't able to dedicate as much time to resource gathering. Much more of the time, you're having to focus upon positioning. You don't want to be caught out. You don't want to be targeted. And because this is the case, you're just ramping at a much lower rate than everybody else who either won Realm of Yang or just didn't go to begin with. And so in kind, I feel that it's always a disadvantage on more ways than you would expect. And because of that, getting the cleanse early is super valuable. Cutting some action in the meantime. Edward being forced to ult on Syra here, wants to try to land the killing blow to Shu. One last little bit of health, and it will be Edward landing the kill, dropping back down out of the ult. He won't have any armor to play with, so I don't think this fight is going to continue in his favor. The Syra instead moving up to the top of the rock, trying to move across, just looking for the opportunity to heal. Will get it, but multiple people are enclosing upon this location. And now, with just how many people are bloodthirsty and looking for the fight, Edward actually isn't out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, Edward able to get himself into a good situation to pick up an elimination, so he ults to try and chase down the kill and secure it, but he's unable to claim the bloom. Lipo jumped in and stole that, and now he's only got 30 seconds left before he does die to that Yang depletion, so he's going to be trying his best to get himself an elimination as their entire lobby starts to give focus on the Lipo here. Edward's still trying to give chase, and now players starting to send Palm Lightning towards his way. That's going to be Chuzheng on that side, and Arano jumping into the mix as well. MTF trying to hold some side as well. Everybody trying to get a piece of this. Edward action. He's got 10 seconds left to survive. He's going to try and see if he can get any sort of damage off onto anybody here. But it looks like Chuzheng going to be dealing so much. Whoever deals the last tick of damage to him, I believe that's going to be Lipo. Actually, with the clink off of his F3 ability, was the last damage dealt, and he's able to pick up that elimination, putting him at 2. This is huge for Lipo. He needs to put the most amount of points as possible on the board. And since everybody's outside chasing, nobody's waiting for Chen in the Realm of Yang.
Yeah, Chen should be happy with this if he's in fact able to just get a freebie. 10 seconds left to see whether or not someone locks it. Spider, I think, will be entering into the fray, and, well, not gonna lie, that's about the worst possible scenario here for Chen.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing this coming through. Spider with the golden nunchucks on the board for him. Alliance and TE. So that's going to be Pace versus Wufong in the back end. Going to be making that fight happen as well in our other realm of Yang. This would be Wu Chen versus Liam. This is actually a really good matchup. If Chen's able to play this right, Rampage is going to come through, but the 1-2 is going to connect on the side of Spider. Brings it around with the charged R&B, charged LB, sorry, to be able to connect with that. Another slap into a catch. F ability invested into the 1-2, but the F comes out on the side of Chen. Chen gonna pop that ultimate as well. Tries to go for the switch into that guaranteed ult. Now we're gonna see Spider actually hit by another ult. Tries to dodge out of it, but it looks like he's not gonna connect. Spider actually taking a lot of damage, allowing GG's Chen to heal. But he gets the ball catch into another heal pot, throws him into the air, into the 1.0 from the nunchucks. Now Chen extremely low, tries to go for that last ball catch. He just needs the 1-2, trying to see if he can go for that focus scale rush into it, but he misses. Chen gonna be able to get the heal off. There is still a minute remaining. Tries to go for the switch, but he doesn't get it. Is not going to be able to get that gold focus frame off either. But Chen is extremely low, and the 1-2-1 is going to climb.
And he shakes his head in disappointment. He knows that he had the opportunity to win that one, but unfortunately just had to lose that first trade. And from there, the avoidant play just didn't benefit him. Spider is in a dominant position. Maybe not the most kills on the board, but definitely he could just win this lobby outright.
Yeah, he's looking in a very good spot right now. He's got 5 eliminations. He's won his realm of Yang. We're going to take a look at a little bit of a replay from our last round. It looks like Pace did come away victorious. This is going to be gold Hongsword versus purple Katana. And this could just be a showcase of why Hongsword is more favored by these players over the Katana. He's going to use the super dash ability to be able to just jump up high on the pillar after the flank. We're going to see the scale rush going to be coming through. Focus scale rush going to connect, and he catches out of the F ability into the pillar, the 1.0, and then the follow-up going to come through. Wufong is going to get sent back to that soul altar with 4 minutes and 12 seconds left to claim that soul bloom.
Nasty stuff. Wufong currently just playing bush camp. Spider traipsing across the map. Not exactly sure what you're supposed to do in this position, where you have everything in the world, therefore everything feels a little bit less valuable. He's so spoiled for choice as to what he wants to do next. In fact, he doesn't have the most kills in the lobby right now. Wufong definitely wants to try to get back out and play aggressively and use the material advantage that he still has. So we could be seeing some action relatively shortly, but as it currently stands, Spider's just giving chase through Storm, looking for Chen here, who honestly has not seen the last of this guy. And this is brutal. This Liam looking for one more exchange to knock Chen fully out of the lobby. And now without any armor available, I think this G2 representative has accepted his fate.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit unfortunate for him. And he's going to fight this out. He is going to try and fight this out at the very end here. That Yang depletion not going to be doing too good for him. Tries to go for the first hit. Both ultimates missed on their first go, but oh my goodness, the pistol shots are going to be coming in crazy. And that's only gray armor. Oh my god, did he get the catch? No, he doesn't get the ball throw catch. He's going to find himself another pot, and it looks like he is going to be able to clean the top of this pillar all to himself. And now all he needs to do is run. Looks like he might try and go into this fight. He knows that Liam doesn't have ultimate now, so he might try and go for this. As we are going to be seeing another player try to jump into this fight. Spider's going to be coming close. Oh, big dodge going to be coming out here. As Chen taking a lot of damage here, but the follow-up going to be coming through. We're going to see the miss on the outside, and Spider is going to pick up the elimination. He allows Wufong to get the bloom, and they carry on their merry way. Looks like he's going to let the bloom happen on the side of Wufong because he stole the kill. He doesn't need the bloom. He could have denied it, but it looks like he is going to let that off. As we go into that end circle, he's not perceiving the threat level to be coming out a little bit too high, but it looks like Spider's on the right track to MVP here.
Yeah, it's definitely on that, and credit to him. Fantastic fight, understanding under pressure that he had the potential to be third-partied and still managed to find the kill. Unfortunately, Chen bit off a bit more than he could chew, looking to force the issue following the initial exchange. When he got back at the full health, he could have maybe disengaged. I don't think that Spider would have given too much effort towards fighting him or continuing that run, but he did, and in fact, will get punished for doing so. And now look at this Spider, with all the momentum in the world, is just going to look for another fight.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Spider jumping up to the top. He's got 6 eliminations under his belt. He doesn't need a fight right now, so he's going to just take that gold fan and use that to kite out as much as possible. He drops down to the very bottom. Looks like he's going to be able to get a reset here. Everybody going to be starting to clamber on into these Spirit Wells, and look at the loot. He is absolutely stacked to the sky right now. He's got a gold soul jade. He's got 3 golden weapons. He's going to be able to do a whole lot with that. As we do see MTF, I believe he's got Palm Lightning in the back pocket for him there. He does have a jade for those flying knives. So he is going to have one of those purple jades. Pace going to be popping the tuna. And I believe he's got Assault Smolder on his attack coming through here. So Pace going to be able to deal a little bit of fire take damage if he does connect on a grapple hit, which is surprisingly a lot less common in these ranked battles, or when it comes to the NBPL. Oh my goodness, look at that. This is the updated throw speed of the new dual blades, our dual blades golden jade. I'm blanking on the name of the jade, but we see it getting brought out so much faster. Universe Slash, that's what it is. Sorry guys, I've been doing this for how long? We've seen that Universe Slash get a huge increase in the time that it takes to get thrown out. We're going to see these 2 Spirit Wells start to drop down. No ballista shots available for him, as these 2 domes are going to be holding down. And look at the speed of the Universe Slash getting thrown out here. Oh, a big double parry on the side of Spider, but Chuzhang with a Palm Lightning going to cancel out any sort of parry damage that Spider was going to send off onto that side. Spider doing a really good job of holding this down. He's got that trigger block just brought right in for him, holding this down very well. F ability is going to be invested, though, as he's forced to back off for the reset.
Yeah, I think he is going to just move away from this fight. We got 2 Spirit Wells still to be contested here. Chuzhang trying to trade out. Spider actually does decide to go back in. Now Chuzhang really feeling the pressure. MTF also diving in for his opportunity here. Big slash, Chuzhang in a whole lot of trouble. Will be forced to treat up the good side. And MTF is right there on the follow through. Great movement on this Kylan. And now just needs one more shot in for the killing blow. Star actually going to be the other one on that far side to handshake and move into control of that Spirit Well. And I think that may be where he stays.
Yeah, Star's going to be going for the Spirit Well, and MTF is actually going to come back and try and claim it. He was actually the one to claim the Yang Spirit Well, giving every single person in the lobby Yang depletion. So he's going to try and do a way to counter that. And then Spider, who's been forced to armor swap off the gold armor into a blue armor here. This is going to be difficult for him. Oh, he catches Chuzhang. That's going to be an elimination. That's 7 kills and the soul blue. He's going to drop the spear, the flag, because he has that Yang depletion cured already. He's able to get the elimination off of the kiting. Oh my goodness, Chuzhang is absolutely fuming right now. The ball catch on Spider trying to kite out is going to come through, and Star was also able to cleanse his Yang depletion as Wu-Fang tries to go for the cleanse on his by holding himself into this zone for 10 seconds. That's all he needs to do. The Yang depletion has been cleansed now. He doesn't have the re-ult going to come through. But we are going to see this phase spread starting to drop down. And oh my goodness, Spider taking a lot of damage. He finds himself another blue armor swap in the middle of nowhere here. Brings him back up to the top of this pillar. Looks like he's just going to scale down and try and go for a reset as quick as possible. But no! Oh my goodness, the fade! Spider 1 HP in a dream. He's going to try and get away, but Star is hot on his tail. There are still 7 players left. Spider is not out of the woods yet, but Lifeboat's going to go down to Pace. Spider going to get the reset. Oh my goodness. How did they let him get away with this? Star still giving up the chase. The Stoneform could come through. He's taking a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, Spider. Get away. Get away. Get away. Scale rush. Scale rush. Oh my goodness. Brings it back around. He's now down in the bottom, but he's not out of the woods just yet. He's going to scale rush back up. Will he get taken out? He's on 1 HP in a dream. No, the heal counter is going to come through. He grapples away, and Arano takes the elimination. He goes out 5th, but he's got 7 kills. He's still on a very good track to MVP.
Disastrous fight there, unfortunately. Hit by the Bane's Breath, doing the majority of the damage. It's a surprise that that man, barely a human, a machine, was able to survive for that long. Spider, definitely one of the goods, making a case even as he gets eliminated.
Yeah, it was a very good fight to the very end here, but he is going to finish on 7 eliminations. This might still give him the chance to MVP. If Paste is able to get 2 more eliminations, that's going to put him on 6, allowing him to be able to take that MVP away. He could get 5 as well. We are going to be seeing Wufang as well on 3 eliminations, MTF and Arano on 1, and Star on 0 eliminations, who's still in this lobby fighting extremely hard for the win. There's 3 minutes and 19 seconds left. Circle 6 closing on the Circle 7 in about 30 seconds. We're going to be seeing a very crazy end circle come out. And this is one of the first end circles that we've seen in a minute. Usually the game is finished off a lot quicker with the Yang depletion fights coming, but it looks like there's a sizable end circle with these last 5 players.
Yeah, both of the main leaders in the lobby right now, I don't think are super incentivized to start any funny business. And so I think that this is going to be a pretty prolonged 5-man fight to close this out. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time to continue to jockey for position. MTF just trying to play off of flying knives at range. Wufang doing exactly the same. These items, man, absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, the items on the side of MTF, he's got that Palm Lightning in the back pocket ready to throw. I think Chu Zheng had it as well. So we're not going to be seeing Chu Zheng with it, but Wufang might have it in the back pocket there. Universe Slash on the side of Arano. He's now picked up Gold Dualies. It's going to be able to send a little bit of damage coming through on the side of MTF. He's taking a lot of chip. We're going to see the cannon shots coming through from Paste. I believe that's Rupture Gale in the back pocket there. Ooh, big ability going to be coming out here from the Red Jade. He's just going to get peppered with the range shots. That red tome off of the longsword could have been a combo starter, but I guess he didn't want to see the ultimate breakout. The third-party potential for all these players is really, really strong. It looks like he is going to be able to just get the pot off in the face of every single player here. As the circle closes, we've got 1 minute and 40 seconds until this circle is completely closed and the game is over. 40 seconds left for Circle 7 to close onto Circle 8. And Pei is going to get knocked into the storm. He takes a tick of storm damage and a lot more coming from the side of that Universe Slash Arano. Just going to be throwing this out. Pei's taking a Palm Lightning to the face now. He's extremely low. He has that ult in the back pocket. He's got that F2 available. The Rupture Gale going to connect. He is going to be able to get a heal pot off though. Letting him heal. Oh my goodness, not getting in too close, but MTF going to interrupt that last pot away from him. Star going to drop down. Has that Shio ultimate available if he needs. Pace going to get the full reset here.
Yeah, Pace got to wipe sweat off his brow off that one. Kind of surprised that this is the case, but it's just so difficult to be the one to make the final decision that you're going to commit for a fight. Nobody wants to be putting themselves in a vulnerable position with so much on the line as MTF is beginning with his ultimate to try to close this out. That being said, Pace in stalled position will be able to dodge out of the majority of these Skyline dashes and in kind hop on in with the Akos doing big damage, and MTF can't make it back. He will expire to the storm.
Pace is going to pick up his 5th elimination off of that, putting him in a really good spot to MVP right now, but it looks like he might get eliminated this instant. He's going to knock Wufang out into the zone. Pace going to be looking for some kind of elimination here, but Star going to be able to take him out with his ability. That's his first elimination onto the board. We're going to see, oh my goodness, the infinite Justina dash is coming through, but Star going to be able to take 1 out, take 2, and it looks to be Wufang with the 4, picking up the final person standing at the very end. The ultimate wasn't enough for Star, but he gets 2 with the 2nd place. But Spider is going to be our MVP with 7 eliminations, even going out in 5th place, or 6th place, sorry. He is still going to get that elimination off, and he gets himself the MVP for game number 1.
Yeah, congratulations to Spider. Definitely could have taken that all the way home in my humble estimation if he didn't get caught by that Bane's Breath, and just the amount of targeting that went his way demonstrates the fact that even through that storm, he's able to pick up so many points, and from there, such a fantastic position to really put himself as a front runner on the day here in game number 1.
Yeah, and the Spider just showing exactly why he is already in the top 6. After only 1 day played, he is an absolute demon. He's able to pull off a 6th place finish, still with 7 eliminations, getting him that MVP. Going to be heading off for a little bit of a break before he kicks off this next game, but he is looking to be in an incredible spot already, as he's actually in 9th. My mistake. Wufang is our 6th place player. Spider's in 9th place. He's going to be able to keep hold and secure himself with that win. The players that we are going to be wanting to look at are GG Chen, MTF, Star, and Pace. Those are our players who are sort of in the bottom right now. And Pace, with 5 elimination finish in 4th place, is still going to give him a really, really good standing for when it comes to those placement points, and it's going to give him enough to try and climb that ladder. If he's able to stay consistent with that, he has the chance to beat out JL's HM at 26.9 points. That's sort of our threshold for top 12 right now. You have to get at least 30 points, and then you've got to beat everybody else who's also going to be trying to climb those points with you. So it's going to be ending up 35, 36 points at the end for our top 12 minimum.
Yeah, credit to Wufong for also a great showing. That's something I want to shout out. While we're talking about Spider as being at the top of the leaderboard in the MVP for game number 1, let's make it clear. This was a very, very tight end of the bracket, especially with the kills that we saw coming through at the very end. 4 to 5 to 6 or 7 doesn't really matter too much at the end of the day, as we are still playing in terms of several points here or there, rather than a big jump up the leaderboard. And I think therefore Wufong is going to keep his top spot for a single day performance, and from there continue to drive deeper into this last day of his competition for the second bi-weekly solos fight, and could be the one to actually be in the front runner position. Spider definitely doing a good job beginning to claw that deficit back, even if just slightly in this game, with his win here and now. Very interesting game, I gotta say, overall, Seb. Like you said, the diversity is leading some very interesting interactions from character to character, from player to player, and there's been this big incentivization of early game action and aggression, just so you can get that material advantage and kind of answer all these different contexts that are coming your way.
Yeah, and Wufong doesn't need to have a great day today. He can just play average. Doesn't need to reveal any deep secrets about his gameplay. He can just keep an average amount of points across the board every single game, and he's able to do it. And look at that, the 0.2 difference from Wufong and Spider. 8 for Spider, 7.8 for Wufong. Pace is going to get the 6.5, Arano with the 3.5, Star with the 3, Chen with the 2.5, Edward with the 2, MTF with the 2, Lipo with the 1.5, Chuzhang with the 0.5, and Shu and Action both with donuts on game 1. It's not looking too good for the boys down in 11 and 12.
Yeah, absolutely not. I'm kind of surprised that Star was able to pull a 5th place out of that performance as well. Was struggling up until the very end to land a single elimination. Ended the game with 1, was just placed well enough to have a slight bump in points. That's going to bring him up to the 13th position, still behind cutoff for moving on into the bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, it's going to be looking pretty difficult for Lipo, Shu. But Pace, he's looking pretty good right now. He's got the opportunity to make something happen here. Chuzhang not locking in a crazy amount of points is going to be unfortunate for him, as well as Edward and Arano. They've only got 3.5 or less points in 10, 11, and 12. So that's going to give the opportunity for these players who are in 13th to 16th place, 13th to 18th place, sorry, the opportunity to climb back up. And then we are seeing Wufong has climbed out higher than Frostivus now. He's got 0.4 points more than Frostivus, knocking Frostivus into that 6th place spot. Wufong going to be trying to climb even higher and see if he can match the points of the likes of Verse and the likes of Shen Yuan, who are up at the top. But Verse is at 60 points. He is 11 points higher than our 2nd place player, Shen Yuan.
All right, moving into the highlights from game number 1, brought to you by China Unicom. We're looking at an early game fight between Pace and MTF, and this is that crazy back and forth one that you casted earlier, Seb. One way, then the other, and MTF not too happy about how that one ended.
Yeah, definitely dagger v dagger. Dagger is like his signature weapon. It's what he's known for. So when he does lose something like that, it is unfortunate to see. GG Shen at Spider in a crazy combo there, and he does end up losing this fight. The parry's going to come through, and we are going to see Chen just getting dropped into the ball. Spider going to go for the cleanse there, blocks out that cleanse, and yeah, Chen not too happy about that elimination. He did, however, manage to come back into this game because he had that Vermilion Bird might buff. Spider's going to be getting hit by so much damage. The Ballista coming through. And then he brings it back around. He has ult available. He just grabs Chu Zhang out of nowhere, slams him into the wall, and picks up the elimination. Goes for the heal. And then, yeah, it was unfortunate for him to come through. But Spider did put in a valiant effort of kiting away. But Arano with the Scale Rush going to be able to pick up that elimination. We see Wufeng at the top. He's going to be able to get the slam down into the ball throw. And this is the crazy part here. We see the Justina dashes coming through. Wufeng on the backside, able to get a bit of siphon off from his ultimate, just giving him that sliver of extra HP to survive till the very end, and allowing Spider to take his victory in game number 1.
Yeah, congratulations once again, Spider. Eking out a narrow victory overall, but if anything, I think this is more of a warning shot fired across the prow of everybody else, showing his potential to absolutely dominate this lobby. We talked about him as the lone titan here today. He is the one to beat.
Yeah, he is definitely difficult to combat against, but he's able to get himself a crazy MVP. Phoenix Splash, Juggernaut, Aerial Dash coming through. We didn't even get to see much of those Jades actually getting used. Other than the Juggernaut, we saw a lot of Nunchucks play coming through, as most of his damage, 10,000 of it to be precise, done by those Nunchucks. So we're going to be seeing that coming through. Spider with the MVP in game number 1. This is his 3rd time MVP in the 2025 fall split, and that is going to be the first of many. We just saw him take the MSC 2025 in spectacular fashion, mind you. One of the best plays in NARAKA history, if I do say so myself. The finisher, the double Mortal Defiance. If you know, you know, guys. If you know, you know. You saw it happen. It was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, he's a cracked player, and really right now at the beginning of day number 1, him taking his 2-0 duel into an incredible MVP for that first matchup without even making it to top 5 in the lobby shows just how cracked he is. But we got a question of which player used Liam Liu in game number 1, and I gotta say, I think the answer is pretty clear on this one, but we got Paste as A, B is Jin, C is Spider, and D is Edward. So if you know the answer, make sure that you drop that in the chat. We will whisper you, and you will be able to pick up a special gift if you are one of the people who answers correctly and your answer is chosen.
Yeah, and the free stuff is nice. Try and win it, guys. I'm going to be competing there along with you. I'm trying to get myself the free gifts because my NARAKA inventory hasn't received a free gift from NARAKA. Hey, production, give me something cool, man. I need some cool in-game NARAKA stuff. You know, we've got some cool IRL stuff. I haven't gotten an in-game gift in a while. I haven't won one of these since one of the first original seasons of NARAKA. So it has been a while. We're gonna try and go for the win here. But good luck to you guys as we're gonna be competing against you. We have game number 2 coming up back to back in just a second here. Nyarko, how are you liking the solos so far? I am just absolutely in love with the state of solos at this point. So I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I think that the format is great. I think that, if anything, it's done a whole lot to unlock just so many characters to do their thing, and it's leading to some very chaotic trades. I think it makes it so that things like Realm of Yang become all the more risky because you don't necessarily know who you're facing off against and what that individual character matchup is going to look like here. But speaking of which, we are in fact watching Chen versus Edward here in Realm of Yang. Big parry there. Edward in trouble off the combo, down to just a sliver of health. Chen off the flying knives, just trying to land that last little bit of splash damage. Just able to get a touch. Crosses back up close. Edward playing a very defensive shell, but unfortunately off that juke to the backside, that will be a kill and a pickup. And now moving over to Pace versus Shu.
Shu is going to be able to get the wisp off, but the ultimate's going to come out on the side of Pace, and Pace just has to look at where he wants to strike. He goes for the Scale Rush up top, into the Tiger Leap, through the wind wall to kite everything out. No damage came through off of the ultimate for Shu, but nothing of value really came, or anything of Pace other than the ability to kite that out flawlessly. He gets the F into the, tries to go for the raw uppercut, but we're going to see that come through. Oh, big parry dodge coming through. What a turn on the side of Pace. The 1-2 going to come through, but he gets the hold uppercut as we're going to see the F ability come through again into another overhold into the slap. Switches it back over as he sees the focus attack coming through and gets the clank off into the victory in that Realm of Yang. Absolutely beautiful to see that coming out. The fan play. Being able to just crouch cancel everything with your RMVs and your LMB focuses, and being able to just throw that out into an uppercut anytime you need is so versatile. So good.
Yeah, moving into game number 2, we are getting into that lobby. Very interested to see whether or not Wufong will be able to keep his ascendancy in regards to just raw ranking. We've talked a lot about Spider, but like I said before, he missed out on MVP by 0.2 points. That's ridiculous as a marker. And I do think that a lot of what we saw out of Spider in game number 1 was due to the fact that he got some very fortunate early fights. Now, someone who fortune did not favor up until the very end here is Star. He got clobbered in the 1v1 versus Spider. And I would love to be able to see him turn his fortunes around here and now. But so far, it kind of feels like he's been relegated to the very bottom of this lobby.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see, but you know, the game's just not on. So he's gotta try and grind a little bit harder to get that. But it looks like we're not going to be seeing it come out from him in game number 1. Hopefully, he can bring some energy back into game 2. Because we're going to be seeing some of these players have the good 1v1 ability, but they're just not conditioned to these Nbpl lobbies yet, and it is making it a lot more difficult for them to be able to score points.
Yeah, this is a very, very different environment than just playing pubs in playing solo queue, right? At the end of the day, you can have all the raw talent in the world when it comes to your movement across the map, when it comes to your fights, but there's a strategic dimension and a specific nature to the Nbpl lobbies that is foundationally different from what you see anywhere else within the NARAKA BLADEPOINT world, and I think that it takes a lot of time even for the most talented individuals to adjust.
Yeah, Arano sitting on the side. Average skill's not looking too good, but he's got 5th place in the average ranking points coming through here. I think he needs to go a little bit harder. We've seen Arano cook. He's a very talented player. Talking to him at EWC, he's looking really, really strong. But it's unfortunate to see. It's unfortunate. MTF going to be doing pretty well for himself, but he's not able to put that extra amount of points coming through.
Yeah, and if we're going to continue to review through our players after that first game, Chen is somebody who has a lot of weight of expectation on his shoulders, and so far I think hasn't been living up to it. Didn't have a great showing in his duels, and that game number 1 was a pretty humiliating back-to-back defeats, knock him out of the lobby at the hands of Spider in the duel.
Yeah, Spider he's so strong right now. He's looking really, really good, and it's nice to see it happening. As he sort of fell off a little bit for a while. He was looking like his skills were not really that intact. So it's really nice to see that he's able to come back and bring it even stronger than he did before. So I'm really appreciating that, as it has been a while since we've seen Prime Spider, and I think the Prime Spider has adapted and has come back. It's really nice to see that, because he is dominating this lobby, especially since there's no Mike, there's no Shen Yuan. It is looking like absolute smooth sailing for him.
Yep. Gonna have to keep it up, of course, as those expectations are incredibly high. Chusheng's another player that I really want to see pop off. This is somebody that is number 2 in average ranking points. He's a guy who gets deep into these lobbies. Can he match that with some more kills to bump up that average kill score is the question.
Yeah, it's really going to depend. I think that he is going to be able to do it, but it really is just going to take a lot of effort from him. He doesn't really have the mental stability at this point in his gameplay to make it happen, especially with these new players. It is really funny to see. I just won the prediction, by the way. Let's go. Sorry.
Hey!
Lipo, another player who needs to get his eliminations up. His average elims is at 0.7 right now. As we are going to be seeing him take 4.5 average points on that Yodo Hime. So that's going to be one of his strongest heroes, no doubt. I mean, he's able to win the 1v1s. But it looks like nothing more has been able to come through with it. He's able to win the 1v1s, and that's just about it.
All right. Well, as we move on into this lobby, we are also going to be getting a shift in pick order, and because of the new ban system, I really do think that the draft has become much more interesting. The investment of points was always really cool to see, but now what is going to happen is you're just forcing players to get a much more diverse roster, and I think that the only good can come from that. So can Spider fare better now that he isn't going to be within that first set? Will he be able to do things when he didn't kind of have the Liam dropped onto his lap, honestly? Those are really the questions that kind of hover in my mind.
Yeah, it is. There's some good questions you've got there. It really comes down to the micro at the end of the day in these games, when these players are forced into split-second decisions, how they're able to do it. There's a bit of RNG involved too. Like we saw, Spider was not able to continue his reign of terror, and it was all because of that Bane. If he didn't get the Bane grief, he didn't have the Ballista grief, there wouldn't have been anything that would have happened to him, and that's why those elements are in the game, just to add that extra bit of spice and uncertainty. Even the best player can get humbled by a Bane's Breath every now and again.
Yeah, definitely the case. You know, and it is a skill set, obviously, to be tracking Bane's Breath and to play avoidantly within it, but so much of this game is in fact a skill check, right? There's so many elements and variables to keep an eye on, and we've talked before about just how good these players are now at reading where a lobby is at and understanding when it is viable to target, to team, and to play out these often fraught situations. You get clipped by a little bit of damage, that could be enough to turn an entire lobby on its head.
Yeah, it really comes to whoever attacks first is going to have the person that they're fighting is going to get focused down by the entire lobby when it comes to those mid to end game fights where we see everybody crashing through, and then the person who ults to try and get that elimination is going to be that next target. So you have to find the happy medium of, okay, when to ult, when to jump into the fight, when to escape, how many escape routes do I have, exactly what's going to be coming through when we go to that assault, and how is it going to affect my gameplay, and where am I going to jump in and jump out to get that elimination and get back to safety without getting third party.
Our players just getting warmed up, ready to move on into game number 2. Very excited to see what is going to be on the table here, as also, because we're moving, I believe, to Sunny Holoroth, we are going to be getting maybe a little bit less incentive for early fights. And a denser end lobby is something that should probably come through, especially with just the way that people are playing on balance. We are so far in a realm that indicates to me that we're going to be getting those crazy action-packed, fast endings to games that I've been calling for and hoping for a while. Players, for the most part, are playing relatively patiently.
Yeah, it's been mostly patient stuff coming through, as we've been seeing pretty big end circle, as opposed to last week when we saw the solos games. We were seeing 3-player end circles or a 1v1 duel with 5 minutes left on the clock. It really depends on how the Spirit Wells land. If there's a lot of gang depletion on the board, you're going to see a lot more fights coming through, and oftentimes there is going to be that chain reaction. One person gets into a fight with another, and the third party happens, and then both of those players who originally got into the fight do die, and then there's one more player after who is fighting against another fourth party coming in, and then the fifth party, and then it goes down until there's 2 players left. They go for a bit of a reset, and then they fight it out at the very end, the honor duel.
Hopefully we'll be diving into this lobby I keep talking about. I wonder if we got maybe some tech issues or everybody's just getting themselves oriented. Regardless of what's the case, we got plenty of solo action coming your way.
Yeah, it's taking a minute here. Getting into these hero picks is going to give us just 1 second, but we're seeing Pace getting ready to lock everything in on his side. We're seeing on to these other sides as well. These players are all just getting ready to lock in and go, but it's just taking a second, a little bit. You see the nice little keyboard coming through from Spider. Look at those keycaps coming out. I believe it's got some NARAKA themed keycaps. Where can I get some of those for my keyboard? It looks really nice. Spider, locking things in, ready to go. Let's see. Do you think he's going to be able to pull off a back-to-back win?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, there's definitely a whole lot that is like weighing on his shoulders, and I'm interested to see what character he has. Let me see that. Let me see the draft before I make my prediction.
Yeah, I want to see this draft coming through, and it's not coming through. Weird. Where are we gonna get this? I want to see these games start to come out, but
me too, man. I gotta go to work after this, you know.
Yeah, it's a bit weird that we're not getting to see this game coming up here.
Yeah, interested to see now. Not even necessarily what is going to happen in the game itself, but just getting into a game. I'm missing my my drops screen. I'm missing to see where all the characters are going to end up and who's going to be playing against one another. There we go. That's the camera sweep I think I'm looking for. Getting into game number 2.
Here we are. Now we're gonna get to see this hero picks coming out.
Oh, Spider's in first. Oh my goodness.
We still have to do our draft. Spider's in first place. You know, he just got himself Liam off of the first game. Now he's gonna get Lonnie game 2. This is going to be a tough lobby for the rest of these players. And nobody is going to be able to stand a chance off of this.
All right. Well, with this order in mind, I will go back to your previous question and say, yeah, Spider definitely has the potential to go back-to-back. He's gotten the ability to get free reign over the character select screen, pick his favor here, and the people that are coming after him are people that he has provably beaten in the past, coming through with Star in the second place. Even if these people are getting higher tier characters, I think at the end of the day, this is definitely the Titan of the Lobby's chance to shine, and it will be the Lonnie lock-in that we've been seeing a lot in that first place.
Yeah, it's nice to see the Lonnie coming out here. It is a very viable pick. I think that it is something that we like to see coming out, but I'm not too sure if it's gonna be working for any of these players.
All right, well, it looks like we were back to the order that you had mentioned previously, the Liam second into the Syra third, rather than the inversion that we saw in game number 1. And then we will be seeing the Shiel there for the 4th place selection. Moving down to Shin there in 5th. There's a few different options that we could go for. We saw the Yodo in this position before, but this is a really high prio Valda instead.
Yeah, 5th is going to be our Valda as we bring it around. Chu Zhang going to be picking up that 6th place spot. And you might even see Arano go for the double Justina here. Oh, Chu Zhang actually going to snipe the Justina away. That's going to be that 6th place pick. And like I said, we see Justina pretty early into these picks a lot of the time, and it was pretty rare to have Arano in 9th on that Justina. Arano now to pick, he's got Kylan available, he's got Faria available. I think he's going to go for the Kylan. Yeah, I think Shu, I don't really know Shu's playstyle too much yet, so I don't know if he's inclined to go for the Faria here, or if he might try to go for somebody else like Akos or Temi. Seen Temi be really popular. I don't know how Shu is on the Temi though, so it's going to be interesting to see. He's got 8 seconds left to lock it in. Akos coming out for that.
Yeah, Akos this high, or not this high, but rather in this position is interesting. I feel like this is a character that I don't think excels in the late game situations just because of how single-minded he is with his engages. And given the fact that we're predicting that we're going to get a much denser end circle on lobby, I do think that ultimately what we're going to be seeing here is a little bit of punishment for that pick. Temi going to be grabbed for paste here in 9th. This is going to be a pick to watch out for. And then Yodo gets de-emphasized all the way down to 10th place for Chen now.
Yeah, Wu Fong with the pick here. He's got Wu Chen or he's got... It's funny. Chen played Wu Chen last time, and now Wu Fong. Oh, he could have played Wu Chen. Would have been funny, the play on the names. It's Wu Fong and Chen, both playing Wu Chen in game 1 and 2. Come on, guys. Laugh it up. Arana are going to be picking that Faria, or Wu Fong going to be picking up the Faria, and then Edward with the Wu Chen pick in the last spot. Finally going to be kicking things off in this next game.
Oh yeah, baby. Super excited for this one. Moving on into game number 2. Battle lines have been drawn and tension already has been built over the course of that little delay we had before the game. But I'm ready to see how everybody takes the start of this one. Star, oh God. Oh, it took too long. Oh, he's passed away in the meantime. Oh, he's alive.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's not looking too good for him. But he's back awake ready. He was visualizing. He's visualizing victory. As we're going to be seeing coming out from Star. Everybody getting ready to jump in to this next set of matches. This is game 2, finally about to take place underway. I'm your host and caster, Seb, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joined alongside Nyarko, and we are kicking things off for game number 2, getting ready to start.
All right. Well, let's see how everybody fares here, as this is going to kind of be the indicator for the remainder of the series, in my opinion. We had a very interesting kind of spiky and in some ways odd game number 1, just by virtue of how quickly some of our top competitors already got out to a really dominant opening, and that kind of I would say depressed the rest of the lobby in regards to what they could do. If we have a little bit more of an even-handed, slower start, this is a chance for a lot of different characters to shine. But here we go. Moving on in, we're going to get a quick insight as to the abilities for each of these characters.
Here we go. Taking a look. Everything is completely standard. Nobody rocking the shield blades when it comes to Wu Chen. Everybody going for the swap now, which is, I think, is a pretty interesting one. I'm personally a fan of the shield, giving yourself a little bit of extra reset without having to go for a pot. So I do think that we should be seeing some crazy stuff coming up from that, though. It is a very good combo breaker and combo starter if you're able to hit it. So we're going to be seeing these spawns coming through. Yushan is going to be getting a lot of players up the top of the Yushan ruins, closer to that snowy side of the map, whereas Edward, Bauda, and we're seeing Star down at the bottom. Chuzhang, Star, and Edward going for that puzzle solve right off the rip. And everybody else in those gold zones surrounding going to try and get themselves the best amount of loot and then go and engage for a really fast play off of the start. I think we're going to see Spider, he's able to move his way up from those 2 alliances paste. He takes out paste. He jumps up to where DRG Shu is. He can take out Shu, and then he's going to take out Polaris right there in 5-2-1. And then he's able to make his way over to the ruins and take out the members over there. Spider could go off to a tear here. He's got a really good placement.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think that Spider has a lot of opportunities and will decide to, as soon as they drop, grab Dual Blaze and then try to go for this fight versus Pace. Those are solid weapons on Pace's side, and so he's going to want to try to force this through. Spider will be able to match blue for blue, though, and beyond that, he will fire off a blue, get Pace incredibly low, and this man just wins every 1v1 at this point. It's nuts! He's going to finish him off midair.
Here we go, and like I said, Pace is going to be the first to go. Now Shu and Lipo, he's going to third party, and they're going to be next. I predicted it pretty well. Lipo able to get a huge weapon swap grapple bump combo into DRG Shu. Goes for the 1, try and see if he can get an overhold to come through. Going to use that ability to try and go for the armor swap. They both do so. The F ability going to come out onto that side, giving Lipo just a bit of healing coming through. The grapple cancel going to be able to come onto the side of DRG Shu. Now she's just going to go for the back off here. In, gets caught into the grapple bump combo. And the 1-2 going to come out, not the focus attack, because she might actually be safe here. They both go for the parry. tries to go for the overhold, doesn't connect off of the first one, is able to get the second side. Now we're going to see another armor swap coming in. Shoot, extremely low though. Gets the uppercut. Lipo could be screwed here. Turns it around into a weapon swap. Jump LB, jump LB, misses the last shot. Lipo is able to ult. Spider's going to come in from the third party. He takes out Shoot. What did I say, ladies and gentlemen? I predicted it perfectly.
Oh man, this is just brutal. Spider does get dazzled, and he could find himself in the midst of a third party in his own right as Lipo continues to just burn through a lot of that health bar. We'll buy space for the last little drag of that ultimate now. Down to a sliver of health. MTF will be that third partier like they talked about. Now Spider has to fight in deficit. We've seen him do it before, but without an ultimate available, this is going to be a tough one. So he is instead going to choose to go on the run. Good little clink there to buy a bit more space. Spider trying to scale this pure cliff face. Will be able to move on over. Good arc. MTF above him, but gets kind of juked out right there. And I think that given how limited both of these fighters are on resources, Spider might still be able to get out.
Yeah, Spider's looking really good right now as we're going to see the purple weapon come through on that side. Trigger block going to come in. He's able to get the 1-2 through. He picks up the purple fan, and that kiting ability is just going to give him such a huge boost. He's searching desperately inside these buildings for any sort of extra armor. Now he's going to bring it back around into the buildings using the rooftops, and this is that scale rush tech that all of these players have just utilized so well. MTF being one of the pioneers of using that fan or a dagger in the back pocket to be able to chase. Spider doesn't find himself an armor swap with the follow of blue. MTF now not looking too hot. He's able to get hit with another scale rush. Spider gonna drop out and try and see if he can find another armor. Now MTF incredibly low, and oh my goodness, Spider, you are the GOAT. He takes out MTF, he takes out Lipo, he takes out Pace, and he's up. I guess he didn't take out Lipo. MTF was able to get the elimination on the Lipo, but he still picks up 3 eliminations off of the first start of the rift. And guys, I just think,
dude, absolutely insane play. I'm at a loss for awards. Spider, as you said, truly the GOAT. Under immense pressure, able to kite that fight out beautifully, finds the swap where necessary, finds the perfect turnaround, gets the elim, now up at 3 picks so far. He is in great position to go back-to-back in this one. Elsewhere across the map, we are going to see Star, unfortunately, get the tail end of that fight. Not go their way. Now we got a very interesting battle. Wufong wanted to play aggressive here as well. Unfortunately, tries to fight a Yotohime in close range, and that never is a recipe for success, as Chen on the other side of this one is getting pressured, being forced in for chase down that doesn't go anywhere, so Rano's able to clean up, and now he's looking for a second.
Yeah, Rano able to pick up that first kill, but he's still gray armor into this fight. But that purple full sword's going to be doing so much damage. TE's Wufong almost gets the extended combo coming through, but he's unable to connect, as we are going to be seeing Rano now backing up, trying to see if he can get the scale rush through. The scale rush from that full sword is going to be super lethal, but Wufong able to get the heal off. Oh, big focus attack coming through on the side of Arano. Gets a 1.0 into the 1. Wufong now is going to go into that mech, and now Arano is just going to try and run away as fast as possible. Wufong just going to go for the reset, as it is probably his best bet.
All right. As it currently stands, we're off to actually a relatively similar start to game number 1. I wasn't really predicting as much action right off the rip as we saw, but Spider took the risks, and Spider will profit from it. Him, Edward, 2 of the front runners currently in this lobby, well preparing themselves for the first Roman Yang.
Yeah, they're going to be getting ready to jump right in this very quickly here, as SR Spider just kind of scaling up onto that top side, getting ready to go in and contest this Yang portal, as there's a lot of people here. This is going to be Paste and DRG Shu. Spider just getting active right off the rip. He knows exactly what he wants to do with this. It looks like he is just going to be able to contest this. Get it completely uncontested. Look at that. Baoda's Shuzhang. He solved the puzzle at the Salvation Podium, getting himself the only legendary weapon you can get in the early game. That's going to be a gold pole sword for him this time.
Yeah, Chuzhang should also really be making a beeline here to either take an early fight while everybody else is still scrambling for the scraps on the map, or preparing himself as well as possible to weather the storm of a Realm of Yang pass fight. And then the Realm of Yang itself, of course.
Yeah, DRG Shu gonna be jumping into this here as he's able to just hold on to this really quickly and get himself a decent hold. 10 seconds left to jump into that Realm of Yang. He doesn't need any extra help. Nobody's going to contest him for this, as well as it looks like Spider. Oh, just using the ult to back anybody away who might try and enter. He's going to hold for as long as possible as well. Spider is somebody who goes in after the first player went in, so he's going to be able to fight against DRG Shu in the Realm of Yang on the first side, and we've got a couple of other players that are going to be joining shortly. It's going to be Lipo versus Wufong. It's going to be Chuzhang versus MTF, and it looks like SS1 might have a free Realm of Yang in the backside.
All right, up top, Spider looking for the descent here. Shu doing a good job clinking as soon as Spider drops on in. Looking for a new spacing play. Crosses up on the far side. Spider down a little bit of their armor. We'll be able to take away a huge chunk, though, off of that focus attack. Crosses over, gonna sacrifice a bit of health to do so, but it's still in the lead. Shu needing to make up for lost time. Does damage, will force the F out of Spider to break that combo. Unfortunately, Spider rounding the corner, just gonna get caught out again. And Shu could put this one away. Spider down to a sliver, ultimate still available. Pokeball coming out. Shu gonna try to run away and buy space to wait this timer out.
Yeah, the timer is gonna be bad for both of them. If they do hit that timeout, they're both going to get that Yang depletion. So it might be not the best play, but the F2 into the Tiger Leap. Oh my goodness. Absolutely cooked out here as DRG Shu going to be winning that one out against SR Spider. Wow. Edward going to try and drop those Storm Blades into Action, but Action not going to let that connect through. He still has ultimate available as well. The one's going to come through. Stormblade's going to get released. He just wants the heals to come out. We're going to see that Rupture Gale just dealing so much damage. Action going to bring through. He has that ultimate available if he needs to. Trigger Block going to come through into the 1-2. Edward now forced to back off. 41 seconds left. So if anything at all, Action is going to be able to save himself out. He's trying to burn that combo breaker right now. Action is going to get the burnout. Now we might get to see the ult pop coming through really quickly. There's the ult pop coming out. Edward going to go for the first throw. He's going to be able to get the dodge off of that. And now he has those Spirit Blades to try and kite this out. He's got 18 seconds left, and it looks like he's just going to hold. He knows he can't beat that ultimate. So next spear going to get thrown. He's got one spear left available. We're going to see the uppercut come through, and he gets it into the 1.0, and it's going to connect. Oh my goodness, what a play for Action.
Yeah, this has been a great game showcasing multiple players just absolutely popping off in these isolated fights. Now the difference maker may not just be how you win duels, but how you're going to start playing these fraught situations where players like Spider are feeling that burn from the Realm of Yang depletion. He wants to try to take this relatively isolated fight, a revenge match versus Shu. May have bit off a bit more than he could chew, though. F's back into the fight. Shu, though, happy to try to duel. Legendary weapon available, but sent sprawling to the ground. Spider with a brilliant intercept here. Almost evens up the health bar, but unfortunately will overextend and gets eliminated for his efforts out of the lobby early. And our speculations are dashed.
Oh my goodness. DRG's Shu able to take him out. Topples the Giant. 3 eliminations though on the board for Spider. Spider did the start of the game completely perfect. He's able to pick up 3 eliminations. He does end up losing that Realm of Yang, and that just created the huge deficit there. Ooh, engraving coming up for Arano. Arano's got the Jades right here for this. He's going to be doing such a good job with these Soul Jades coming out. He's got Phoenix Blast. He's got engraving. It's looking absolutely amazing for him.
All right. Shin in a lot of trouble right now. Nope. armor to speak of. No ability to swap as he's just going to have to continue to play off Spire. And boom! That was a health bar deleted in an instant. Don't know what grade that weapon was. But regardless, that is going to be a rough play there. And Shin will have to just revive and try one more time to stabilize. 7th position currently, but still, it's incredibly valuable this early on in the day to get as many points as possible. Just because you don't know who's all of a sudden going to find the momentum to come from behind and break past that 13th place barrier that divides those making it to finals and those who will be out.
As we're going to be seeing coming through here, Geez Wufeng now taking a lot of damage, forced to back out here. He's on that Yang depletion, and so is Edwards. Edwards going to be hungry for this elimination. You see this next realm of Yang portal is already spawned up, meaning that Wufeng, Edward, and MTF are looking pretty scary here, as they need to cleanse that Yang depletion pretty fast, but we're not going to be seeing that happening really quickly. MTF going to be using that engraving on a pace, tries to get it through here, goes for the throw bait, but the parry doesn't come out. He doesn't get the throw off onto the shield, but he is going to get a combo through here, gets the last shield throw. He does have one more proc available to his name. Engraving going to come out, but he gets caught in the wind wisp. Pace not going to be able to do anything with it, though, as he gets stuck in the air. Oh my goodness, Starfall's going to be coming out into the jump LB. Jump LB's again, goes for the parry, but Pace with the comeback. What a key in a dream, and action sending both shots from Narnia right now, trying to see if he can claim a third-party elimination into this fight.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting fight to take. Rumble Yang's available right now, and I think that this is going to be the big one. Those who are able to get in and get value out of it are going to have such a free ticket to that final circle. But here we go, replay of this fight. Arado, advantageous health position. Chu Zhang on just fists any dream, freezes up to try to buy space, crosses up the far side, still one touch, gets shot by musket.
Yeah, unfortunate to see there. You're going to be seeing as Tease Wufeng does end up going out to Edward. So we're now inside the realm of Yang. Arano is going to be going up against DRG Shu. Shu off to an absolute tear this game, eliminating Spider twice. We're going to be seeing Arano goes for the engraving into the Phoenix Blast, but it's not going to connect as you're sending the musket shots, or the pistol shots out, sorry. Arano can see if he can try and get a sneaky little scale rush in here. Overhook going to come through. He doesn't want to have to deal with that. The F ability is going to come out from both of them, one negating the other. Akos going to be trying to go on the full offensive here. You're going to see the longsword scale rush coming through, goes into the focus, cancels it into a jump LMB, just goes for the heal here, tries to switch over that pole sword. He believes that he's got himself blistering edge inside of the pull sword. Now we're going to see that Kylan ultimate getting released. Akos ultimate is up as well. Shu going to miss that first lead. Arano missing that blade dash. He's only got 2 dashes left before the immortality proc is going to come in. DRG Shu, they're just biding time here. Tiger Jump's going to be released as well. Arano seeing if he can get any sort of damage through. He does get one last dash in, as the ultimate is going to be ending for both of these players. Shu going to be able to get that F ability off, but so is Arano. Tries to go for the overhold here. Isn't going to connect. Jumping LMB is going to come out. He can't throw that engraving up because he knows that is going to get parried now. DRG Shu's ready for it. There's 10 seconds left. One of these players needs to get the elimination. He gambits into it with the engraving. Isn't going to connect. He needs a big focus attack. It's not going to work. He dodges the F. He gets the focus, and Arano takes out DRG Shu.
When you feel that timer ticking down, you gotta do whatever it takes. And Arado, with a great little focus there, will be able to pick up the dub. And he's setting himself up nicely. That's double gold, that pole sword, and that armor should be enough to give him a solid guarantee that, barring any crazy shenanigans, like, say, a Bane's Breath hitting him, he should be able to move into Final Circle and be one of those top contenders.
Yeah, and he's looking really good right now. 3 eliminations on the board. He's got himself that buff. But now Lipo and Chen on the outside of this realm of Yang. Lipo looks to have caught that Yang depletion, as GG's Chen just going to send a bit of a heal in that F3, and now Lipo going to try and go on the full offensive. Chen still trying to kite this out. He does have ultimate available if he needs, so he's not in too much trouble just yet, but Lipo is relentless in giving up this push. He's got 2 eliminations on the board. He wants to make this one of the good games.
All right, Chen in trouble, staggered up. Lipo, good job swapping over fast to that musket on times in which Chen's trying to buy space, working with Yodo to commit that F and then just playing off of that little bit of plink damage can be immensely valuable. That being said, Chen has remained relatively healthy, and now with the potential third party coming in for Arano, I wouldn't be surprised for this mutual chase down to eventually end. Arano doesn't want to commit fully to a fight, knowing that there's others in the area still looking for this. Chen teleports into Shadow, actually. Going to be taking a little bit of drain. Arano coming through.
Big parry.
Lipo going to follow, and Chen's in a lot of trouble now.
Chen is going to get the ability to pot up just a little bit here. Then he's trying to go for a TP back out, but Arano is going to try and block this as much as possible. GG Chen just looking to kite this out as long as possible. He's going to lead all of these players as deep into the zone as possible. He knows he's not going to be able to win this fight. Trying to see if he can get himself back to that safe zone. It is within reach, but Arano has so much more HP. Going to try and go for that follow-up. Brings out the Kylan ultimate to try and secure this elimination. And the amount of storm damage that he's doing, he's just going to keep his spacing out for a little bit as well. As, Lipo might actually be able to secure this elimination here. And it's going to be Arano to actually take it. The bloom is going to go to the side of Lipo as Arano just goes for the chase back into the zone. He knew he needed to get back in there, as the weakness was fully escalated, and if he didn't do that right away, he was going to lose all of his HP. Lipo still has the ability to ultimate, just in case he does get too low HP, but it looks like he's going to make it out safely as well.
All right. Lipo playing on the knife's edge right now. But yes, as you said, everybody kind of just crossing back through into range of the storm, not wanting to commit too much. And this is a pretty well-distributed final set of players so far. 2 kills for Lipo and Shu, respectively. They're currently at 18th and 17th place. They're definitely going to have to bump that number up and play very aggressively here at the end. But they are not out of contention just yet. Just a lot of games to be played. But before we get into what happens, let's look back at the second Realm of Gang fight. Lipo in a lot of trouble, going to be forced to ult close range on the Syra. Shin says, I'm going to face tank this, get you out of this as soon as possible. I have the help to do so. Unfortunately, will get staggered. Doesn't really seem to matter too much. And as the fight continues, Lipo still feeling the pressure, is just getting run down, doesn't have the opportunity to heal, and will eventually fall to the chase.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see the fall, but it is bound to happen when you've got these players fighting it out so hard to try and get themselves this win. They are really, really looking for this as fast and as hard as possible. They really are trying to get themselves into this fight really quickly and cleanse that Yang depletion. DRG Shu still has 1 minute and 18 seconds left on his depletion. He's going to try and take out Lipo, but Lipo just fought so hard for that Soul Bloom. He is not going to want to give his life up just yet. Shu with the golden dual blades in hand, going to go for the 1-2, switch over to the Hung Sword to try and do the weapon swap combo with these weapons. Is going to be unable to connect, but the Scale Rush going to bring him really close in. Uses that ultimate, and he needs to get this elimination now. Tiger Grab going to come through, canceled out by the ult. He's able to weave the first ball throw. We are going to see Lipo just able to get away so quickly. F2 released by Shu, but he's just too far away. And the stun's going to come through into the Temi Wisp, and Lipo able to steal the kill away, and that's his 3rd elimination of the game.
Great stuff from Lipo, all the way down there at the very bottom of the standings, trying to claw his way back, and he needs to make more opportunistic plays like that if he wants to do so. Meanwhile, Arano, top contender in the lobby right now, most kills currently at 4, will be the first one onto Spirit Well. Shin will be able to follow through and match him on the other one.
As we're going to be seeing coming through here, SS1's action, to be able to claim that. Arano claiming as well. We've got 5 players left, so this is going to get pretty standoffish. We've got Pace, Lipo, and Edward all on Yang depletion. This is going to mean that Edward, Pace, and Lipo are going to be trying to go for that flag capture. I think Edward has already gotten himself there. I don't know if he was able to claim the flag. No, he wasn't. Arano's guarding the flag, as well as Action. They're just holding here, as all 3 of these players are in need of a cleanse.
Yeah, this is a very interesting spot now. A lot of players feeling the pressure. 6 minutes left on the clock. We may not actually see the conclusion of this one, as everybody has a reason to fight. Edward definitely wants to push the issue. Arano is in a position where he could basically farm people on the build out he has going on right now. Lipo, similarly, on depletion alongside Paste. And Edward will be able to claim up this Spirit Well. I do believe while that is happening, Lipo is seeing Arano and Shin both close in on his position. Will decide to just climb tree for the time being, as the rest of the team will decide to center themselves around these two Spirit Wells. Edward caught out inside of the tent, and this is a disaster. 3 kills may mean nothing, as he is going to be knocked out of the lobby as Baysbrook comes out, and now Pace is also vulnerable. Juggle between 2, has to fire off Sandstorm. Sandball also coming out, catching Arano, who's also a touch away from losing that whole armor package, as Lipo also scatters to the winds. Multiple players deciding to try to heal up. Pace gonna commit to try to interrupt 521's representative. Will be able to do so. Lipo continues to go on the chase. Zones out with a started charge there on their spear, and because of that, will be able to make it away one more time, allowing for multiple people to now come on in and pressure Pace as well. Now, we will see Lipo die here, but Pace is probably next up. Arano wants this one. Shin waiting on the periphery, goes on the drop down, catches Pace as they attempt to make their escape, and now we are down to 3 people.
3 people left, 2 people left. Oh my goodness, we have the fast skirmish coming through. No end game coming out, but look at this. Great Sword Tome gonna be catching action in these wind walls really fast. Does do a lot of damage and knocks some control down for just a bit of time. We're seeing Arano is gonna go for this pistol shot off. Action still continuing to give the chase as Arano trying to back out of this. He is very low in his armor. He has that armor swap in the back pocket that he's going to try and go for here, but it looks like he's given him the space to just heal this up, which is a little bit interesting that Action would do that. He's going to get the space just to heal, and he doesn't need to use that armor swap quite yet, so he's still going to have that fallback option if he really needs. We're going to see this coming out here. Big combo going to be coming out, potential through. Now Arano going to be doing the exact same thing over to the side of Action, both popping that F ability off, so they now don't have any S to protect them. They have the ults available if they need. The 1-2 going to be coming on the side of Action. Action trying to force that counter ultimate out as early as possible. Beautiful dodge on the side of Action to be able to avoid that. As he tries to go for the R&B uppercut, it's not going to connect as it's not true. And then Action able to dodge away into the ultimate form. Catches Arano, but the F ability is still available for him here. Into the flying kick, he tries to go for that, but we are going to see that armor swap. Like I said, flying kick coming out as well from that Cyan Fang. Now we've got the Kylan ultimate ready to go. Just as SS1's Action has lost the ability to use his own ultimate. Now we're going to be seeing it coming out in full form. He's got 1 dash left. Can he make it happen? He doesn't connect. Action now on the back foot still. Going to try and get the follow through. Comes out. But can the jump LMBs connect? He just needs 1 more hit. Oh my goodness. He's got Mortal Defiance. Tries to go into a catch with the Great Sword.
Oh no.
Gets him caught out. The F ability juggles him through it. No, it's not going to be enough. The wind walls from the Great Sword Tome cause him to lose the game. Oh my goodness. What an armor reset.
WZ Arano going to be the clear MVP, last one standing in the lobby, and the profiteer of, I believe, 8 kills. That's going to be a huge bump up the leaderboard for someone who's basically already confirmed the spot here in Biweekly Finals.
That is really nice to see, as we're going to be seeing this getting brought out into it. I'm loving this. This is action-packed. This is fast-paced. This is looking great.
Yeah, Arano definitely making the most of an interesting turning point about halfway through the game. Those pushes through Realm of Yang and the material advantage that he got meant that he was happy to watch other players in desperation begin to take bites. He interrupted, he stole kills. And from there, he has amassed himself a Dragon's Horde of points that will be put to great use for him in his placement contention moving on to the Biweekly Finals.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Arano picking it up for game number 2. We've got 4 more games for these players to leave it all on the line. This is looking really difficult for some of these players, but for other players, it's getting increasingly more probable that they are going to be winning themselves this matchup. as we do see the win get taken by Arano, looking extremely stacked, extremely good to qualify for that top 12.
Hey, you know what? Credit even to the players who have been struggling traditionally throughout the course of this bi-weekly. Those at the very lowest part of the bracket were still making marks throughout the course of that game number 2. And hopefully that's the indicator that there's some momentum behind these guys. They still have the shot at, with some incredible showings, but possible showings, still making it to the finals and really turning the remainder of the leaderboards topsy-turvy.
Yeah, and I'm liking the energy that's coming out from our bottom 6 right now. They've really got a big show to put on here. They really need to step up the pace if they're going to want to get any sort of extra win going on. So it is really nice to see that they're starting to come away with a lot more in the victory books for them. You know, some of these players still got to step it up. I will admit that it is a bit difficult to watch some of these players fight and lose so often, time and time again. It's a little bit unfortunate to see, but hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more crazy action coming out from our lower ranked players in these next 4 games.
And I will say, there is the potential, even if you aren't the best duelist, to still get points on the board.
Oh, of course.
Placement points do matter, so you can play a little bit conservatively, but it's also just possible to navigate those sticky situations and play opportunistically. We've seen a few players do that to great effect, but let's see who was paying attention there for game number 2, Seb. Real quick, our question right now is, which hero did not appear in game number 2? Was it Kylan Zhang? Was it Xiaolei? Was it Syra? Or was it Zipping Yin?
Guys, this is a free answer. Please do not mess this up. It is a free question and a free answer for you guys. So make sure you are answering that in the chat, because that is one of the most free answers I've ever seen in my life.
Good for you to say now that you've won your drawing on the day. So, Seb, happy to give out hints. Happy to showboat the fact that he has got himself the loot. So if you want to join Seb and get your own loot, make sure that you guys are spamming your answer there in the comments. You should be receiving a whisper if you are the lucky winner of the day. Now here we go, looking at the standings coming out of that second game. Got a little bit of a shift. Arano actually going to be climbing over Spider, I believe, and widening the gap between them. Spider slipping down to the 9th place position. Edward, been given to the old college try these past 2 games, but averaging 3 points a game so far, isn't going to cut it. And you start to see that maybe that position is going to get jeopardized as you look at the very top of the leaderboard, and the standards are just raised so darn high today.
Yeah, it is pretty high standards for lots of these players coming out today, and it's made it a very, very interesting day, though. I do have to say, I've been absolutely loving the gameplay coming out from all of these players.
Yeah, speaking of gameplay, we are going to see some of the highlights here from game number 2, brought to you by China Unicom, and we're starting off with a classic already in the making. This is the kind of fight that convinced me that Spider was just going to go back-to-back, baby.
Yeah? Bringing it out here. Spider was looking really, really good at the start of the game, and then closer to the end, DRG Shu was just able to bring it back around, and let's see what he's able to do to get this. Again, F2 into grapple bump, no F available. Spider gets taken out to 10th position. Pace does end up missing that throw, though. He does still pick up this kill. We see the Starfall coming into the jump LBs, but then the follow-up and the musket shot that comes in from the side, absolutely griefing MTF, was action in the back end to be able to throw that out. That's absolutely crazy. And then here's Arano taking action out for our final elimination of game number 2.
You gotta feel for MTF. You know, I love when our characters or our players, are animated on camera. But this does mean that MTF does get highlight reel twice by being grumpy after an interaction doesn't go his way. And honestly, this one pretty justifiably should. Justified crash out on his end. But here we go, moving into our MVP animation. We already know who it is. Arano winning the whole thing outright, getting the MVP off of Kylan Zhang.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see the Kylan MVP. That's going to be 21,000 damage, 8 eliminations. Full Sword doing the most of his damage, 2,900 coming from the skills and ultimates. Phoenix Blast, Blistering Edge, Vargin's Grip, Sap, Alchemy, and Ripple and Phantom Step coming out. Really nice to see that happening there.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Arano itemized well, and like I said, found that breakthrough off of double gold to where he was very, very happy to basically take any fight that came his way. And not gonna lie, a little bit of luck came through as well on some of those third parties to get him the edge that he did ultimately pick up. But those points are all his, all worth it. He played this perfectly, and that is basically textbook on how to win from ahead.
Yeah, it was really nice to see how well he was able to make that play come through. And I think that he's going to be able to do it again. I really hope we get to see a lot more of that coming out, because that energy from him is what we've been wanting to see for quite some time now. And I think that, he's just getting himself started. So putting him into that would be really, really cool to see. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it again. It's going to be difficult, but I'd be really, really happy to see it happening. As we do have 4 more games to come to you guys after this. We've got so much more NARAKA action. These players have 4 more chances to put it all on the line and get themselves a victory in this cup. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break and we'll be right back after this.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NBPL as we return for what will be very shortly our 3rd game of solos action on the day. And in fact, it is our final day of this bi-weekly final, or excuse me, before we move on to our bi-weekly finals for the solo division. My name is Narco, here with Seb. We've already had 2 really fantastic showings from these players.
Yeah, it has been a very good game coming out of the bench. It's been really fun to watch, as we haven't gotten to see too much of this. when it comes to that end circle there, it was really nice to see how that came out. The quick duel at the end, that's what we saw a lot of in the back end. We haven't seen too much of that recently. And so it's nice to see it coming out today. Our first game did end in that end circle. Both endings to the games are super nice. But I really do enjoy the 1v1 duel to finish it off with about 5 minutes left on the clock. These players going back and forth with the armor swaps and the Mortal Defiances. It makes for a very interesting game.
Yeah, 100% agreed. You know, what I really do love about the current state of the meta and the fact that we are picking up games like that is that we get really, at this point, all the different dimensions that make solos as great as it is. We got those big groups moving towards that final circle where everybody's kind of negotiating those micro politics about who they want to go after when they find somebody worthy of going after. And then to end it all, there's nothing more anime than a big duel between the two most powerful people in the lobby, right? So really happy to see how things played out in that last one. Congrats again to Arano for what was a really crazy run. And now he's definitely going to be someone to be watching out for a little bit earlier on in these matches. I think we've been focusing a ton on Spider. And while he may be the only Titan in the lobby with a ton of history behind him, these are some other players that are certified killers that are able to capitalize on moments noticed.
Yeah, a lot of these players are doing a really, really good job as well. So it's nice to see that we're seeing so much come out. And okay, imagine having a girlfriend and then have her be your NARAKA coach. Now, isn't that any gamer's dream? Arano is living the dream, guys. His girlfriend is his NARAKA coach. That is the coolest thing ever. That is like real love right there. You know, I need an invite to that wedding. Honestly, I've casted you guys for so long. I better get an invitation to cast the wedding. We'll be seeing that coming out. But honestly, the W girlfriend, that W coach, W girlfriend.
Absolutely.
To be able to coach in a relationship, that is amazing.
Yeah, definitely the case. Really happy to see that. In fact, that partnership's been working well. Arano placing highly so far. It's not just that last game. Of course, that one is boosting his potential, but already he found himself very much high up on that leaderboard just off of his first day of competition. And so we're looking to see that consistency continue to run through this final day. Now, here we go. FPX's star once again in our sights on camera. This is a player that really has to, I think, pump up the tempo just a little bit here. But here's another player in response that I think has done a fantastic job for himself over the last 2 games, demonstrating why he was the leader of these players of this pool going into today. Mufon over there.
Hey, he's looking really good right now to get themselves in. As it's looking really good for him right now. As we're going to be seeing this starting to pop off.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Definitely a different pick order than what we saw before. Spider, all the way there in first the last time around. Wasn't able to quite make it work on Lonnie and bit off a bit more than he could shoot. Now all the way back in 11th place. So we're going to have to see what he decides to go for down there. It's going to be Lipo, MTF, Shin, and then Chuzheng as our top 4. Arano, our winner from game number 2, going to hover there in 5th.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the draft getting started in just a second here. We've got game 3 about to be underway. This is going to be an absolute crazy game. We're going to be jumping through.
Yep, Lonnie in first. This has been an unwavering constant here in the solos as we move into this new selection process. MTF coming through in second. Most likely going to be picking up something like a Syra or the Liam here. It will be the Syra second, and that means that it will be a Liam in third. This inversion has now occurred twice on the day, and I do wonder if this is reflective of maybe a new angle that players are taking, or if this is just simply a preference.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, because you know, before it ends, I've been seeing a lot of the same stuff coming through. So I'm not too sure what we're going to be seeing coming out from that. As Valda getting picked 5th, Toronto going to be getting that Valda pick. Shu now with the Kylan. Paste going to be going for 7th place here. What's he going to get? Got all our standards out of the way. Now let's get to the next one. Yodo Hime coming up for 7th place pick. Then Chen for the 8th. Dina?
I'm liking watching you play this game and get your picks in
The
order.
prediction game? There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
We got it. We got it. We sniped it out. All right. Temi, Akos. Yeah, Wufong on the Temi, I believe. Yep. Akos for Edward. And if Edward doesn't take Akos, and if Edward goes Feria, Spider's going to go Akos.
Hey, let's get you to commit. You got 1 pick per person,
Okay,
man.
Akos for Edward. Akos for Edward. Akos for Edward.
Ooh,
Oh, Feria.
interesting.
No, Akos for Spider. Wu Chen for Star.
I'm still surprised to see this Feria emphasis. You talked about it a little bit before. I just don't think this character actually does enough here in solos to warrant a high placement or maybe even selection at all. But it will be picked up here. We're going to see if Edward can make some sparks fly.
It's kind of like who else is there to pick? Yeah, Akos for Spider, and then Wu Chen is going to be our last for Star. Who else is there? We have Matari, we have Tarka, we have Viper, and we also have Takeda, but they're all in need of a little bit of a change if they want to be more viable in solos. Yeah. I just don't think it's feasible.
That's totally fair, but also Akos below Feria doesn't make sense to me either. I would have expected Akos kind of like you did in that position, but regardless, we'll see if we're going to eat our words this time around. All our players locked in with their selections, ready to move on to game number 3. We're about at our halfway point.
Here we go. Halfway point will be after this game. Once we get this all finished up, it's going to be looking really nice to see. As we're starting things off, that's going to be a few players out on this side here. So we're going to be seeing here.
Everybody just prepping themselves, ready for a game in which a lot of our top players, I think, are put down the pecking order in regards to the character selection. And so seeing how they adapt is, of course, going to be a prominent feature of this one. But beyond that, we also have those players on that cutoff, on that cusp of making it over and confirming themselves for the bi-weekly finals in relatively solid positions in regards to the characters that they selected. They should be comfortable, ready to go. And as much as I build up each game as having its own distinct flavor and value, this is definitely a big one. And as we move in, let's take a quick look at selections one more time alongside the abilities.
Yeah, taking a look at some of our abilities, everything's going to be completely standard. Nobody run anything outside the norm. It is completely the same from last game. So there's really nothing to talk about here anymore. It's like there's more characters and there's more abilities to show, but there isn't really any switch in what abilities and which are used by their respective characters. There's a meta, it's been locked in, everybody runs a combo break F, everybody's gonna run the more favored ultimate that gives you the most amount of mobility and the most amount of damage and the most amount of control. So there's gonna be no other types of ultimates or F abilities ran in a professional tournament like this.
All right, drop positions already laid out for us in this game at number 3. Very dense drops once again for especially that southwest quadrant. But notably, this is Spider actually at his most isolated. He's going to be fighting against Toronto and basically nobody else to start things off. And that does mean that really, I think eyes are very much drawn to those action hotspots at the bottom. See who exactly is going to come out on top and get that ball rolling for the first round of the game.
Yeah, and I think that it is going to be, it's going to be a big contest in that first round, but it really depends on the placement of who gets eliminated right off the bat, because it really, really depends on who is going to be getting the off-spawn fight wins. We're going to be seeing Akos The frog boy coming out to play. Spider in the little frog outfit. He's got the NARAKA cap on instead of the frog mask. Funny to see as Arano going to be jumping out of the building there, trying to get himself in a little bit of better shape before going for this fight against Spider. It looks like he is trying to get aggressive though. He wants this elimination right off the rip. Spider waiting for the fight before he jumps into anything here.
Paste and Lipo posturing against one another, but these are two relatively low characters. And I do think that because of the potential for a third party that we already see cresting over the horizon, Lipo, Pace tried to move out of the way. Pace going to get clipped by the flying knives here, but once again, that's what I'm talking about. Fong wants to get in, look for the third party. Pace going to be forced to peel away, zones with their F. But there's a chance to get sandwiched on the reapproach as Lipo is also jockeying for position up top of the hut here. We will see a quick trade as now with cannon splash damage. Wufong's in a good position to hoover up both these kills. Will be denied one of them, but that is going to be an opening to where Pace will need to try to recover off Soul Bloom. They do manage to do so at first. In fact, Wufong been up a bit further than they can chew now, losing their armor. I think that this Yodohime may just pick up two.
Yeah, and the Yodohime is going to be able to start a pickup here into this fight, but they are going to go for a bit of a reset quickly as Alliance's pace is just going to back up. No ultimates available for either of them, but they're both going to have their combo breaks up in just a second. The Scale Rush going to come through. Wufong with the armor advantage, but he does get hit with the focused Scale Rush right away, forced to use that F ability, misses the overhead bonk, and then Pace is going to end up trying to be on the chase for the Scale Rush here. Isn't going to connect off the first bit. Tries to go for the overhold into the parry, but Wufong unable to make anything happen off of that. The bonk going to come through again. Tries to go for that overhold another time. We're going to see the parry coming out as well. The parry's not going to connect. As through, and Pace going to be able to secure that elimination so fast as we're flipping over to Celestra. DRG Shu trying to kite out with a dagger as Baodo's Chuzhang fighting underneath, seeing if he can get any sort of advantage off into this fight. But Shu looked like he's going to go for the reset.
Yeah, I think Shu's pretty comfortable. Not really much of an incentive to fight anymore. Celestra, you know, being so vertical, so difficult to maneuver about, means that if fights get concentrated in that area, they're likely to stay there for a while. And we've talked about before, third parties, so valuable at this point in the game, because if you're able to cascade a full health approach into 2 kills, you're basically also going to guarantee massive control over the space necessary to get a solid Realm of Yang off. And if you can win that fight, hey, all of a sudden, world's your oyster. You're up 3 to 4 eliminations, and there's basically nobody that can step against you unless somebody else did the exact same strategy that you just employed.
As we are going to be seeing here, DRG Shu trying to make something happen against Baodo's Chuzhang. Chuzhang going to be taking a lot of damage here, loses all of his armor, but he does have that weapon advantage. Tries to go to the 1-2-3, but the parry grapple cancel is going to come out for Chuzhang. Chuzhang using this time to just get an escape as fast as possible. Tries to go for the Scale Rush, but we are actually going to flip over to another fight quickly. Spider versus Action. Action now going to be getting a bit of a reset going for Spider, but the F abilities have popped on both sides. The 1-2 going to be coming out into the Scale Rush. Clink going to come in off of the Scale Rush though, and we're not going to be seeing Action taking too much damage, but we are going to see the combo coming up from Spider. Gets 2 LMVs into the Scale Rush, into the next combo, into 2, 3 LMVs. Jumps it back around and goes for the RMB instead. Gets the next restand as well. F ability comes out again. F2 to try and chase that final little bit of damage. He's got no HP left. Action's going to try and kite this out for as long as possible. We aren't going to get to see too much coming out. Action, come on! Is Spider going to be able to claim this elimination, or will Action get sent back to the lobby? He kites down, but Spider's still hot on his trail. Goes for the F ability, jumps up and tries to grab, but the F going to come through onto the side of Spider to try and see if he can catch that out. Just a little bit more damage to come through with the musket shot, and the 1 hit to finish that off.
Well, Spider's off to a solid start yet again. That being said, as soon as that fight's over, MTF fishing for something will also be in the area. That being said, Spider kept ultimate throughout all of this, and let's see what happened exactly on the replay to it. Arano versus Spider. Spider's incredibly low. down to just a sliver, leaps forward off this is their old ultimate charge. Manages to get the pin, toss up, Arano almost out of there. Waters up, spear comes down. Half health for Spider still. One touch either side could do it at this point, but Spider finds the killing blow.
As we are going to be seeing Spider just taking such a crazy line to start off this fight. He's going to be already on 2 eliminations as we go to this next round of Yang. It looks like it's going to be DRG Shu that's going to be one to claim this. So everyone's going to start contesting him here. We're going to see F2 into the musket shot. That is going to connect, and Shu actually going to be forced to back off. Spider actually claiming this Yang pass now, and everybody going for the non-contest on the Spider. At this point, everybody knows where you're at in the pick order, so they know what's banned out. And if they know that you're going to be on Wu-Chen, or if they know you're going to be on Akos, and they know who you are, they might not try and contest you in certain situations, but they know that you're absolutely insane.
Yeah, Spider has been doing nothing in duels except for making statements. There was the one round of Yang. We didn't get to see exactly how that played out, but he did drop and get put into depletion there in game number 2. Outside of that, though, he's pretty much 5 for 5 on just winning raw 1v1s and navigating even more difficult situations than that. So it makes sense that that non-contest is, in fact, the attitude that people take. Spider just waiting this out before entering.
As we are going to be seeing here, Arano jumping into that realm of Yang first. Nobody's jumping in yet. Spider's usually one of those people who likes to come in early. We do see, I believe that's Cavalry Bloom on the dual blades that he's got there. Spider just waiting it out. This is interesting. We usually love to see the crazy entrance from Spider. Oh, what a steal! All of that loot just disappeared as Spider finally going to enter that realm of Yang. And it's Chu Zhang that he's facing off against first against Spider. We might get to see who's going to be in our other realm of Yangs. It's going to be Arano versus Wufang. It's going to be Wolves MTF versus Pace. Then Star versus Edward in the bottom side. Ooh, Spider going to get himself parried into a combo, but he uses that ultimate to claim back. We are going to see the Silo ultimate popped at the same time to get himself into a better position against his opponent, not wanting to gain any value off of that ultimate. But we are going to see the first Tiger Leap connect that is going to come through. Tries to go into the musket shot to add some extra damage, but he's going to end up losing that ultimate before anything can come to fruition.
Yeah, Spider, unfortunately, wasn't able to make the most out of that D. Now will have to do what he can just raw versus Chusheng. Currently does have the health advantage. That could last for only a little bit as those halberds do some nasty work. Chusheng able to heal up on the far side of this column. Spider going to do the same. Mutually trading back now. We will see the first fight occur after that heal up go in favor of Chusheng. Spider down to a sliver on that armor will in turn though win the next exchange, and he all of a sudden yet again reestablishes a health lead. Chusheng trading tightly, both of these players up close and personal. Spider eventually wins it, but I think for how as well as Spider's been playing, that was a little bit too close for comfort. Moving over to the next realm of Yang, we got Star versus Edward. Edward already forced on the run, no health available. Attempting to just trying to find a scale rush around to go for cover. Star actually dives in, isn't able to hit that last little bit of damage. But Edward, with one touch remaining, just needs to land a staff, and all of a sudden, this is neck and neck.
Neck and neck, but Star's still going to be able to come away with it. My mic was muted there for a second. I was casting the fight. And my goodness, my bad, guys. As we're going to be seeing Wolves MTF coming out of the box. He has won his Realm of Yang as well. We're going to get to see a replay of that really quickly. On the fan, one of his weapons is specialty. Able to get the Cyan Fang off in between. We're going to be seeing him go through. Taking up the play. Tries to go for the parry. Doesn't connect off onto it. As we are seeing now. Oh, big drop parry into the aerial R&B. Isn't going to connect. And now we see the ultimate coming out. Syra onto the side. And he just absolutely melts Pace down. 1 HP and Dream dodging away. And gets the microwave beam off to finally finish off the elimination.
Well, coming out of that first Realm of Yang, we got our front runners yet again showing out here as we look upon a three-way fight that NPF is trying to enter now. Spider leaping around, has the Aqua's ultimate again available. MTF trying to insert himself to maybe chase down Shujing and steal away this kill. Spider finds the concentrated attack. Shujing's in a lot of trouble. May go on the run here. MTF wanted to actually be the one to initiate and give chase. Spider giving a little bit of space for this play out to happen. MTF still full health, full armor. Shujing not so lucky, down to about half health with no armor available. That being said, ball comes out. Able to do quite a bit to respond to MTF's health lead. Now they're one touch away from losing that armor, but as that happens, multiple people are now coming upon this position. One out of the fight, but MTF may be next. Desperation ultimate to try to buy a little bit of space. Pace going to get focused down for the time being. Brought back down to the ground for a little bit. MTF only able to focus on one at a time here. Maybe in trouble as Pace is also going to fire off the quick contested ultimate here on the Yodohime before they get eaten by multiple members coming through inside of this canyon fight. Pace, and as soon as they leave, meanwhile, Spider still playing on the periphery, going to get staggered, and that's a lot of damage from Shu. And now he might be in a little bit of trouble here as the tension of this fight begins to go his way.
Yeah, we saw there. Lipo actually with the flying knives. He's picked up 3 eliminations in this sequence here. He managed to get himself 3 kills in that skirmish exchange. He picks up the kill onto both of those low players, and then he finally gets the last elimination off on the Spider, as he now puts himself in contention for actually being able to MVP this game. What a third party coming out from Lipo. Has all popped here, right next to the ultimate. Oh my goodness, action with the ball grab. Into the throw. Wufong dangerously low in HP now. We're going to be seeing this fight come through, but the tech chase from the Nunchucks is one that is to be reckoned with. Wufong is now going to be able to kite this out. It looks like Action just going to be going for that heal off. Trying to jump back in. Ooh, almost gets the second ball grab. The 1-2 going to come out into the pistol shot. Going to connect a couple of times onto Action. We're going to see the F ability invested on his side here. Gets the meter dump off, but Wufong going to use that F ability to combo break his way out of the gold focus that Action had him in here as he goes for the 1-1-2. Bringing it back into another meter dump, but he backs off because he doesn't want any extra damage to come onto the side of Shu. Goes for the overhold, doesn't connect with it. Gets hit by the 1.0. Wufong's extremely low. He's got 4 seconds to get himself back into this. Oh my goodness, and DRG Shu's going to steal the elimination out from underneath him. And now SS1's Action definitely fuming at that here, as Shu going to be able to take Wufong out really quickly there as he pops ult and take out Action.
Yeah, Action in a lot of trouble. Doesn't really have any opportunity to make his way out unless he's able to force some sort of third party. Nbpl, though, just not doing benefits as MTF is actually going to be the one picking off Action. And Shu will steal a kill and then have a kill stolen right back.
Yeah, he gets the kill steal, and it's a little bit of poetic justice coming through. Oh, big uppercut. Oh my goodness! Spider, what are you doing? Oh my goodness! The grapple bump into F2 bump, into grapple bump, into 2.0 focus. Spider, you are an evil genius. I absolutely love the combo that came out there. Pushing him up against the wall, making sure he had no place to go. Just absolutely demolishing his opponent there. Gaining that White Tiger's prowess on the Tiger Hero nonetheless. With the frog suit on. Oh my goodness. Is that... He's got a golden soul gem, but it's not for any of the weapons that he has. So I don't believe I know what it is. I could see a hidden lotus from me. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a dagger jade. Oh, we're gonna see cavalry bloom though coming out on the side of Arano. He's got gold dual blades in hand. Lipo getting low in HP. Arano is on that Yang depletion, so he's gonna try and crunch this fast. Lipo just wanting to keep his life in this game. He's doing really well, and he doesn't want to go out in 7th place.
Arano continuing to try to stabilize this fight, realizing that Lipo is probably going to be the next target for Star and Company. Going to push attention their way on this 4-man chase. Actually staggers Spider for the full hook shot in. We'll get poked in kind just a little bit by Spider for that, but everybody just hyper-focused in upon Lipo. Spider for the approach one more time. Lipo needs to try to get out of here, but the test will be, can he make it up the cliff face? Does a really good job of buying space and time try to get a heal off, but not enough is going to come through to push anybody from wanting to continue playing this number 5-2-1.
Here we go, Lipo picking up the reset here. He's got 3 eliminations on the board. He's doing good for himself. Capital is going to come in into the 1.0, into the follow-up focus attack. Lipo now taking so much damage. Oh my goodness, is he using V1? I don't think we noticed this earlier. He's using the V1 variation of the Lonnie ultimate. We've never seen this coming out, especially in a solos game. This ult is never used. The other ultimate just so much more versatile for this, but it is going to give him the movement buff that he needs to be able to get out of here and break some ankles. And it looks like he's been hidden away for a while. Arano is going to find him though. A lot of these players know exactly where he is. GG's Chen has that Justina ultimate pop, ready to jump in for this. I believe that Chen is the other player on Yankee Picture, so he needs this elimination. He needs it bad. Lipo is going to get eliminated. Who's going to get the bloom? It's Spider. Chen unable to claim it. Spider on 7 eliminations with 6 players left. He is doing really good for himself right now.
Yep, and Chen, on the other hand, not doing so well, so Spider wants to continue his reign of terror here. Freeze going to come out. Chen immediately rockets through deep into the Sanctum. And is just trying to find the opportunity, the window by which to heal up. Good movement out through that window, up to the top side. Multiple people searching, but this is going to buy opportunity to stabilize. And I think that as the circle continues to close, Chen is back in this. Spider wants to continue to force the issue, but this might actually be a little bit of an overstep. Never mind, he got more damage.
Yeah, he's going to be getting a lot of damage coming through here. The 1-2 going to come out, blink off of the blue focus coming through. And GG's Chen just getting absolutely melted here. Oh, but a big parry going to come out onto the side of Spider. And it looks like he might actually lose one of his gold weapons there. Spider can just go for a bit of a reset here as everybody chasing GG's Chen. They know that the lower target is going to be the easier one to try and scale out here. F ability going to get released, sends the Rupture Gale through. Everybody sees them coming out. A big parry in the back end, but we don't actually get to see it. Chen has made his way up to the top and has managed to break some ankles. It might look like he could get... Oh, what an ankle break. Does anybody see him? He is going to be able to get a pot in, but he does end up getting spotted out. Now Arano going to keep the chase follow-up going. We're going to see the Valda ultimate getting released from Arano right now. He needs to get this elimination just as much as Chen needed that Soul Bloom earlier that Spider was able to strip away.
Ooh, he gets it. Out. Chen in a lot of trouble. He's caught inside of the water spout. Spider walks away with another kill.
Another kill and another Soul Bloom coming out. As we are going to see those Fist Blades. Arano taking a lot of damage. Spider going to get himself parried here. Goes for the ultimate. He gets the kill. That's 9 eliminations. And he gets the Soul Bloom again. Oh my goodness. Spider is popping off. He just jumped into that 4th place position here. He's got himself 9 kills. So even if anybody else kills everybody in the lobby and gets the 1st place finisher, he's winning this game.
Absolutely insane stuff. Spider outstripping everybody, moving up into the 4th place position. I was talking before, it seemed like Wufong and maybe even people like Arano were beginning to get his number. But Wufong is so close to losing his ascendancy as the top player in the current lobby. Spider, I think, now with all the materials in the world and 8 minutes left on the clock to find some more eliminations, could just walk away with all this.
Yeah, it is looking really good for Spider right now. 9 kill game. He is absolutely popping off at this point. Like, there is nothing that can stop this guy's roll right now, unless we see a very crazy MTF third-party play coming through. But I mean, Spider's already on to MTF. He's just trying to go full aggro here. He goes for the F2 into the 1.0. It's not going to connect as much as he'd like. Well, is MTF actually going to be able to get a heal pot off of this? Looks like Spider's just fighting like he's got Yang depletion right now. He's going full aggro. This is prime Spider. Oh, history lesson. This guy was able to do this way back in the day, and now he's continuing to put on a masterclass in this NARAKA lobby. He's got Universe Slash in the back pocket as well.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Shu wants to try to take this fight, wants to also maintain ascendancy over the Spirit Well, but has to contend with Spider, also trying to claim the other one. MTF doing a really good job digging his heels and trying to take this fight. Spider sacrifices his armor, forcing his way on in with the dual blades. MTF bump comboed, in a lot of trouble. Will have to ult here, but Cyrus can still do a lot in a 1v1 in this situation. Spider, feeling the pressure, has to ult right back, and even though he won that initial trade, this is a tough scenario. He's a one-touch, will be able to heal back up coming out of the ultimate. Syra still trying to push through. MTF heals up top on the shack.
And we're going to be seeing Spider is going to end up losing that Yang, getting that Yang depletion, so it is going to be important. Oh no, he doesn't have Yang depletion. I don't know if it has been fully captured yet. Okay, there we go. The Yang depletion has set in for both of these players. Now they need those soul balloons. MTF is extremely low in HP. There is an armor swap.
Oh, good armor.
We're gonna see the blender coming out into the jump LMD. MTF's gonna go for the scale rush, but he just stays down. He doesn't wake up, and he's able to avoid all of that damage. Tries to F through the wall. We're going to allow one heal pot. He lets the heal go because MTF is now on blue armor. Oh, Spider got hit by the Bane. Spider got hit by the Bane.
Really the bane of Spider these games. Will be able to heal back up, but the pressure is not off him right now. He has to get this depletion before he times out. That being said, 3 people left on lobby. He's got his MVP on lock. It's just a matter of how many more points can he absorb.
Yeah, now Spider just gonna be trying to go for the hold on to his Spirit Well here, because if he can capture this for 10 seconds, DRG Shu's really trying to force him out of this. It doesn't matter what happens. Oh, the bang gonna come through. Shu actually picking up the elimination, but now Wolves MTF going to be able to get the cleanse off. And now we're gonna see the jump through the Bane. Oh my goodness, guys. The Bane gonna be coming out. The dazzle through, and MTF able to get the 1-2 into the 3. Misses the 3 shot. Now we are gonna see the armor swap coming out on the side of Shu, but he melts it all away almost instantly. We're gonna see that dagger tone coming out. And this actually might be huge damage. It doesn't actually connect though. MTF with no armor is gonna be able to get the uppercut, but the F ability comes out from the side of Shu. Both of them have so stacked Jades. We're gonna see the ultimate getting released now by the Kyler. He just needs to kite this out long enough to be able to get his own ultimate available, but is it gonna work? We are gonna see the kill happen, and DRG Shu picks up the elimination, but Spider takes the MVP anyways.
Yeah, Spider, I think, overgreeted once again, looking for a Spirit Well that I don't necessarily think he needed. Ultimately, even with depletion on him, he had such a material advantage that he could have just forced the fight, forced an issue with so few people left in lobby, and could have just came out victorious. But regardless, an MVP is an MVP. There was just a few more points left on the table, in my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely think that he would have been able to do something a little bit crazy with it, but you know, it's all good. As we are going to be seeing this start to get released out here. Spider. Oh my goodness. 9 eliminations! We haven't seen 9 eliminations in the Nbpl in so long.
And there's nobody else that you would have expected it out of in this lobby except for Spider. A rough game number 2, bounces right back. 2 MVPs on the day. This will be his 4th, I believe, for this split.
Yeah, 4th already for the fall split. And we're only 2 bye weeks in. Fresh off the win at the MSC 2025 as well. He is looking very, very good. That mid-season challenge win, and now he's just winning. And look at how calm, cool, and collected. He doesn't show emotion until he fully wins everything. It's so crazy how locked in Spider is when it comes to this stuff.
He knows that this is his ticket to a finals, and then beyond that, greater championships to come. That is how he is as a player. Analytical, preparing himself for every situation that comes his way. And these are the results. Nobody else picking up the number of MVPs or eliminations that he has on the season. An impressive showing for sure from one of the true greats.
Yeah, it is really nice to see Prime Spider back. I love that we've got Prime Spider back in the game. This is when he was just sharking everybody down in the end circles, trying to force the 1v1 at the end, not bringing it to that full end circle, because that's where he starts to falter, is when it comes to those big, massive 3-4-way end circle fights. And he starts to shark down. He does end up getting third-partied and goes out third place, trying to collect that spear at the end when he's trying to capture the flag. It was unfortunate to see happen, but, you know, he had an amazing game.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic showing from him. But, you know, it's a matter of those refinements at the very end of the day. Because, Seb, as much as we are talking about Spider, he's still not definitively in first place or something for his 2 days of competition. He is up against some certified killers. And, yes, while it's great to get Prime Spider back, it doesn't change the fact that he is no longer leaps and bounds above everybody else. The NBPL, like I said, gets increasingly ever more competitive. And while this game definitely was great showing from him, getting 10.5 points overall versus 7.8 from the person in second place in the form of Shu, I don't think that this is necessarily his split overall. He needs to continue to make these statements to really sway my mind on that.
Yeah, I can believe that. I definitely believe that it's you know, fair enough. I think he stated it correctly here. I think that it's definitely a spot where he needs to be able to step up in different scenarios than not just this one. I think that is kind of like the biggest one that we're looking for here, as we're going to be seeing Arano, Edward, HM, MTF, Frostivus, and Action. So Frostivus is already down to 8th place, as Action's going to claim that spot. HM is already in 11th place, which is going to make it easier for one of these players to sneak on in. And look at that, Wufong and Spider climbed to 3rd and 4th place on the board. Oh my goodness. Spider might actually be able to take 1st place. He needs 20 more points in 3 games.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be possible for these players to just unseat Verse, but 60 points is a ridiculous number. I'm not going to lie. A 37.9 on his day one of competition, and then it's still very much above average 22.2 is something for a lot of these players to try to aspire towards. Here we go, China Unicom bringing us some more highlights, and I think this is going to be a pretty big reel of Spider plays in particular.
Yeah, this will be Spider's game. Like, even though he didn't win game number 2, he still went absolutely crazy. Someone else who went pretty crazy, Wolves MTF. For the start of the game, was going absolutely insane. We saw Lipo able to pick up a couple of eliminations as well. I really like to see that happening. He actually managed to take out Spider. Oh my goodness, look at this comeback here. Edward almost had it, and then the scale rush comes through, and Star manages to come away victorious. And then, oh my goodness, look at this. Uppercut into the grapple block. Then he goes in just to get that extra little bit of chip damage. That's what separates him from the rest of his play. And there you go. Then another elimination. Then Arano comes up and tries to third-party Spider. And then Arano gets hit with the Palm Lightning. And then he gets parried. Spider goes for the ult. He gets the kill on Arano. That's 9. Spider trying to make something else happen here, but it was just unfortunate, the bait coming through. And DRG Shu able to pick that up. And even though MTF got hit by the bait as well, that made it a lot more difficult for him. And he had the opportunity to pump ult. He should have just ulted, man. Oh my goodness. It was unfortunate to see that happening there. As we are seeing him getting eliminated. And he doesn't end up getting the game.
Well, here we go. Akos going to be the character piloted to perfection by Spider to move us to the MVP. And I do want to see these stats. That hyper-aggression is probably going to lead to a ridiculous damage score. And there we go. 28.8K. That is ridiculous, as I said.
28.8K is perfection. It's really good to see that coming out from him there. As you know, we very rarely do we actually get to see that happening. So you know, really nice to see that actually getting to come to full fruition here as they make their way into this.
All right, well,
wow.
Reflecting upon the first half of the games on the day, Seb, it's been Spider's story for sure. And as that is occurring, I think that what we're seeing is that the top of the lobby is actually kind of making it a tough set of pickings for those who are just trying to scramble up and make it past that 13th place or 12th place cutoff, because you need to get points via your eliminations. And when someone else is hoovering up all the eliminations, it becomes very tough for you to launch that kind of comeback that's necessary.
Yeah, it definitely does make it pretty difficult when you're trying to make a comeback there. It is a lot harder for them to be able to try and go for the win at the end of that. But we are seeing it happen. The players are starting to ramp up, and it's looking really good. Like I'm loving the pace of the gameplay right now. It is really making me excited to see where this is going to start going.
Yeah, absolutely. And we aren't even theoretically at our most aggressive games. One thing to note is that there has been, especially on the side of the trios, less aggression actually at night just because of how much power there is. But let's see what the players think. We're going to throw it over to an interview here with one of our NBPL competitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-season of the year. And now I'm sending you with all of us. Welcome, followers, and I would like to say long time no see, really long time. And we know that today, like at the beginning of the whole day today, you just won the one-on-one fighting, and I would like to know, so how's your feeling at that time?
Like, I've been so long to be back, and because I missed the first week, so this like the first time after like 1 month when I win, so that's boosted a lot of courage.
I would like to know, did that winning like bring you the confidence or something, or it's meaningful for you today?
Yeah, I think so. Because I know I can win, then I can have fun, play better.
Like you to be brave and like to keep your confidence, just like the. Yeah, I really wish you could do that. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Let's see, today's question is, so we are going to see the question on the screen, and now we can see the question now, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so today's question is, which hero did BN 521 Polaris use in game 3? And when we talk about the laser game, I would like to know, it's so hard for you. So how's your feeling at the time like everyone's chasing on you?
I feel like, why the hell they chase me? Like, I'm gold armor, and I can run. I have my own, but I still, like, part of it, I don't want to, but part of it I can know, maybe because
I know it's hard to understand at the time because you have the skill, you have the ultimate, and maybe you have a chance like just one that escaping. And I would like to know, so who you think is the best chaser, or anything you want to say to the player?
My opinion is between Mike and Spider.
Okay, Mike and Spider, you are the opponent, me, for the rest of the game. Okay, and I think you are prepared to give us the answer, and maybe we can count in the number first. Okay, yes, okay, and
3, 2.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. Which one is the correct answer, please?
It's C.
Yes, the correct answer is C. And I heard that you like discussed with our coach that you have something wrong in the latest game. So what happened? Can you share with us?
What?
Yeah, so at the latest game, you did something wrong that make you like really a pity for the latest game. So maybe you can share with us?
I think because I run, he think I can escape, but I run the wrong way. So yeah, that make me the target and I die. So don't still not know how to run correct.
You know what I want to say, like on the life way, on the life journey, we have a lot of way to choose. Maybe sometimes it's wrong, but now I think if you can be an esports player, you are really brave and confident to stand here. It's a correct end. And I would like to say rest of the game, just want to share. Okay. Thank you for today's post-game interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster 7, joined alongside Nyarko. We've got 3 games down, 3 more games to go. We are so close to being able to finish this off in spectacular fashion, halfway through the day, bringing you 3 more games of action while these players are going to be putting it all on the line to battle it out for these final 12 spots.
And this is going to be an interesting one because, as I said before, it really does kind of feel like the moment in which some of these players, especially near the bottom of the standings, can make a mark and make that jump up for qualification is closing a lot faster than expected, just because those that are at the top of the lobby already and therefore top of the standings are just kind of taking everything from everybody.
Yeah, they're definitely taking it all away. It is really difficult for these players closer to the bottom to actually get that climb going. I've noticed it's made it extremely difficult for these players that are closer to the bottom of the leaderboard to be able to get any sort of passing ability to get themselves up to the top.
Yeah, and because of that being the case, right now what we're seeing is 3 games that really doesn't feel like 3 games. Some of these players are at this point, I think, already kind of resigned to the void. And for those who are still encroaching in upon that 12th position and therefore the cutoff. The question becomes, how do they sense that pressure, and what are they going to do to maybe change up the game plan? Will they be playing more aggressively? Will they just be running away from the likes of Spider whenever they've seen him? Those are the questions here as we look back upon our highlight from our previous game. This is Star versus Shu around one of our spirit calls.
Yeah, Shu just absolutely decimating Star's golden armor here as they're going to be jumping in. And then he comes back in. He's able to get the claim off by just, he pops ult. He's able to keep that spacing away. And Shu just keeping that spacing perfectly, holding that timing for as long as possible. Star's still trying to give the contest. He's really got a lot of HP left. And we're going to see these Stormblades come through, but he uses the ult to just push him out. And he's got a couple more seconds to claim. You see the Stormblades coming through. Star taking a lot of damage right now. F ability going to be coming out, and this is why it took so long to capture. We bring it back around. Does he get the 2-1-1? Shu on 1 HP in a dream right now, able to come through. And then he gets the full reset off the Yang Spirit Well. Oh my goodness. And then drops Star in. Oh, we didn't get to see that POV, and I'm so grateful that they showed that to us. 1 HP in a dream, 1 second left to capture that, and we see it coming through there so perfectly. It just looks absolutely amazing there. What
Dude, every single game is so many different stories and crazy plays layered on top of one another. It's impossible to catch them all on first pass, and that's what's so great about where the Nbpl is right now. The action comes in these big waves from so many different players, and competition is as tight as it's ever been.
It is some very, very tight competition. I'm here for all of it. It is super entertaining to watch, and I'm having so much fun casting alongside you, NARAKA. It is going to be a great rest of these 3 games. We're going to be locking in game number 3 in just a second here, as we're going to be going into our draft. We're going to be seeing what abilities they're using. It's going to be pretty standard. I'm going to get my predictions through. We're going to see if I can guess every single one of the pick orders this time for game number 4. You know, we're getting pretty good at getting the pick order like almost correctly every single time, especially when it comes to like 4 or 5 through 12. It's pretty predictable depending on who's in which order, on who likes which characters more, who's used their double picks up, who hasn't, who needs to play unique hero, and all of that. It does create a very easy moment for us to be able to actually watch that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's definitely, I think, a sense of who the 12 picks are going to be. The exact order is varying. I do think that some of these characters may be getting a little bit overemphasized, some of them a little bit underemphasized. I don't know, man. Like, has the Freya done anything in any of these games so far?
No, not really. They pick up a couple of kills here and there, but once you lose combo break with that character, you're really just not doing too well there. So it's, you know, it is unfortunate to see, but switch to something else, guys. Come on, let's see a Takeda. Let's see some cheeky little Tarka plays coming through. These players are like, you know, they're putting themselves on the line right now. So it is really difficult for them to actually be, you know, taking risks at this point. They need to stick to their core fundamentals, and if Fairy is part of the meta right now, that's what they're going to pick. They're not going to pick anything else. They're not going to try and disrupt the flow of the game. They're just going to try and use the system that's already in place to put as much points as possible.
Yeah, one thing to note here is that as much as bringing the X Factor in can be a good idea, these are the players with the most reps and the best understanding of the meta out of basically anybody in the entire world. And here in the Nbpl, therefore, there is just that cold depressing factor in regards to bringing something weird to the board, because nobody is unfamiliar with any of these picks. This isn't a game in which you could pick something completely out of the ordinary and people don't know what to do against them. People are, for the most part, very locked in, and they've gotten the reps where it matters, where it counts. And so therefore, it's more of an affectation than anything if you pick something outside of the kind of standard meta that it's beginning to evolve around you.
As we start to see everything come into place here, Star, hate to say it, brother, but you really need to lock in here. They're trying their best Star's trying his best, but it's not looking too good. It's really unfortunate to see because Star is a very talented player, but he just can't seem to create that motion that he really needs.
All right, here we go. Pick order for game at number 4 on the day. We got Shin, Chuzang, Arano, Zhu there for our first 4. MTF going to be bringing up the rear in 12th here. Spider all the way down in 9th. So this is going to be a second game of low priority for picks. Wufong up at 7th right here, middle of the pack. Going to see what he does to try to make a splash, to see if he can fend off Spider from this rapid climb out of this representative of SR.
Here we go. Game 4 out of 6. Look at this beautiful NARAKA stage where all of these players are getting ready to lock in their hero picks. Action to go first. Lonnie, 100%. Zhang, I think he's going to lock in the Liam. I don't know if he's got the Syra. You know what? I'm going to call the Syra here. No, okay, the one time I call the Syra, it's the Liam. Arano with the Syra. Shio going to be on for DRG's shoe. And let's, yeah, okay, we got it. We got these things. We're 3 for 4 right now in these picks. We just didn't get Zhang on the Syra. He's on the Liam. So Arano on the Syra. Shoe on the Kylan, what? DRG Shoe going for the double pick Kylan? Okay,
dude,
this is
streak's
weird. Now
broken
pace,
already, man.
Pace with the Shile. Pace with the Shile. Pace with the Shile. Okay, come on. Come on. Don't do me dirty here, Pace. That's an out of left field pick here. He knows that's an out of left field pick. But
hey, the Kylan's already got an MVP on the day, though, dude.
Shu had motion last game with the Kylan, so he's trying to do it again. And now we're going to see the Yodo from Chen. Wufong, he went Temi last game. I think he goes Justina here. I think he goes for the double pick on Justina.
Yeah, Justina's been, I think, serving people well. Not necessarily a most offensively oriented character in games that are kind of tending towards offense, but still a great stabilizing factor and a good way to disrupt during that first fight. And from there, you could get the material advantage there for the ball rolling.
Edward, I'm going to say Temi. I'm thinking Temi. Wufong loves his Justina. He'll go for the double pick on that character. It's just, we see a lot less of the crazy Justina stuff that we saw before. Okay, Valda. Yeah, I forgot about Valda. Valda on Edward. That's definitely the smarter play. Spider has the opportunity to go Temi here, which I think he might try for. Temi, he's played Akos already, I believe. So Spider on the Temi. I don't think he picks Wu Chen in 9th position. That's my only thing that he might pick. Yeah, Spider on the Temi. Star. What are you thinking right now? Let me get inside your head. I think that you are going to play Akos. Feria in 10th? Come on.
It's happening again, dude.
Lipo has the opportunity to play Akos here. I think he's going to leave the Wu Chen to MTF. I'm not 100% sure. But it could be a very big possibility. Oh, I got them all wrong this game.
Yeah,
last one gonna be going Akos. MTF on the Akos. I don't really think he's a big Akos player. But we're gonna see what he can do. Let's see if he can cook something crazy up.
He is taking a little bit longer on the character select screen than I feel like he would if we were gonna pick him the Akos. But at the same time,
oh, he could play Matari.
Oh,
Tessa
is an interesting 5th option, I would say, in this situation. But I like this. I think that this could lead to some pretty interesting chases, some good fights. But man, or rather you, did not have the greatest prediction set. I didn't even try because I knew I was going to be wrong.
As far as I did so well last round, I got a little bit cocky, but we saw that there. That is MTF. He likes to mess around a little bit. So that the Tesla pick coming up from him, I'm pretty sure he has done it already in another game. And it's kind of obvious. Like if you see the Tesla in the lobby, you're like, okay, I know this is MTF. Like I know that this is gonna be him. It is very rare that we ever get to see the Tessa pick. And I'm just so confused why people are picking. Like, he might go for a Matari pick as well in one of these games, but it's just Tessa does have the ability of the combo break, which is why we might not see the Matari. But he did pick the Matari in the martial artist 1v1s. So there still is a chance that that could happen again, but I do believe he's going to be playing more for the Tessa than anything else. Game 4 on the Tessa. It's an interesting pick. I like it. Let's see if he's able to make anything happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what happens here. Moving on into game number 4. We're past the halfway point. Things are beginning to become more and more consolidated. These players fighting against the inevitability of the scoreline at the end of the day, want to do all they can right here, right now to set things up as best they can for the bi-weekly finals. Here we go. One last look at everybody and their characters alongside some of their abilities.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a look at this. This is going to be MTF F1v1. You know, pretty standard for that. That's everything that is different. Is just that we have a Tessa in the lobby and we don't have an ACOS. Yes, yeah, MTF not an ACOS player. So we're gonna see that Tessa coming out. Chen gonna be going for the double pick on the Yoda. Shu gonna be going for the double pick on the Kylan. And no other double picks used so far. Actually, this is for Wufeng's first game on Justina. I was actually surprised by that because I thought he would use it in another circumstance, but it gave him the opportunity to pick Justina pretty late. So that means that if he does get up there and he wants to go for the Justina double pick, he will have that ability to do so.
All right. Got a big cluster right here, center screen for the drops. That is going to be FPX 521 and OA all together in a fight that could easily cascade up north. And you can see a lot of the W's come on down south to do battle with Star. There's a whole lot of possibilities here for how this fight is going to go. Spider is in a good position to kind of work as point man to prevent any faster sweeps toward the middle of the map than you would expect, just because he is so willing to seek out those kinds of fights. And then we also have the triple drop down there at the south part of the map here. So a whole lot of opportunities for action early and often.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of off-spawn fights going on here. Nobody really going for that top side pick that we usually see for Predoria, where people are going to go try and get that red shade. Edward might make his way over to there later in the game, but since it's so far from the initial spawn points of where you're going to be able to spawn and where that circle's falling, it looks like we're not going to be seeing it until a little bit later in the game. MTF and Spider covering pretty much the same area of space. Ooh, Pei's gonna be able to get a nice combo off here onto Xu Zhang, trying to see if he can get the restand immediate wake up off, but it's not going to connect. 1, 2, 3 gonna come through. Pace going to be using that combo breaker. Xu Zhang now gonna go for the grapple counter, but a parry's gonna come through, and Pace is gonna get eliminated here as T's Wufeng gonna try and come in on to join into this fight. Shotgun burst going to come through on both sides into the 1-2 follow-up. That's going to be Wufeng taking out Xu Zhang, picking up those purple flying knives. This is going to give him such a huge advantage. It's one of the best weapons in the game. And purple rarity. Tries to go for that jump LMB to get him off the scale rush. It's not going to connect, but Spider still trying to keep up the chase on the MTF. MTF extremely low in HP right now, and Spider just looking for this kill. Absolutely hungry for his first elimination of the game.
The sheer gravitational pull of Spider and immediately forcing whatever fight he can get his hands on is ridiculous. MTF able to clutch out a heal at the last second as he wins the initial trade on the re-entry. Spider armor swapped over earlier during this fight, but right now things are looking relatively even, and there's now the chance at a third party. Spider continuing to just go all gas, no brakes, even with Shu here. But Shu on epic armor is already in a fantastic position. I think that Spider may be actually the first one to go down here.
Oh, but Shu's actually going to take MTF out first. Bloom is going to go Spider's way. He snags it up from underneath him, and now he's caught Shu in the Kylan ultimate. Ultimate is going to go down. He's going to try and see if he can get a whisk throw off, and he gets the whisk into the slap. Doesn't connect with the slap. He has F ability available, so we are going to see that pop come through into the jump LMB. It's going to connect. Tries to keep spacing, see if he can get that long distance ending frame parry. Doesn't go for the jump, so it's not going to pull him into it. We are going to see now jumping through. Oh, the follow-up and the back damage is going to come through. Switches over to the fist and the bow, but it's not going to be enough. Trying to see if he can get that chase going. Gets the scale rush into one scale rush as well. Seeing if he can drop the weapons. He drops the purple armor to try and get away here.
Oh my god.
With the 1-2, GRG Shu going to get himself eliminated. Arano jumping back into the mix of this fight as well. Tap's going to be coming out from the stab. Parry's going to be coming out. Spider trying to see if he can make an attack, and beautiful dodge coming through.
Yeah, Spider gonna get the whispers around him. Definitely feeling the heat now. He's taken an incredible fight, and with a great comeback is able to pick up one elim, but this may be too much for him to bear. Two people upon his position. Arano going to get caught choked up here. Zooms away on the Syra, but Spider is immediately going to feel the pressure from Wufong, who's going to trade off right in time. Down to a sliver of health. Two people on his position. Parry comes out. Arano is the one getting the kill.
Yeah, Spider able to pick up a couple of eliminations in that sequence, though, as we are going to go into another crazy fight. Oh, big catch will be coming through, but denying the focus with the F ability from the Justina. Gets the overhold. Damage is going to connect. Tries to go for the jump LMB. The armor swap is going to be coming out. I don't know why we didn't see the Spider armor swap coming out there. That was a full armor there the entire time. We are going to see F ability now getting released on the side of Arano. He's going to get a bit of healing back from that, as we are going to see the stun coming through, but the ultimates are going to get released to try and prevent any extra damage. Arano going to try and see if he can get the ball stun off. It looks like he's able to get just a little bit of chip damage, but Wufong able to use these dashes, just get out of dodge. Arano now. Spider back on the salty run back here.
All right. Shadow's closing in, which makes these fights even more fraught. Wufong looking for an approach versus Arano. Both of them happy to tank the drain for the time being, given the fact that Shadow isn't taking a whole lot from them. Spider trying to make a beeline out of the Shadow and then work as goalkeeper, I imagine is going to be his angle here. Has the ability to heal up, but only on common armor, means that he will be fighting most people in a deficit at this point. Wufong makes his way out of the Shadow, and the question is, where does he go from here?
As we do see Edward trying to go for the jump. Star still in the back end. Ooh, yeah, there we go. Edward does have that red jade available, so if he does end up losing this fight, it won't matter. He gets down to low HP. He's going to have that Bullpine Essence to give him a huge boost, like the Immortal Defiance does. Only better. You're going to see just going for the reset here. Chusheng not really wanting any of the smoke. Great weapons on that side, though. That's not going to be nice to fight against once you get into the later game. As we're going to be seeing Wufong trying to go for some hits off of the shotgun burst. It's not going to connect as Arano still trying to jump in. We're going to see both of these players taking a little bit of burn damage here. A little bit interesting that they're going to give that much chip up. The pistol shot comes through. Wufong is just going to end up going for a bit of a reset here. He has purple weapons. And, oh, Spider is in the back end. Maybe he wants to try and do something with that. There is a blue armor available on the backside that someone needs to heal up to get anywhere, but Spider might be trying to make a go for that. Oh my goodness, look at this yank portal. It's inside the building in Imperium. This is something that I've never seen before.
This always leads to really, really solid, interesting fights. A lot of vertical space to be played with here. Shu, though, is navigating this so well that I don't think anybody can really step to him to try to actually force off this game pass. And so, in a way, what is oftentimes the battleground for some very chaotic claustrophobic fights may actually deter people from trying to actually contest Realm of Yang.
Edward going to be with some very bad tier loot. He's running gray fist blades, blue flying knives, and blue armor. It's not looking too good for him. He might want to get himself into a Realm of Yang, try and get some extra ability stuff going, get some extra loot, as we see 3 seconds left until this Realm of Yang is going to pop off. Wufong able to jump right in. It looks like he's going to take a second, and now Spider going for box instead of trying to take away. He's going to be able to... This is the blue armor swap? Oh my goodness, what are you doing, Spider? Oh, there's another blue armor there for him. He's going to be able to take that one. He gets a lot of it chunked away. Now it's completely gone. Try to see if he can kite this out. Looks like he is just going to go for the reset here. Grabs the blue armor and dips out, as MTF is going to claim the cave stash to himself. So Rano and Star take things to the fight in the first Realm of Yang.
Clink up top, both of them trying to play this aerial game for as long as possible. Rano drops down, Mutual parry on either side, not going to connect into anything as Arano tries to go for the cross under. Going to get plinked for his efforts. Both of these players have relatively similar health. Scale rush down. Star gets caught by it. Juggled. A lot of damage going to come out here. Cyrus still has the ultimate to play with. Korea going to pop Pillar. We talked about this before. It's just so difficult to get tangible damage off of anything. It's giving Arano free reign to heal back up, and he's in a comfortable position as we wait for this Beck timer to dissolve.
Yeah, he's gonna try and send some shots, but everybody has just gotten so good at dodging. But look at this, like he's managing his stamina perfectly, not dodging when he doesn't need to. He waits for the sound cue, and just the fact that they're on land as well, they're able to do this on reaction every single time. You don't have to predict anything when it comes to this. You know, predictions do work as well. But we are going to see the ultimate getting answered now. Star is going to get stunned down. So much damage coming from that microwave beam blast as he tries to blast it through. See if he can get another dazzle ball off. Does he get the dazzle? He does get it through. Sharking so much damage away. He's got one more dazzle ball. He's just going to use it to gain a little bit of HP back. See if he can do anything here, but a huge parry going to come out. Gets the cannon shot. Tries to avoid that combo break at all costs. Ron going to get a bit of healing, but he's lost his purple weapon into the focus. No F to get out of it. And Star is going to take the first from the game.
Not gonna lie, that really should not have gone Star's way. Congratulations to him for winning the latter half of that fight and just playing the grind game down. But I am shocked that went the way that it did. And, well, coming out of that one, definitely got to be happy with his current position. Now we are going to watch Spider somehow instigate yet another fight. Sandstorm coming out, MTF trying to do what he can before the stun comes through. Able to walk out the side of the Sandstorm, but is going to get impaled by gigantic sword for his effort. Now down to just a teeny amount of health. Lipo wants to be able to land a killing blow. Will in fact succeed in doing so, as now Spider has to try to trade right back as this 5-2-1 player manages to also get the Soul Bloom and therefore the heal and the re-engage off the fight.
We're going to see Spider trying to come away with this, but he's looking very worse for wear right now. As Lipo giving up the chase. He's really trying to go for this elimination. None of them need to be fighting right now, too. This is the weird instance. Is Spider doesn't have Yang depletion, and neither does Lipo. They're just going at it to go at it. As we're going to see here now, Pace fighting against TE's Wufong. Wufong as well. I don't know if he's on Yang depletion or something. Oh my goodness! Wufong getting absolutely decimated here as MTF was actually the first one completely eliminated on the Tessa. Unfortunate to see that we didn't actually get to see any gameplay coming up from that Tessa. And now Pace fighting against DRG Shu. He still has ult available. Huge parry going to be coming in onto that side. Takes all of the punish damage. Shu is extremely low right now. Gonna pop the immortality proc. Style ultimate also gets released. He goes for the follow here. Pace is gonna try and get this elimination at all costs. Oh my goodness, this shield almost comes through. He did get the proc off, but none of it was able to come around. Tries to go for the next shield throw. DRG Shu doing a really good job of kiting all of this out.
All right, chase down continuing. Shu in a lot of trouble right now. Uncommon armor onto Quicksilver River. Gonna backpedal through. Cannon shot not gonna do a whole lot to interrupt the approach. His Pace is now right on top of him. He's down to fists. Big swap over. Back to the Chucks. Good crossover. Actually gonna be able to break the arm here. Pace could just lose this in an instant. And now it's a one touch either way. Pace clutches it out, but that was too close for comfort.
Yeah, that was really close. And look at that. DRG Shu, the one who needed to get that elimination to pass JL's HM. And now Pace is in 13th place. He's right below the red line. One more elimination puts him in contention. It puts him in 12th place. It puts him in that contention to try and get himself into that top section. As our next Rumble Yang is going to start to open in about a minute here. All these passes are getting dealt out. So players need to get to those Realm of Yang portals, and that's where you see all these players starting to converge to. Arano, he's got that purple longsword in hand. He doesn't have full armor or shields right now. I think he's trying to track down Spider. Oh, he's got a minute and 15 seconds left on this Yang depletion here. This kill desperately. Arano going to try and go for the ultimate here. Looks like he is going to be able to get a little bit of damage off, but now we're just going to see the Temi ultimate to help try and get Spider to get away. But It looks like he's just able to phase right through it. There's a little bit of a terrain grief on Spider there as he goes deeper and deeper into the zone. The ultimate is going to wear out. He's chasing Spider. Spider's still on gray armor as he has been the entire game. The 1-2 going to come out very low in HP. He wants to get out of this zone quickly. F ability invested. Pistol shots going to be coming out from both sides. Spider's 1 HP in a dream right now, trying to see if he can steal some armor off. He gets just a little bit of armor, but he needs to get into the zone. He's going to catch here, but he doesn't make too much. 1 HP! And Arano gets him out and cleanses with 26 seconds to go.
I really can't understand how these players are both elite NBPL players, yet also would be absolutely crazy at any shooter they put their hands on. Here we go, set up inside of Spirit Well. We got Lipo here, pretty much uncontested. We'll just pick this up, and similarly, Relma Yang, second one, going to at least have one fire off here, so we're gonna have Bauda versus GG. On the other side, it does look like we will get Pace versus Edward from Alliance and OA.
They're going to be seeing Edward has that Moonlight essence, so if he is able to pick this up, and if he has that safety net to fall through, like you mentioned before, he gets Prio, but Pace going to F right away to negate any sort of extra damage. Oh, big Sky Punch going to be coming out. Jump LB, jump LB, jump LB coming out, but a parry coming out from the other side. Pace is going to the parry. Trying to jump through. We're going to see the fan coming out now. Gets the 1.0 off. Tries to go for another one. Back up. Tries to go for the 1.0 again. Edward is extremely low in HP. We're going to see the shield proc coming through. And now we've got the Volda available. That ultimate into the gold focus to avoid any sort of stun coming through. And oh my goodness, the fist blade just absolutely onslaughting right now. Trying to see if he can go into a spear catch. He's going to get it, but Edward is 1 HP in a dream right now. He needs to get out of this section. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for him to try and come back into this fight. That ultimate is available as well. Wolfine Essence going to get popped. Now the fight is actually pretty even. F ability invested. Does he get the focus attack off here? Whoever gets it, the weave from Pace into the combo. Burn the Bullfight for absolutely nothing. Oh my goodness. Look it. You saw the look on Pace's face there. He's like, oh my god, light work. I got that. That was absolutely insane.
This is the kind of Pace that we were looking to see on the day. You talked about him earlier, and he's showing those flashes of greatness throughout the run today. Let's see whether or not he can leverage this into a huge push for the remaining 12 minutes of this game.
Yeah, he's got 4 eliminations on the board, so this is going to give him the spot into that 12th place. Look at that. He's pulled up into 12th place here. As there's only 6 players left alive, or 8 players, sorry. It's Arano, Action, Edward, Pace, Star, Chuzhang, Chen, and Lipo. Chuzhang and Edward on that Yang depletion. So they're going to be our players to watch at the moment. They're going to need to cleanse that fast. It's our Liam and our Valda. As our Lonnie and Syra and Shael all still in the game. We've got the Feria, Wu Chen, and our Yodo. I'm so sad we didn't get to see Feng pop off with the Tessa.
All right. Is that Arano on bounty right now?
I believe so.
All right. Well, we can see that's going to lead to a fight. In the meantime, we do have Chuzhang up and over here, trying to control space, see Star in the distance. But here we go. Replay of the last Realm of Yang fight. We got Chen versus Chuzhang here. Counter hit. Chen sent backwards. Chuzhang, though, definitely in a disadvantage. Caught out. Double quick hit from the nunchucks here. Charge bar built. Crosses up. Gets the sword slash. Chuzhang cleaned up almost in an instant here. Tries to fight back one last time. I don't know what Ted was saying there, but it did not look like something you could see on broadcast.
Chuzhang now taking a lot of damage. He's on Yang depletion, trying to see if he can make anything happen to cleanse. But it's looking pretty cooked for him at the moment, as he's going to go for a reset. I think he's just burned that ultimate as well, so it's going to be difficult for him to make any sort of comeback into this game if he wants to cleanse. We're also seeing Chuzhang as well as Edward doing depletion. Star now taking a lot of damage. GG's Chen is just really good at putting pressure onto that mech, and then Star just forced to go into the zone to try and regrip this. Nobody guarding that side. He could jump right back in if he needed to, which is there we're going to see him popping back up into this fight. He's on the Yodohime. And then there's Edward. Edward, what are you doing, bro? You need to get killed. Why are you so far away? Okay, get into the mess of everybody. As Xu Zhang just airwalking just a little bit to get himself a little safe distance away. Okay, Edward's joined into the mess of everybody. And he's going to find a target in the next minute and 30 seconds and get him eliminated before that Yang depletion timer runs out.
You know, to your point about Edward needing kills right here, right now, let's look a little bit at the scoreboard to our left. The range between, say, 17th place and 12th place is really not that big. It's a very reversible situation to be in. Chen theoretically could go on a run and in a single game bring himself back up into qualification potential. Lipo is going to take a little bit more work, but still, we are in a very tight lobby, and as you kind of said, Edward needs kills not only for his survival in this game, but also in terms of just setting yourself up for what will be the remaining 2 games following this one.
As we see Bada Xu Zhang going to be getting hit with some bow shots. He's in a lot of trouble right now. Edward's at a minute 30. Xu Zhang is at a lot less. So they're going to have to start fighting. They know who died in the Realm of Yang just due to the names of who died at the specific points of the Realm of Yang going on. They know that it's probably a really good bet that it's the Liam, especially the one that's starting to chase right now. All of these players start to see that Liam's chasing. They're chasing Lipo. Why are they always chasing Lipo, bro? He's done nothing wrong. They're going for Lipo, trying to see if they can get him out of here, as they want to eliminate him from this lobby. It looks like everybody just going for the Wu Chen, man. It's You know, it's a little bit odd to see here that they're not going for... Oh, he's got 7 seconds left. Bada Xu Zhang needs to get this elimination fast. Who dealt the last little bit of damage to him? Who's going to get this kill credit? I don't know. It's just going to be dive to Yang depletion. And so is Edward. Edward's just going to take it into the zone. Oh, he's going to try and grab the bloom from Xu Zhang, but he doesn't know where it is. Oh, he finds it. He sees it. He sees it. Grab the bloom. Grab the bloom! Grab the bloom!
What happened?
He needed to reset. He needs to reset. Grab the bloom, Edward.
Timer's ticking down. Feeling a lot of pressure.
He doesn't have any health pods.
Oh, Lord.
12 seconds. 10, 9, 8. It's right behind you! Bro!
Oh, so sad.
Edward! You walked by it twice, dude. Oh my goodness. He was right in front. I don't know if he didn't see it. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Edward, you're cooked, brother. GG's Chen. He's got ultimate activated. He was able to get Yang's Spirit Well here. Looks like he's going to be trying to go for a fight against Arano. Now Lipo taking the fight here as well. Let's see if he can make any magic happen.
Yeah,
and
Lipo
he's
needs
trying to see if he can get any extra eliminations going through.
I think this is a very early initiation on Cyril for Arano, and I do think that he's going to track pressure once he descends, and it will come in the form of Chen. Chasing after Arano, less than half health left on that armor. Lipo also similarly in a tough position, has flag control. I don't know for how long that's going to continue for, especially as multiple people are now focusing upon this character. Teleports to the side, drops on top of Chen. Lipo time to drop into the shadow now, going to get crossed up on both sides this time. It's going to be Star on top of him alongside the player from SS1. And this is just an unfortunate position for this representative of 5-2-1 to be in. As now Pace is also going to try to force the issue.
Yeah, Pace wants this elimination bad, as we saw Lipo doing a little bit of Bane surfing here. Everybody just trying to shark Lipo out of the game today, no matter what he's got. If he's high tier brute, oh, there we go. Pace is able to get that kill. Look at that, Pace on 6 now, pushing himself up even higher. Action able to jump up a spot as well. He's at 40.2 points now. Action though taking a lot of damage here. Pace is turning into Prime Spider at the moment. Pace is really starting to stick out in this game. It's something that's really nice to see. Oh, we've got Dreadful Whale on the dagger here, which is allowing him to get a bit of extra movement. Oh, the Bane. Pace is hungry for this elimination. It looks like he's going to be able to catch off of that ball throw here. GG Chen not gonna let him up here. Trying to see if he can go for engraving. The double charge gonna come through, able to get the armor swap. Who's gonna come away with the elimination on the action at the moment? It is gonna be so close to see who's getting this kill, but he's doing perfect kiting with the dagger right now.
Yeah, perfect kiting can only do so much. You will be able to swap over to common armor, so that's going to give him an immunity on light, but it doesn't change the fact that everybody's going to be trying to rush him down for the remainder of this game. We got 4 minutes left on the clock. Action actually able to get across the tree. Chen now finally on the reapproach now. So there's a lot of resources and time being committed. Flash damage from these cannon shots, doing even more to pressure Shen, who's going to just kind of walk out into the shadow for the time being. I think he will just expire out there, as now we are down to 3 members left.
Yeah, we see GG's Chen picking up the elimination there. He was the last person to deal damage, and then the Storm, as well as the A depletion timer coming to a close. It's going to give the kill credit to somebody who did damage recently. There is like a bit of a timer on it, so if you deal damage and then he dies like 20 seconds later, I don't think it happens. But if you're the last person to deal damage and it was pretty close, you still do get the kill credit. So that's going to go to the way of GG's Chen, which is going to be really nice for him. Oh my goodness. Paste, using the nunchucks, by the way, has gotten himself Dragon's Roar. He drops the gold nunchucks to show, hey, don't mess with this. You don't want the smoke from my gold rarity nunchucks with the gold soul jade that is going to take all of the space away from you guys. FPX Star with the golden staff in hand. No jades available for him. And now we've got 3 players in a standoff with 3 minutes left. 6 kills for Paste. So unless Chen gets 5 eliminations, gets both eliminations and a first place finish, we are going to be seeing Paste take away this MVP. I do believe. Unless, if Paste goes out first to Chen and then Star takes out... Yeah, I think it almost always goes to Paste, unless like by some miracle Chen is able to get 4 kills in the first place finish. If Star gets a kill onto Paste and then Chen gets a kill on the Star, we'll see what happens when it comes to the points in the end. But I'm pretty confident in Paste's ability to be able to keep up with the victory here. FPX Star holding on the top end. GG's Chen holding on the bottom side, as well as Paste on the top of the rock.
Yeah, as it currently stands, Pace is an exceptionally good standing for this game. And he has no reason to force the issue anymore. So he will probably just continue to occupy high ground, see if anybody goes too low, and therefore try to find the kill off of it. Star could be the target, as Chen's been doing a good job whittling away with these range shots.
Star now starting to take a lot of damage here. Just going to be holding up that top side. Ooh, big cannon damage going to be coming through, forcing the scale rush out. Chen's just going to use that F to create even more space. All of this range shot is going to be coming through. There's nowhere to stand up on the top side, so he's going to just try and airwalk in a pistol shot, see if he can get up onto the tree to get a heal off. It's looking pretty unfortunate for Star right now. The Faria is going to be like their most difficult hero to face off against inside the round, inside this final circle. Getting that mech out as early as possible is going to be kind of their goal here. Even with a Yodo and a Shio ultimate, they're giving Star the reset? What? Okay, no, the pistol shots are going to come through. Pace is starting to grapple check now. I was going to say, the full reset on a Star, you can't let that slide, Pace. With 6 kills on the board, this is not the way that you want to be going out. We're going to be seeing here, jumping up from the top side. Chen now taking a little bit of damage, falling down, but he's able to get himself working back up midair. As we're seeing FPX Star just holding that top side. Paste going to be on the bottom. Now Star dropping back down again, going up and down and up and down and up and down.
Yeah, 38 seconds left on the clock, and I really think that Pace should be pushing the issue here. Work down on those health bars for the time being so that you're basically guaranteed to have the health lead moving into when the shadow fully engulfs the map. If you currently just continue to play neutrally, what happens is that other people can just kind of play the time around and work on the war of attrition side, where your material advantage doesn't matter quite as much. So now the initiation is going to occur. Currently, Pace seems to be in decent shape to keep this one for the long run. Star going to lose on Drain for the time being. Pace down to a sliver, and somehow Star actually walks out of the lobby. I don't think it matters, though. At the end of the day, that will be Pace getting the MVP.
Yeah, Star able to pick up 2 eliminations and get that first place finish. So it's going to do a lot for his points, but Alliance's Pace is going to be able to come away with the first place finish in this game, or the MVP in game number 4. It was a very well fought out game. 6 eliminations on the board for him, and a second place finish is going to give himself that MVP status for game number 4. He's doing a great job.
Yeah. Pace really exceeding expectations here, but there's other players who very much are still in the running. They just need to find a great windfall in these last 2 upcoming games to try to make it over to the bi-weekly finals.
As we're going to be seeing here, are they? Okay, no, they're not. They are not going to be looking at any sort of difference coming through here. Pace is going to be the winner of that game. We're going to see TE's Wufong walking off, arms crossed, looking all cool. Yeah, there we go, Pace with the win in game number 4. Absolutely beautiful performance. Spider having a bit of an off game.
Yeah, it seems that Spider's either winning the lobby or getting knocked out early, and it was in fact the latter this time around. Still 2 games to go. We could be seeing Spider try to go for a 3rd MVP on the day, and it's still very much within his capability. But for now, all the flowers go to Pace for a really solid showing, living up to that potential that we've been harkening back to a few times now.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 games down, 2 to go, and it's getting increasingly close to that time where these players are really close to that full elimination. If they don't lock in this very second, they are going to be going home without a chance to compete in the bi-weekly finals. And it's looking pretty rough for a lot of these players. DRG Shu is really going to need to step things up, first things first. And then we're going to need to see a lot coming up from these other players as well. Quick answer for Treasure, though, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. Which 2 teams fought against each other twice in the Romuang Game 4? Was it Arano and Star? Was it Chen and Chuzhang? Was it Xshin and Wufong? Or was it Shu and Haste? DRG and Alliance, SS1 and TE, Arano, or WZ and FPX, GG and Bowda. A, B, C, or D in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. This is a tricky one. I don't even know this. So, we're going to have to look in the highlights to check out these Rama Yangs, but I have no clue. But taking a look at the scoreboard here, 6 kills with 2 ranking points puts Pace on the top with 8.8. Star with the 3 kills, the 3 ranking points, and the 0.6 extra from the multiplier, going to put him at 6.6. Chen with the 3 kills and the 1.5 ranking points at the 4.5. Arano with the 3 kills and the 1 ranking point, going to put him at the 4. Chuzhang with the 0.5 ranking points and the 2 kills, 2.5 for him and Xshin, 2 for Shu and Lipo, 1.5 for Spider. So even if he had a bad game, he still manages to put up 1.5. Wufong with 1, 0.5 for Edward, and MTF on the Tessa, just absolutely abysmal.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that one of the few shake-up picks that we saw right there did not translate into anything. And here we go, reflecting upon the day so far. I think Lipo's pretty much out of the running, frankly. Too far away to be able to break through into those top 12. HM also officially has been eliminated as he is not competing on the day.
Yeah, I'm not fortunate to see that happen, but JL's HM will not be going to the finals. DRG Shu needs a lot to get himself up there, though. He needs to really put the pedal to the metal to get himself up into that 12th place spot. MTF has the opportunity to do it, but the Tessa game really set him back there. The next place to take out is actually Frostivus at 37 points. Oh my goodness. Frostivus, T225, and Mike. If Paste and Star and Edward climb really high and Shu is able to like pop off like crazy, we might not see Frostivus, T225, or Mike. That would be insane.
That would be really dicey. The boundaries are getting closer and getting pulled in. I do think that at least one of those is going to be making it over to finals, but you can never be too certain. Up here at the top, though, we have those people that are pretty much guarantee a lock. We got Jean Yuan Verse at the very top, already locking in their days at 49.2, and then a whopping 60.1 for Verse. Spider leading the pack for those still competing and having a chance to put up points on the day. Jumping over Wufong there, who's moved down to 4th.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the highlights brought to you by Shiny Unicom. Look at this beautiful elimination from Pace here to start off on the TEC song. This is the Pace Masterclass. This is Pace versus Edward. Edward had the Vulpine Essence, and he gets the advantage into the fight here, but look at the weave off of the 1.0. And then Pace just takes it against Edward there. Edward, look at this. Look at this. The boom's right there. He looks right at it. And then goes back into the zone. Then goes back into the zone, sees it there, looks the other way. I'm actually so disappointed in Edward. He's watching that back right now. His coach is like, dude, you're actually so stupid. You have no clue where that went. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. It was right there in front of your face. You had every opportunity to grab it. Nobody was contesting you. You had... Oh my goodness.
Yep,
Pace,
unfortunate.
The chase down on a lipo. Absolutely crazy.
Yep. And near the end of the game, we see once again Bane's breath on the day. Just disastrous for some of these players. Action just taken too straight to the face. But here we go, setting up for the final fight of the day, or excuse me, of the game. Star, very low, slivers down, gets a small heal, and that is enough to barely edge out Pace to win the lobby in terms of placement, but it will actually be Pace who picks up the MVP off the back of Shyle.
Yeah, the Shyle game going to be doing really good, but there's not a lot you can do against the Fairy and the End Circle. And you finally got to see some why people are ending up choosing that Fairy. The amount of control you get in that End Circle with the mech, absolutely crazy. 19,000 damage, 6 eliminations, 17,000 with melee weapons, 13,000 from the flying knives alone is absolutely crazy. Nunchucks with the Dragon's Roar used at the end, only 1,000 damage. Sap, Slow Shot, Sky Punch, Tuna, and Quick Charge. We saw the Sky Punch coming out in one of those fights as well with the Fist Blades. It was pretty cool to watch that he was actually able to bring the Sky Punch mix up through. But those flying knives just putting in so much work. He had legendary flying knives so early into the game as well.
Yeah, we talked about how powerful this weapon is. It still is oftentimes the item of choice for a lot of the players here in solos in particular. The range you get to play off of, the pick potential, it's all been beautiful.
Yeah, he is looking really, really strong indeed. And I love it. We're seeing Prime Pace coming back out. When Pace was on HLG for a little bit, back when they were a team, he was doing a really, really good job. And it was unfortunate to see sort of his downfall when he moved over to SS1. And he just wasn't really doing his best. And then now he's on Alliance and he's looking really, really strong. I'm really happy to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely one of the bigger players of the day. Of course, not quite reaching the very upper echelons of what this lobby is capable of, but there's still 2 games to prove himself in. And with Spider definitely seeming to have lost his footing there in game number 4. This is the chance to where there isn't necessarily a top player in the lobby that is dominating everybody else, and that leaves a power vacuum open for Pace to try to capitalize on.
Yeah, and when you don't see those top players in the lobby, it definitely makes it a lot more difficult for these other players, or it makes it a lot easier, for these other players to come in and really show that they are able to shine at the top level. But then there's just those titans that are just a little bit stronger, that are able to, really min-max the game to its fullest potential, which is giving it a little bit more of that nudge.
All right, well, we move into game number 5 relatively soon here after the players get that last little bit of coaching and insight in for the performance in game number 4. But I always talk about how impressed I am with the Nbpl's level of competition, and that doesn't change off of today at all. The tightness of the standings definitely, I think, demonstrates it, but we have a lot of players who are just playing at their very peak. These chases in particular, after someone takes a little bit of splash damage and is trying to get away, I think are unparalleled. The fluency on these maps is really beginning to come through, even for, our newest map in Predoria.
Yeah, I've got to say, it is looking really, really nice out in the Predoria map. As we're going to be moving on to Game 5 in just a second, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try and get the predictions right again here. I think I've got it this time. We've got the crazy stuff out of the way. I'm going to go 12 for 12 with this one. I'm almost 100% certain. We're going to see that happening in just a second here. But, ladies and gentlemen, wow. What a game number 4. Pace with the unexpected win there, as we're seeing coming out. And yeah, it's going to be an exciting game number 5 because that bottom of the scoreboard is really, really, really close to being able to qualify and pass out some of the big names on the board.
Yeah, I think that one thing to note here is that predictions will be getting easier for you because, like you said, there's this perceived feeling that going for anything funky is going to become more and more de-emphasized. You just kind of want to play what you know is strong in your position. But beyond that, man, that Tessa got clobbered last game. 0 points on the board. Not a really good showing for going a little bit off meta.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy to see. I'm not going to lie. It's unfortunate that we don't get to see the Tessa do a little bit more in that situation. Fong MTF, he's a very, very, very good player. So it is kind of sad to see that we don't get to see the crazy MTF plays coming out that we're so used to seeing when he does do those off meta picks. He's someone who's usually able to make that shine, like Mike when he used to go on zipping on the Midoriya games. So yeah, it's unfortunate that he didn't get to pop off.
Back out onto the arena, and we are moving into game number 5. 2 left for the bi-weekly. We move on to the finals, and here is the winner of that last game. Pace coming through as the MVP. Moving up in regards to his average kills, I think that he can continue to push that velocity forward. He averaged, 6 or 7 on the last one? And I think that if he can keep up that kind of approach, he definitely is a front runner to look out for. Star, I kind of feel bad that we keep always panning back to Star after the MVP, because as a reflection, I just feel like this FPX member is not quite bringing the heat that we know he can.
Yeah, it is definitely interesting to see. Spider, though, number 3 on the side of kills, average kills. He's at 2.8 average kills a game, but he's putting up 9 kill games. It shows that, you know, it is hard to stay consistent in a meta like this. MTF going to be 3rd in average ranking points at the 1.1, as he's been pretty consistent when it comes to those ranking points.
Yeah, I definitely would agree. I would say that he is definitely playing a little bit too conservatively for my liking, given like where he is and where I know his talents can be. And so turning the afterburners on for a little bit, especially now as he's built up a nest egg off of those ranking points, would be something I'd really try to focus on.
Here we go. GG's Jen, locking everything in. You see these hero picks going in just a second. Can't wait till we actually get to see the hero picks getting popped off. We are pretty close to game start here, so draft is going to happen. SS1's action, he's actually in a really good position right now. He's number 1 in average damage per game, but he doesn't get the kills at the end of the day. He gets the third party steal.
Yeah, being able to finish and actually contest for third party is a micro factor that I think a lot of players, even at the very highest level of competition here in the NBPL, struggle to work on, because sometimes it's a matter of, hey, person's coming after me, I got to dig my heels in to defend. Who cares if I actually am the person getting the kill? I just need the pressure off of me. And that mentality can often mean that is a skill set that gets neglected up until you're challenged in the way that only NBPL does.
Here we go. Arano in 1st, Shu in 2nd, Paste in 3rd, Chen in 4th, Fong in 5th, Edward in 6th, Spider in 7th, Star in 8th, Lipo in 9th, MTF in 10th, Action in 11th, and we've got Shuzheng bringing up the rear in that 12th place position. This is sure to be an incredibly interesting fight going on here.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think that one of the things to note is that front runners are back up on the board, picking characters that they want. Arano in particular, getting that Lonnie to start us off. Don't even really need to predict that one. That has been an inevitability.
Liam, Syra for Paste. Syra for Paste. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down.
There we go.
Shio for Chen. 4 for 4. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Here we are with your daily dose of predictions, ladies and gentlemen. Shio for Chen. Valda's going to be the 5th pick. Valda's going to be our pick number 5 for Wufang. Oh, he might pick Justina here. I'm locking in Valda. I'm locking in Valda.
Nice. I like to see the commitment, man. That's what you need.
Oh
my gosh. Going for the third option of the Yodo Hime.
Perfect streak. Edward's locking in the Valda. Spider's locking in the Justina. Star's going to lock in the Temi.
Oh, dude.
Kylan! Oh my goodness.
You're getting crushed.
I'm getting crushed. Spider is going to lock in the Valda. Star is going to lock in the Temi. Oh, I've lost all my confidence. I was so... Faria? What are we doing, Spider? Oh my goodness. Spider with the Faria in 7th pick position. Allowing... Valda's going to drop all the way to 8th round plus. Does Star pick the Valda? No, he doesn't pick the Valda. It's going to be Valda. Oh, Justina. Okay. Star picks the Justina. We are so wrong on this, chat. We're cooked. Lipo, what does he go? He just went Wuchen, so he's not going to pick Wuchen. That's all I know.
I mean, to be fair, I really do think that your picks and that pick path makes the most sense for where the meta currently is. I am surprised at the extent to which people are continuing to push Faria up and bringing Valda down. But there we go. Temi for Lipo in the 9th place position. What are you feeling for MTF?
I think he'll take the Valda here. I doubt he doesn't, right? Like, there's no way he doesn't take the Valda here. Oh my god. MTF on the Matari? You are, like, so close to not qualifying, and you decide... I guess Matari is his comfort pick, right? It's his hero. He knows how to play the Matari really well. So, we'll see if that does end up working for him. I'm not so certain about it. Action is going to be the one to scoop up the Valda. And Xu Zhang with the last pick available. He's got a few heroes in the arsenal available. Akos is going to be the one that he's going to end up going for. Xu Zhang on the Akos is never bad. It's always good to see that.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Akos is as underrated as it seems to be within the prio picks, especially with the way that things are getting stacked this game. This feels like the most off-kilter selection set yet, and I do wonder if that's going to be reflected in how the lobby plays out.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see, but I definitely do believe that is a pretty good opportunity for that to end up happening. So we could be seeing some pretty crazy stuff going on here in just a second if it does end up kicking things right off as we go around. We're going to be seeing here Edward locking in, getting ready, got the cam on, super ready to go. As we're bringing this game to the start.
Yep, interested to see where the drops are going to be on this map to start us off. I feel like in general, we've been getting a little bit of less action on Holoroth than I usually tend to expect from this map. But things should start to ramp up because of Firefly presence for this, and then what will be the finals in 6th game.
Yeah, this is our second last game, ladies and gentlemen. We've got one more after this. It's going to be coming very, very soon. As we're going to be starting things off, take a look at who is playing what. Action on the double pick on the Valda. Edward, no other double picks for this game. Everybody is saving their double picks for that last round, or if they haven't picked one of the meta characters yet, they're going to be getting their last round on one of those metas. As Shu's going to be first to pick, so he's going to get the Arano pick, the Lani. And then Xu Zhang, nobody running anything different. F2, V2 for MTF is pretty standard on the Matari, but he doesn't have a combo break, so if MTF messes things up here, Oh my goodness, he's gonna be cooked because he 2 donut games and then he's got game 6 to bring it all back. Like, he is trolling with his picks right now. I really hope this actually does end up working out for him.
Yep, me as well. I do just kind of want a balanced game here. I want the ability for those who, like I said before, have been denied points as the rich get richer, have a fighting chance, because if you can't win it here, if you can't get a significant stack of points that at least get you close to striking distance of the top of the lobby, you might as well just sign off for the bi-weekly after this game. The 6th one has nothing for you.
Yeah, it is pretty difficult. This is the game that you have to come with the most amount of energy and then follow it up with the exact same amount of energy, if not more, in the next game. So we're going to be seeing here, top of the screen is SR, Spider, Arano, Chen, and we've got on the top side as well, we're seeing one more player. It's going to be DRG Shu with Action and Chu Zhang. Scatter Rush going to be coming out. No connection off of that. They're just going to be going for a bit of loot first. As Edward going to be going for the same type of thing, starting things off. Nobody really trying to go for the aggressive engage right off the bat, and I spoke too soon. There we go. Action with a nice overhold to get a lot of focus damage coming through. Able to get that catch onto this time. Edward with the 1-2. Isn't going to connect, but Action dealing so much damage. Just going to be able to full onslaught to Edward with the parry coming through, but Chu Zhang with the focus from behind is able to deal so much damage. Action able to get the armor swap though, so it's looking really easy for him at the moment. They are going to start to get their focus.
This is a surprisingly populated fight this early on. Density of that drop really beginning to lead to skirmishes, and we see this elsewhere as well. Spider doing a little bit of Al versus Arano, gets balled up, gonna lose a whole lot of life for that exchange. Crosses back over out of the shadow to prevent the drain, but at this point is already at half a health with the dream. Will need to try to find an armor swap, and Spider has gotten out of sticky situations just like this one before. With Arano closing out on their position, but Spider able to get over to rare armor. Arano may have bit off a bit more than he could chew. Dual Halberd immediately putting him inside of the blender. Cross up, making a double-double. That's going to force the F out. And now, look up top. There's another player gunning for his position here in the form of the 5-2-1 represented.
Yeah, it's Lipo trying to keep up the chase, but it's not going to work as Arano now taking so much damage. Has turned the fight around. Spider's doing a really good job of focusing the attention onto another player. Oh, but the armor swap's going to come out. The 1.0 is going to come through. Spider's actually taking so much damage right now, sitting on the head of Arano, just barely hitting his attacks. Oh my goodness, Spider popping the butterflies, the icy butterflies, to try and get Arano frozen. But it's not going to work. Arano seeing that play and dodging the attack and just backing up. Then both of them to get the full reset, as now GG's Chen has become the target of the lobby on the south side of the map.
Yeah, Chen's in a lot of trouble. Trying to play the range game versus Wufong here to share the wealth in a way by getting some people to go after TP's player, but unfortunately Chen's going to lose yet another trade. Just continue to try to get on top of Wufong, looking for the knockdown, launches himself up off the top of tent. But it isn't just him up there. Chu Zhang's also going to hand off aggro. And this is a tough one. Wufong better reduce to less than half health. Chen stabilizing for the time being. But it might not be enough to prevent continued onslaught and approach from these other players. Wufong maybe the first one to go. Ooh, but the clip on the Yodohime. Shu will be able to pick up 2 in kind and therefore launches himself up to the 13th spot, trying to claw back to position within the bi-weekly finals.
Sniper! He just knocked Edward out of his spot here. Oh my goodness. DRG Shu able to pick up 3 kills with the ballista. Back to back to back. One after another. What a crazy play to start things off. There's been a couple of kills so far. Oh my goodness! Star on MTF, and that is why it is so difficult to run someone without a combo break. MTF was able to pick up 1 elimination early game. Oh my goodness, Arano getting absolutely comboed. Combo break is going to come out though. No ult zone has been popped, so nobody has access to their ultimates in this area. Arano just going to try and go for the heal. He does have his life remaining, but oh my goodness. The The Justina combo from Star onto MTF there was so dirty.
This is still definitely something that you want to go after, even with the null field around them. Orano also on the drop down. Trying to fight versus Lipo. Lipo going to get the start of this combo going in his favor, popping the armor from Orano. And on top of that, getting to work through that health bar. Unfortunately, Spider comes through, and you know that as soon as he sees the fight, he's going to force in, picks up an elimination, and now he's looking for a second.
Yeah, Spider gonna be able to get the uppercut combo coming through, but Lipo's able to use that F to dodge out of the way. We are gonna see the double charge coming in from Spider into the pistol shots, trying to keep that grapple up as he wants the ability to be able to get that ult going. That's why Lipo has gotten himself out of the no ult with a shotgun burst into the follow-up shotgun burst. You might see the double charge gonna be coming through. Big parry. Oh my goodness, Lipo able to get the restand off onto the Wisp. Gets a second Wisp buff. He has that ability available, I believe. He doesn't get it. He tries to go for the third Wisp throw, but Spider going to be coming with a huge parry, able to go for the uppercut. No F available because he burned it in the blunder earlier, and Lipo is going to fall. Spider picking up his second elimination of the game, creating even more distance between him and the bottom of the lobby.
Yeah, there was a great opportunistic play right there, and Spider all of a sudden goes from 0 to yet another huge threat here in game number 5.
Spider ready to make something happen as always. Edward gonna get knocked up from the combo. F ability has been invested. Look at how aggro he's getting on these Yang portals. He likes to contest this hard, make sure nobody comes around him. The second somebody tries to contest his Yang portal, no, it's mine. He's very territorial with that. So yeah, you don't want to mess with Spider's Yang portal here. We're gonna see, ooh, GG Chen almost able to get a crazy combo starter going off here. As GG Chen make the play for the overhold, doesn't connect into the 1-2. Brings it back around. You see him trying to go for a run. He does get caught on the ledge, but now Wufong's actually taking so much damage right now. No ult available for Wufong. It looks like Chen might just go for the chase here. No, he backs off. He backs off and goes for the Yang pass instead. There's 10 seconds left. Oh, I would have gone for the chase down on the Wufong here. Gray armor, so worth it. But he is just going to try and go for the secure Realm of Yang fight. It is definitely the right play to make. DRG Shu also going for an entrance in the Realm of Yang, facing off against OA's Edward.
He's about to start. Very interested to see how this one goes. I think that Shu should be in a position to where this fight could be his. Charge started immediately. Neither of these players wants to blue focus and get parried. So right off the bat, they're both mostly just looking for favorable position before they want to engage one way or the other. Good little bait there in terms of the parry coming out from Shu. Edward, though, happy to kite back and then from there force the fight. Shu is going to be able to throw out the Pokeball, and this should be enough to more than even up the fight, but being down that ability is difficult.
Oh!
The second charge. Is this actually enough to kill?
No, he's got the Immortality proc, so it's not actually going to kill. But if he didn't have that Kylan Ultimate Immortality proc, we would see that happening. The double parry's going to come out here. Oh, big parry from Shu. He switches over to the purple nunchucks. The 1.0 is going to connect. He switches over to that Nunclock skin. It looks like Chu Zhang has gotten eliminated in the back end here that we've seen fully eliminated out of this game by Wolves MTF. Pace, ooh, almost gets hit with the 1.0 from GG Chen, but the jump LMB is actually going to connect on the side of Pace. Pace goes for another jump LMB. He's still got Cyro ult available. He's going to pop it after the 1-2-3 takes the shots off here. We are going to see just trying to roll out of this. Seeing if he can get maybe a stun off here. GG Chen now 1 HP in a dream. This is going to be difficult for him. Will he be able to survive this? He's actually doing a really good job. Oh, but he gets onto the side that GG Chen was running towards. That's going to be unfortunate to see him go out like that.
Got a view on Lipo versus MTF. MTF currently being chased down on the Matari. We were surprised they took this pick earlier, and let's see whether or not it's going to pay off in this fight. Watching over to the fence side, he has bought a little bit of space between him and his opponent. The problem is that he's going to be only able to get one proc of armor restore. Lipo is still confident that he's going to be able to take this fight. He's to pick up an elimination, like we said before. Very bottom of the lobby with significant spot between him and Chusheng means that This is going to have to be a near perfect game out of 5-2-1, and MTF getting away is not helping with that at all.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that he has to play like this because everybody's just going to be able to kite out and then drop him into a third party at this point. Lipo needs about double his points almost if he wants to qualify, and he has to get that in these 2 games, and right now he's at 0 eliminations. So trying to get a kill in this time in the game, most players are just going to try and kite you out just like MTF is here, but it looks like DRG Shu ready to go for a fight here. He sees MTF, but he didn't manage to get the armor swap off, which is really unfortunate for him. Shu might have had like sure thing elimination there, as Chen and Edward the ones with that Yang depletion, so we might actually get to see Chen getting taken out pretty quickly here, and the Matari could be getting targeted out fast. We're going to see the pot coming in, but the 1-2 is going to get released from DRG Shu, trying to keep up the chase. Clink going to come in off the blue focus. Now it looks like Chen might get away here. Oh no, the ballista!
Maybe, but maybe not. These ballistas have been doing work this game number 5. Star from above, looking for the sniper play.
GG's Chad. Oh my goodness, 1 HP in a dream, and Edward gets the kill, but who gets the Soul Bloom? It is going to be OA's Edward. It looks like DRG in the back end. This is the one person he doesn't want to give this elimination over to, but it looks like he might have to for a second here. Hoping that maybe somebody will third party in, but it looks like Edward is going to take that kill and jump and steal DRG Shu's spot in the top 12. But now Edward getting taken real low, and if Edward goes out, he goes completely out. So this is going to be very rough for him. He's trying to kite out. He's in the zone. He's in the no ult zone. He doesn't have ult available. He's able to get out. He finds the armor swap. Always Edward, 1 HP in a dream, makes it back into the zone, trying to see if he can kite.
This whole bye week in a way rests on this. Currently in the 12th place position, he wants to stay within scoring range. Won't be able to do so if he's going to drop here and now. That being said, he will be pulled to the ground. Temporary stun going to be impacting him. Now over into the drain. Will heal up for the time being. And off his recovery, I think he has a new lease on life.
Yeah, we are seeing Edward, or sorry, MTF, actually. He's not doing too bad for himself right now. Lots of these players are playing inside the zone as we speak. We did see Spider get fully eliminated there. Arano, the big parry on the Lipo. But Arano extremely low on HP. He did that last little bit of damage off onto him. And it's going to be Lipo actually picking up that elimination. But Star is going to get the bloom. Now Lipo extremely low. The parry punish damage is going to come over. Star able to deal that up onto the side of Lipo, taking him out, putting him even further up onto that scoreboard of the points. He's now in 11th place. Arano fully eliminated, and that's Paste picking up his 3rd elimination of the game, as Edward now up on the backside of the map. He's at 31, Shu's at 30.8, MTF is at 28.5, Star's at 32, and Pace is at 34. It is so close between the bottom of this leaderboard here, and oh, Frostivus is in contention of getting pushed out. That would be extremely sad to see the boy Frost get done like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Based here, prepping for his fight versus Star. And immediately, trade on the ground is going to force the F out of Star. Star dashes over as soon as he gets out of the freeze to the far side of the column. Pace catches him. Star no longer has any armor available. Still has the ultimate though. And we will see a trade right back. Pace is very good at being able to move Rosira in the air. Continues to use that beam. Connecting solid damage coming through. But it is not over just yet. There's another freeze up this time. Applied 2 Pace will occur. Star's able to hang on. Brought to half health by the last combo. He's trying to use these nunchucks to right what was wrong. And there we go, down to a sliver, and it's a huge reversal. Pace is not happy about that.
Yeah, Pace getting eliminated by Star. Pretty crazy what's going on there. DRG Shu needs to win this. He's Wufong looking extremely strong right now. Not able to get the catch on the Liam ball. That's unfortunate to see. And now he just gets tossed into that Balda TMD combo. It's not really a TMD. It's just such a crazy lockdown that it's really difficult to get out of. DRG Shu now on that Yang depletion. That's going to be really difficult for him to come back from at this stage in the game. Wufong doesn't need the points, but he's just padding his stats right now, doing incredible job at getting up through there. Wufong and Star now have that White Tiger's prowess. Shu with the 30.8. He is 0.2 points behind Edward. He is almost 3.2 points behind Star. MTF is close as well. They're all so close in proximity to each other. It is going to be a very, very close photo finish.
There's still 12 minutes left in this game. So Shu, MTF are both in very good positions right now. As long as Shu is able to get out of this Roman Yang debuff. What this means is that this is prime scoring opportunity. For the first time, the haves have turned into the have-nots, and the have-nots now have what they need to be able to score high and push out those at the top of the lobby.
Here we go, DRG Shu, the redemption era. I might have to put on my DRG jersey for game number 6, just for the good luck for him. I want him to qualify so bad. He's going to heal himself while getting out of the storm. He's got no health pots. This might be rough for him. Pace now on that Yang depletion as well. He spots out Wufong. You might try and go for this elimination right here. Star and Wufong right next to each other in proximity. This might be a very difficult fight for Pace. He is going to try and go for that shotgun burst right away. Double charge going to come through. No damage off on the side of Wufong. Wufong able to space that out perfectly, but looks like, oh my goodness, Star and Wufong going at it. Star wants to put up extra amount of points so that he is going to be safe for qualifying. You can see they're starting to get a lot more aggressive. Oh my goodness! Look at that. Velocity Untold dealing so much damage, but he was able to get a pot off, and he's got advanced heal. The kiting, and now he's almost back to full armor, but the combo's going to be coming through. Focus attack doing just a little bit of damage, but trying to get a grip in just a little bit. Wufong now forced to pop that ultimate. Going to use it to try and kite everything out here. The recast is available if you need to. Use that jump LMB to try and get some distance. See if you can jump LMB, but he gets stunned out. Pace going to do so much damage. He needs to cleanse that Yang depletion. Wufong able to find a gold armor swap here. Oh my goodness. Back to full gold armor in this situation. He's actually looking really, really good into this fight, but now everybody knows he doesn't have ult. Pace also doesn't have the ultimate. He could technically be the easier target to go for now that he's got no shield at all. Getting hit by the uppercut, he's got no combo break coming through. Who's gonna get the kill? It's Fun plus Phoenix's Star coming away with the elimination onto Pace, putting him ahead by a few points. Now Edward and Shu have full opportunity to take Pace out of that spot. He's stuck at 34 and can't get any more points for the rest of this game since he has been eliminated. Shu, with 4 eliminations on the board, he's got 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to cleanse. Can he do it?
Yep. Shu definitely needs to find the cleanse here and now. Like I said, it isn't just the fact that being eliminated means he can't score extra points. It's that he's already found himself in such a good position. He has a nest egg of resources to play with. And if he can't get the cleanse, he's going to have to start from square one in game number 6 with even less time to try to find the qualification.
DRG Shu right back into the mix as he is jumping through into these fights here, trying to see if he can make anything happen. It looks like we are just going to be seeing Shu go for some sort of crazy play here, as he is trying to kind of make something happen, but it's not looking like too much is getting on. He's found MTF though, and he's going to try and start to go onto this Matari. Matari, kind of the worst character to do this against, especially Fong with a fan. MTF. This is going to be really difficult. Trying to chase down a Matari is incredibly difficult. And we've got nobody else on Yang depletion. Oh, this is going to be so tough for him here. He needs to try and cleanse, but it's going to be so difficult. He finds Wufong. Wufong also doesn't have any ultimate. This could be the right fight for him to take. He's only got 50 seconds. It's going to be a difficult one for him to take. He's trying to engage on the MTF again. No, don't go for the Matari. They're just going to kite you out to the ends of the earth. Their whole kit is based on avoiding you. Oh my goodness. He's got ult available. 35 seconds left. It looks pretty cooked for this game. I think he might just take himself into the zone. Oh, no, he brings it back around.
Decision. MTF playing near the sideline of the zone. Swoops up to the side and out. You're gonna have to continue trying to give chase. Knows the timer's ticking. Tries to force the issue. Pokeball comes out here. Juggle. MTF gonna lose his armor off this trade. And we're coming on the backside of this fight. Shoot, cannot let this get stolen from him. Pokeball tossing MTF towards the storm. Back up and across. Manages to heal.
He let the one person get the elimination off onto him that he didn't want to have. Always Edward going to pick up that elimination. The one person closest to him in this scoreboard. Edward going to pick up the elimination. And MTF actually going to be able to escape that whole fight, wouldn't you know? He was so close to death there. Pops Matario, double dashes away. He had him in the combo. If Edward doesn't third party there, he gets the full elimination. It's so unfortunate to see, but MTF is back at full reset. And now Yang depletion is on everybody, but Wufong still has Yang depletion even though he claimed Spirit Well, which is a little bit interesting. I think he might have claimed it first, but FPX Star the only one to not have that Yang depletion so far. MTF going to be going for that flag capture, and everybody else going to be trying to converge on him to stop that capture happening.
Well, hey, definitely would not be bad for Star to pick up some more kills here. And because of just how much pressure the remaining members of the game are feeling right now, this is his opportunity to try to capitalize. MTF, similarly at 3 elims, wants to try to ride this puppy home. He wants to be able to piggyback off of the success that Edward and Star have had in order to bring himself past that 13th spot. Shu is out of the lobby. All he needs is at least 2 or 3 more eliminations here and now, and that would bring him into a solid point by which he could then leverage the final game for competition. And that's not even to mention the fact that BBE, YCG, OUG all aren't playing. There's a chance for some players to move up and for some of those that are inactive on the day to move out.
Yeah, it would require Star to get at least 2 points, Haste to get at least 3 points, 3.1, and Edward to get at least 4 points. 6 points actually, and then it would require 7 points from DRG's Shu and 8 from what was MTF? Oh my goodness!
Oh no!
MTF into the Bane. What a play from Star there to take out MTF. He must be fuming right now. This is his game to put up the extra points. But now it's all players who are already in the top 12. Nobody is going to upset a qualifying right now. Star just going to use that ultimate to double dash out of the action right quick. And then we're going to be seeing Star trying to kite this out. But Wufong still heavy onto the chase. And Edward still needing to cleanse, as well as Wufong actually. Both of these players still needing to cleanse. Trying to take Star out as fast as possible. We're going to see the Kylan dashes coming through. 2 connect. 3 connect. Edward with that last dash available. He's going to try and make it happen. Can he go for it? The F ability is going to come out at the perfect time to block it. Got the immortality dash to come through. Does he connect? Star gets the armor swap. He comes through. Wufong takes out Edward due to the Yang depletion time. The tome going to come through. And Wufong finishes it off. But I do the Star MVP.
Wufong wins a lobby. This time around, though, will not be getting the MVP, as I do believe, as you said that it will be Star, coming kind of out of nowhere after a difficult day of competition to cement himself as the winner overall of game number 5.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. FunPlus Phoenix and Star going to be taking this game, and he's got himself in the qualifying spots here. MTF and Shu are 13 and 14. Everybody else is already qualified other than our very bottom players. But Shu and MTF are the only players who actually have a chance from the 13 and 14 to get the qualification. They need Edward and Pace to have bad games in Game 6, and Shu and MTF need to pop off. Star could also have a bad game, or all 5 of those players I just mentioned could have a good game and take out OUG, YZG, EDE, and ASE.
Yeah, a lot of options on the table here, a lot of permutations that can come through, but really all that matters is maximizing your performance. Don't over-focus upon what other people are at in the bracket. Just simply play your very best, and I think that that is going to be the lecture and message that a lot of these players are going to get as soon as they enter into the backstage.
Yeah, I think definitely they are going to be trying their hardest to get themselves in to a very, very crazy situation to get themselves to win. It's going to be a really huge comeback if Shu's able to pull this off, and I'm really excited to see it happen. We're going to get to take a look at our match stats in just a second as well, and take a look at the total scoreboard to give you guys a full analysis on what really needs to happen for these players who haven't qualified to make it past the qualifications.
Yeah, absolutely the case. We have a very interesting rollout for the standings here. Given that this is the last game of competition coming up for us, what I'm really looking for out of the players that are on the cusp of making it up into the 12th place position is sorry, one sec. But we are really looking for the players at the bottom to actually take a very aggressive stance in this final game. And keeping that in mind, I really am a little bit worried about kind of the philosophy that we've seen for these teams up until that last game. That last game was a real, I guess, change in engagement from a lot of these players, and hopefully they can carry that momentum going forward.
Yeah, I like the change of pace. Shu and MTF had like a really good standings coming into this game. It was just really difficult for them to actually climb over that threshold due to the fact that these other players were trying so hard to stay in the threshold. They were having really good pop-off games. And I mean, Star with the kick onto MTF. Wow. Oh my goodness. Shu actually ends up finishing 3rd place with 5 eliminations. That's going to be Wufong, the actual first place finish, but the MVP is going to go to Star with 8 game score, 6.6 to Wufong, 5 to Shu, 4.5 to Edward and MTF. Pace is going to get 4, Spider 2, 1.5 to Action, 1.5 to Lipo, 1 to Chen, 1 to Chuzhang, and 0.5 for Arano. Unfortunate to see that happening. So now on our bottom side, Chen, Chuzhang, and Lipo, I doubt it. They would need 20-point game minimum, 10, 15-point games minimum. Lipo needs a whole lot. Chen, 20-point game, 15-point game. Shu, very close. He needs 2 eliminations with a first place finish, 4 eliminations with a first place finish. MTF, about the same thing. And he needs these players, Edward, Pace, Star, to perform poorly or perform so well that they pass Mike, TT25, and Frostivus, and then Edward and MTF also perform well, where they're able to pass as well. So it really depends on what's going to be going on and how this is going to fall. I believe if Pace, Edward, and Star all get donuts, Pace and Edward are going to be dropped out, and we are going to see Shu and MTF, which I would love to see, because MTF is originally DRG, and now he's on Wolves. And Shu is our new DRG member, and you know me, I'm the DRG fan, so.
And I also do think that those are 2 of the more chaotic players that were kind of finding themselves at the bottom of the bracket, and I think that they definitely are the players, therefore, that have the capacity to come from behind in that way. That being said, once we get up here to this very top slot, I don't think any of these players are dropping. 40 points as the gold standard to hit. Arano, we have Spider, Wufong, all there from today, as well as Jin, all doing a great job of securing themselves, which should be a really, really solid place in the Biweek finals.
Yeah, and if you saw Wufong as well, he is, look at this, oh my goodness, DRG Shu gets the kill on the Chen and Wufong at the same time, and then he gets the hit on the Chuzhang there, and then hits the burn tick damage through, and then finishes it off with the third elimination. Best kill sequence of the game, other than MTF getting that elimination. The parry onto the other member, and then sends the riposte onto Lipo. That was really cool as well. And then Wufang, which is absolutely insane in this only Yang, switches over to the ultimate to avoid the ball catch, and Shu just getting absolutely decimated there. And look at that, he's like, oh yeah, I got him. Case now taking a lot of damage as well. This is unfortunate to see. Star picking up that elimination, and then look at this, it was so close. It was so close. He gets this, he goes for the focus, he goes for another one, hits this. So low. All he needs is the double charge, throws him on the ground, but it doesn't happen. If he throws him up in the air, that's that elimination. Oh my goodness. It's so unfortunate. You have to throw him right in the ground. The uppercut into the mains breath. That was the coolest kill of the game so far, other than the ballistic kills. And then almost Shu getting that kill on the MTF, as we do see happen here. MTF managed to get out of this, and then Wufang getting stunned out here, but still able to pull off that elimination, as we saw. Fun plus Phoenix's Star still able to come with the MVP.
Yeah, great stuff, and here we go. Star getting that MVP, picking it up on the Justina. This is a character that I said I wasn't really feeling. I understand her position in the meta, but I've been proven that definitely, especially when you go for such an aggressive game, sometimes just being the stabilizing force within a fight of 3 can be enough to get yourself the MVP. And it's on the back of some really solid play. Credit to Star on all around as well. Looking at what he's got here, he's got Dragon Roar, kept it catch there. Big focus on nunchucks with this one. Flying knives, of course, being there, as it has been for many 8 players throughout the course of today.
Good damage on the nunchucks. 5th MVP for Star here. He's looking really good. Hepta, Dragon Roar, Juggernaut, Varsa's Grip, Sap, and Velocity Untold. That Velocity was putting in a lot of work for him here as we started to see everything start to unfold. It was looking really good. Oh my goodness, I'm looking over at the delayed stream and I see some of the highlights happening. That parry into riposte onto Lipo. Unfortunate for Lipo, but a super smart play done by Star there. It was really nice to see Star actually start to pop off here, because he has been pretty low on the scoreboard. That's why he is in that bottom 12-13.
Yeah, definitely the case. Of course, got to feel for Lipo, like you said. Unfortunate situation, but it's been stacks of unfortunate situations for a while now for him, and that's the reason why he has been really far relegated to that 18th place position. I hope to see him back next bi-weekly, doing a little bit better, but as it currently stands right now, I would say him alongside a few of those others that are hovering around everywhere from like the 15th to 17th place positions, all are pretty much out of the running. We really got 2 players here behind the cutoff that I think have any shot.
Yeah, and that's going to be DRG Shu and Wolves' MTF. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to check in with everybody for our game number 6 once we come back from this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined alongside Nyarko, and we've got one last game for you guys before we kick off for the day. And this is the game where it's put all on the line. We have got a grudge match between Shu, MTF, the old DRG, and the new DRG. And then we've got Edward, who's on the qualifying side, along with Pace, as these guys are going to be in this section to try and qualify. Taking a look at Star versus Arano, a bit of a highlight that we saw in our last round of Yang. This is a crazy play that came out from Star, so you guys got to watch this. Goes for the ult, pops it, gets the freeze off into the meter dump, into the uppercut, into the 1.0, and finishes off that elimination. Oh my goodness. The Justina tech coming out is absolutely crazy. You're muted.
Oh no. Well, as I was saying, Justina coming out in that last game, playing the way that she did in the hands of Star, I think it gave me some confidence that this character is going to continue to see some amount of priority moving into game number 6, especially for those players who are looking for that little bit of added consistency that is going to be necessary to score those high numbers and those high points. A lot of the time, you look at the total points that are there and necessary for characters like MTF or Shu, and you see, oh, they got to get up to like 34 points or something like that. But really, the thing is that you have to get beyond that number, because even those other players that are above the cutoff are still gaining points. So speaking of Shu, how many kills did he get in game number 5? A2, B3, C4, D5.
And ladies and gentlemen, we know that he at least got 3 off of the ballista. We'll give you that much. And I'm pretty sure he won a Rumble Yig. So pop your answers in the chat, and we'll see if you guys get it right. As we do know that is something that you guys like to fight for here in the Twitch chat. Make sure you drop your answers in. I did win the first one of the day. What can I say? I'm kind of goated with it, but it's pure luck. I haven't gotten one in forever, so it's high time I got the win. As we are going to be seeing this coming through with the next jump in, as we're going to be jumping into this next game very quickly here.
Yeah, very excited to see what happens here. Game number 6 on the day. The last chance for some of these players to make their mark and move up the ranking charts. And also, there's still some players that are very much in jeopardy of being dropped down. Some people got to go up, some people got to go down. It is going to be a zero-sum game here at the end, and a big push for some of these players to do what I think is very important for them and push for a bi-weekly final, get that second chance at not a fully clean slate, but at least a chance to get something on the board today, so you have a chance at that future the next time around.
Yeah, and I definitely think that they are going to be able to make something crazy happen, but it is going to take a lot of effort to make that come to full fruition. So we're going to be seeing if that's going to happen. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it work. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be very, very difficult on that back end. So hopefully we're going to get to see some crazy stuff going on. I'm not 100% sure that it's actually going to go the way that they want it to.
Given the capacity for especially MTF to play like a madman, I'm really excited to see what he does when he knows the pressure is on as tangibly as it is here.
Yeah, it is definitely something that is worth the look here, because we aren't sure. We aren't sure who's going to be able to make it through. It's only going to get known by that last second buzzer. Do you think we're gonna see like a crazy skirmish at the end, like a 5-way end game, 6-way end game, or do you think it's gonna be something a little bit calmer?
I think that there's one of two ways this goes. We're either ending the game with 5 minutes left on the clock in an absurd skirmish, or we're going to be seeing the slowest game of the day, just because that level of conservatism comes back into play when you feel that pressure, you feel that heat on the line. You don't want to put yourself out there. You don't want to give anyone the scoring opportunity off of you.
Exactly. Paste and Edward, 34 and 32.5. Stars at 36.6. This is the kind of our bubble that we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, up here at the top, we're beginning to see those who are much more locked in on the day. I would say Frostipus on upwards, probably relatively secure within their placements. you never know what is going to happen here. Mike leading the charge there in 7th spot with Arano, Zin, Spider, Wufong, Xuanyuan, and then a verse at the very top. And man, those verse games, definite outliers. Gotta say, that is a very, very impressive scoreline to be having, given, like I said before, how tight competition has been.
Yeah, these are the 3 players you're going to want to watch out for on the qualifying side. BRG Shu, always Edward, and Wolves MTF. This is going to be a very, very, very close game.
Yep, that's the hope at the very least. Handing on over here. Shoutouts to Arano for a great day of competition, man. This is a guy who is beginning to get that kind of spider aura about him in regards to the amount of time he's pulling on camera and the crazy stuff he's doing when he is in fact in view of the bright lights.
As we see MTF locking in, getting everything ready. Super, super locked in. Ready to go. Paste, I'm pretty sure is safe.
I would say so. Put his hard work in earlier today, picked up an MVP for himself, and he carried that on. Unfortunately, on the other side of it, they're safe, and then there are those who didn't make it to the bombshell to begin with. Chen, unfortunately, has been lagging behind the competition here. It's mostly in this position to cause chaos, because I don't think he himself will be able to catapult himself high enough up in regards to the scoreline. Here we go, Moore's Isle at night. This will be the big order to clear things up. Pasted first spot. Gonna definitely have a lion's share and ability to pick up whatever you want. Most likely it's going to be the Lonnie, as that's been time and time again what has been coming through. Chen in 2nd, Wufong in 3rd, Edward in 4th. And so what's kind of surprising here, and maybe a little bit worrisome, is when you look at where MTF and Shu are, they're quite a bit more down on that pick order. We got an 8th and we got a 12th place position. And what that means is they kind of got to make do and get high scores, maybe not the prime picks of the litter.
Here we go. Game 6 out of 6. As we are going to be jumping in. Paced with the first pick. The Liam coming out for him. Or sorry, the Lonnie. I meant to say Lonnie, guys. I promise you I meant to say Lonnie. I swear. Liam for Chen. Okay, I'm not gonna try. I'm not gonna try. We're just gonna wait till we see it happening. Wufong on the Liam. Unless he goes
Careful,
Justina.
man. Nbpl is gonna message you and try to take the prize back that you won.
Watch Wufong pick Justina here. I think it's gonna be Liam. Yeah, Liam's coming here. Edward on the Shile. Here we are. We're gonna get to see. I'm excited to see Chen on Syra. Edward on Shile, we've seen plenty of times before. Paste on the Lonnie. He's a very skilled Lonnie player. Spider in 5th position. What does he pick here? I think he has his double pick available. He can't pick any of the metas, but he's got the opportunity for literally anybody else. He's in a really good standing right now, too. He doesn't really need to put up more points. The Temmie's going to come out. Okay, interesting. Star. He's going to try and play on one of his most comforted picks, I believe. That's going to be what he is going to be something that he's really, really good on. Justina coming out for Star. Yeah. Lipo. Light Polaris. What are you going to pick?
Yeah, Lipo, another player that's kind of unfortunately outside the realm of viability for moving on to the finals, but he still wants to make his mark. And I think that, you know, it's always best to still go with the mentality of looking for whatever outs you can. Go for something that can get you the chain kills and get you a huge stack of points, and he will optimally go to an Apple.
MTF, you can't pick a meme pick this time. No Matari. No Tessa. Kylan for MTF. MTF is goated on the Kylan. He's pretty goated when it comes to the Kylan play. So I like that pick coming out from that. Action. What are you gonna play, Action? You're pretty qualified already, so it doesn't matter too much what you're gonna be picking here. as we're getting ready to lock things in, that's gonna be 8 ghosts for the action. Chu Zhang with the next pick ready to go. I believe Chu Zhang's games are pretty much done as well. He doesn't have the amount of points that he needs to qualify. He's gonna need something, nothing short of a miracle for that. And that's gonna be Chu Zhang with the Valda. Arano, 11th to pick here. And Shu in the last place. No!
That's pretty brutal.
DRG Shu, my guy, you're not gonna get picked on your meta pick. Arano on the Wu Chen and
Oh god, he's gonna lock the Faria here.
Oh, no, don't do it. Don't play Faria. Play something cool. It's gonna be Faria, but play something cool. Yeah, Faria.
Yeah. I am a little bit worried about this. I just don't think that she gets kills, and you need kills right now, Shu. That is your only chance to make it through into the bi-weekly finals.
Other than that, we are going to be seeing every single one of these players get ready to lock it in for our 6th and final game of the day. MTF trying to make something happen as much as possible. Edward going to be locking everything in. We just need to see one of these players start to pop off. The one player that goes crazy out of this group will get the qualifying spot. Will it be MTF? Will it be Shu? Or will it be the players who have already crossed the line and want to keep their place secured? We saw Shu across the line for half a game and he did end up falling short. Unfortunate to say, that could be what's happening again. I really don't want to make that true. I want Shu to qualify.
All right, well, he is locked in the fruition with which to do so. MTF also in a position poised to strike at the bottom part of the top 12. This is his opportunity to make it over to the finals, but he needs to have a solid game. Picks the Kylan Zhang to do so. Very, very strong character, one that he specializes in. Can it be enough?
Alrighty, here we go. Jumping into the picks, we're going to be seeing Chu Zhang, MTF, Paste Star, Chen, Action, Shu, Arano, Wufeng, Lipo, Spider, and Edward. Spider, Lipo, MTF, Star, and Chu Zhang all using their double picks in that final round. We're going to be seeing Shu on the Faria. Nothing different. No different stuff trying to come out, see if they can get a surprise onto anybody. There's no changes to... Oh, actually, Arano is running the shield blades instead of the TP swap, which could work out for him. We'll see what happens. You know, people have been using the swap to get a little bit of the kiting going, and oh my goodness, everybody's landing on top of each other here.
Oh, that's what I like to see. Really do hope for that first call that I made. It's a bloodbath instead of a long game. People understand the burdens placed upon them. Either score high to keep your place or score high to make your place in the finals coming up here between groups B and C. We are going one final time onto the map, and we're going where it all started on Morris Island.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 6. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside NARAKA, and one more time, let's run it up to the ends of the earth. DRG and Wolves are the two teams on the chopping block. Who is going to qualify and who will be going home for another bi-weekly finals and watching on the sidelines?
It's really the question at hand here. I do also think that there's, of course, still a lot of value in playing aggressive and getting the lion's share of points early if you're already confirmed and basically locked in, as getting those seeding points is really, really valuable at this point. And I know some people, with how tight they are, through a few kills here and there, could be moved up a whole slot. So let's see what happens, as we are currently looking at that bottom of the bracket right now. MTF at 29, Shu at almost 31. Needs to be able to push past Edward at 32.5. And given that Edward is active in this last game, they in fact need to move past them, perhaps past Pace and Star too. So this is going to be a difficult climb. Possible, but exceptionally difficult.
MTF. Who's going to get the first kill? Edward going for money right away. He's going to go into the zone and try and get this. And it's Shu versus Chen here. Oh, are we going to get to see a fight pop off? Come on, somebody do something here. DRG Shu needs to pick up eliminations. I want to see him do it. Oh, MTF facing off against TE's Wufong. Wufong is on the top of the ladder, so it doesn't matter if he loses this. But if MTF wins, that's going to put him a step ahead to get himself in that qualifying spot. Big parry from MTF, but the F ability of Liam going to allow him to keep the weapon, avoid any extra parry damage as well. Here we go. Wufong with the overhead, not going to connect, jumps through. Big parry from MTF on the side. No F ability to counter. Ultimate is up though. Gets the stand-up combo into, oh, doesn't get the carousel, doesn't get the grab, gets a second bump into the grapple. F ability invested finally, and now MTF is going to be dropped through, get slammed into the carousel, and oh my goodness, is he going to go out here? Ultimate is popped, mortality coming through. Does he claim it? F ability popped. MTF, 1 HP in the dream. In the ult, he gets the connect into the dash, and MTF picks up his first kill.
I was gonna say, this is gonna be the indicator of a lot. I think that MTF needs to get that pickup, and he in fact does here and now, moving up to flat 30 points. We have more action though across the map. Chujing, Lipo, giving chase to a low Spider who manages to pick back up their armor. And this purple turnaround could be enough to actually make Chujing the target of everyone, and that's gonna be the armor pop. Down to just a sliver. Lipo gonna come through, looking for the poke in the steel. Spider may still want to continue to fight this. We'll throw out the Sandstorm. Lipo, Yodohime ulting in the middle of it. No field going to be activated. Spider using this time in order to heal back up before diving back into fray. Lipo in a little bit of trouble now. Got a whole lot of health to play with. We'll be able to win a trade versus Spider and reduce that armor. But there is an F available. Spider can try to go for the re-engage for the time being, though. Instead, hides out in Storm. Good pivot around to get the heal off and keep Lipo guessing. As now up close, Spider wins the first trade. Lipo fires off F, doesn't get a whole lot off of it. Spider up to the top side, armor swaps over, breaks armor of Lipo in kind. Lipo will also swap back, and it's almost neck and neck. A little bit more health onto Lipo, but they have lost the armor yet again. And Spider wants to clean this one up. One more hit will do it. 5-1 is disgraced in that 1v1.
Oh my goodness, Lipo getting sent back to the Soul Altar. Spider going to be able to pick up yet another elimination, just pushing him even further up in these standings. DRG now on the other side. DRG Shu is going to be no eliminations on the board. MTF is now only 0.8 points behind. Edward got sent back to the Soul Altar though, so he lost his life. Haste has 0 kills, and Star also with 0 kills. This is a super slow-paced game that has been going on just specifically because everybody is scared to get these eliminations. And since Edward is out of lives, this is going to be really rough for him. If GG Chen spots him out here, oh my goodness, I think he sees Shu. He might be going for the kill on the Shu. Oh, he has the bounty on him. Chu Zhang here, now in the back end fighting against Arano. Let's see how this goes.
Arano working at range for the time being, dives back in. We got a mirror of weapons as Chu Zhang dives forward, trying to find the push. Arano using this opportunity to heal up. Chu Zhang doesn't have any armor to speak of. We'll be able to send Arano sprawling onto the ground as we move back down inside the valley. Chu Zhang wanted to try to follow through, and then turns tail after another trade that was further away. Arano will not allow this to happen, though. Force drop on this position as now the Oculus will come through. Arano in a little bit of trouble, feeling that need a bit more thing. All the way there in the periphery of the fight with the way in means that Arano has to be careful as if he wants to try to continue this fight or not, especially as now the shadow is also creeping in.
Yeah, Arano going to be forced to the outside of the zone as Wufong and MTF, it looks like they're going back at it here. Looks like Wufong just ready for this elimination, trying to see if he can catch MTF up in the ball, and it looks like he's going to be able to do so. Sends him knocking into a combo. Oh my goodness, Jump LMB is going to be coming out in full force. MTF has ult available though. He's going to be able to get 2 wind wall dashes off onto him. The Scale Rush is going to come through to avoid any extra damage. Wufong gonna pop the no ult zone too. What a smart play on his end. He doesn't have ult. He knows MTF has ult. Oh my goodness. Paste! with the crazy combo into the bow shot. I don't know if he connected on the bow shot. I think GG Shen is just going to back off here. Doesn't want to contest that. We need the scoreboard production. Where is it? Lipo going to be getting hit up with a combo. Chu Zhang. Oh my goodness. There's Lipo's game. 12 of 12. Unfortunate to see. Oh, big parry. Big parry. MTF might actually be able to get 2 kills here. He wipes out Wu Fang right away in game number 6. Wu Fang knows he's qualified already, so he doesn't need this. He's going to actually leave the Soul Bloom there. Upgrade to purple armor. And then if he loses, he's going to be... If he loses fast enough, that is, he's going to be able to get that Soul Bloom and come back into this game. The Soul Blooms are on timers. There was a time. He's got 1 minute and 38 seconds. If he's able... If he starts to lose, he's going to lose really fast and go and cleanse off that. Oh my goodness. Why? Why does it have to be this matchup? DRG Shu versus Wolves MTF. No!
Oh, the narratives are brilliant. This is a huge deciding fight being put into a debuff when you are right on the line with your hopes of moving on to the bi-weekly finals. Hanging in the balance is going to be heartbreaking, and one of these two fighters is going to emerge here with a massive buff that could be their ticket to the bi-weekly finals in their own right. So far, MTF winning these trades, shooting a lot of trouble, going to get counter hit. No armor left available for him. MTF in a fantastic position to try to finish this one up. Korea going to drop ultimate, but we've seen this before. It is prolonging the inevitable. Minute left on the clock. As long as MTF is able to try to land the killing blow following Shu's departure from the mech, he should be all right, but this is going to be a lot of time burnt, doing basically no damage.
Yeah, but we're seeing Shu getting the heal up. MTF was able to dodge all of those perfectly, so this is quite unfortunate for Perry ultimate here. As he comes out of mech, he is full HP, but MTF does have that ultimate available, so he's going to hit a crazy combo coming through. Big combo potential off of that. The 1-2 going to come through and connect. Jump LNB to try and tech chase. Doesn't work. Gets the grapple cancel. F ability invested. Gets the catch. Into the grapple bump. Into another grapple bump. Into a third. Into a fourth. Into a fifth. Into a sixth. Oh my goodness. Gets the burn damage off, and now we're going to see the Kylan ultimate coming through, and now it's going to be basically cooked for DRG Shu. Is he going to be able to make it out of this? Ooh, big dodge, big weave. No, it's cooked. It's cooked, Chad. No, MTF has passed the qualifying threshold, I do believe. And now he's over DRG Shu. Shu going to be on Yang depletion. Oh, if he doesn't get the cleanse, I'm going to be so sad.
Yeah, great setup by MTF. Leveraging that early game advantage, that first one fight to great effect. Doesn't even need that soul bloom that he left for himself. And I do want to see the leaderboard to see if he has pushed over the line. No, in fact, Edward, half a point ahead of him, still in the lobby on the Shio, but with no eliminations to his name.
Here we go. We're going to be seeing MTF trying to make this play. Dang now, though. He's got himself that Vermilion Bird Mite, so it looks like Paste won. Star lost. Edward didn't go in. Shu lost. Chen lost. So Chu Zhang won. Chu Zhang is trying to pull off a miracle from 17th place right now. 2 eliminations on the board. MTF is the one that's doing the best right now. That's going to be 3 eliminations on the Kylan. And I told you, he was nasty on the Kylan, but Shu's going to find the bounty there. That's actually going to help him a lot. Let's see who he gets the bounty on. Pace and Arano getting the bounty? What? Sorry. There we go. Shu getting the bounty on the Action. Action doesn't have Yang depletion, but he also doesn't have a buff. So this could be a good fight for him to go into here, as all 4 of these players right now starting to take a pretty aggressive fight going on. Spider going to replenish that armor just a little bit. He's got Yang depletion, actually. Spider lost his Realm of Yang fight. Looks like he did burn his ultimate, so he's going to try and back out of this. We're going to see Star fighting against GG Chen. Chen trying to see if he can make anything back into this game, as Pace is going to try and join on the third party to keep the points climbing.
Jin trying to chase down onto Shu. Shu wanting to cash in on this bounty. Unfortunately, repelled on the first attempt. Shu not actually super healthy and gets caught up by the staff again. Damage dropped on their head, and they kind of need to take this fight, in my humble opinion. Going on the run here, trying to reverse and look for another fight down the line is going to be exceptionally difficult when you have Realm Yang depletion on you. Down to one segment of blue bar again.
There you go. Good weave, good catch off onto the focus. He's going to try and keep breaking that shield through. Goes for the meter dump, doesn't connect off of it. Action's doing a really good job of keeping distance, but none of them are near anybody else. This fight can be pretty isolated for a good long while. Oh, Shu's going to get cut off here. He's forced to use that ability. Good weave, hops in the Mac. Oh my goodness, he cooked it. Cooked it. Now, Action is going to have Tiger Ultimate, and you're going to have to try so hard to beat that. You're on the Yang depletion. You've got a minute and 30 seconds left. Can you do anything against this? So, oh, MTF's eliminated. Oh no. Okay. I was gonna say he has Vermilion.
Yeah, he
I was about to say that would have been absolutely insane. Oh my goodness, he goes to the no ult, so this is actually perfect. Tries to go for the counter grapple, but the grapple's already through. Trying to bring it back around. There's a third party jumping in, and it's Edwards. No! She cooked. She was absolutely cooked. Great
double juggle, touch. There we go. It's over. Shu's dreams are dashed upon the rocks. This fight will actually continue. And there's MTF, speaking of which, coming through. Tail end of this one, looking at third party. Now in a riskier position without his buff from the Realm of Yang. I do think he probably will just try to slow the tempo back down for the time being. Still not quite qualified, but doesn't want to risk it all on what is ultimately a 25-25 fight.
Yeah, MTF is not going to try and go for too many extra kills right now. If he takes those 3 kills and gets really good placement, and if he goes for like a Realm of Yang and wins, you know, that can be really good for him here. Spider, 13 seconds left. Fighting against Fun Plus Phoenix or Star. That 1 bit of damage though is actually just going to give. Oh my goodness, Edward coming in. Who gets the kill? Who gets the kill? Who gets the kill? Please be Star. Please be Star. Please be Star. It's Star. Okay. Star is going to get that elimination, which is going to give, deny the elimination from Edward. Arano going to hop into that Realm of Yang. We're going to see the overhold come through, tries to go for the combo. Edward going to be able to get the uppercut through. Star going to try and go for the overhold again with the 1-2. Big Carry going to be coming out on the side of Edward. Star going to be dealing so much damage, gets the catch, F ability invested, has ult available if he needs it. Edward is going to try and kite this out now. He's got the fan out to try and get that extra bit of movement going. Pace is in the Realm of Yang, so is MTF. We're going to be flipping over. This is a huge gang for him here. We're going to see that ultimate getting released. Stormblade, first one's going to miss. MTF is going to It's going to allow Arano to get actually back to full HP, though. That's going to be a difficult one to deal with. Let's still have one more Stormblade available. This could be dangerous. We're going to see big parry coming through. Big uppercut into the focus. Jump LB, jump LB. Trying to throw it out. See if he can get anything else. The Stormblade's going to be coming through. Ultimate pop. Seeing if he's going to be able to make the dash through. He gets the dash around. Deals a lot of damage to Arano. F ability invested. Dashes are going to be coming out into full force. Gets it through. One more dash to call it a day. He misses the last dash. Oh my goodness. He misses 3, misses 4. 1 HP and a dream for Arano. Is he going to be able to come back with the jump pill and do tech chase onto Arano? Gives Wolves MTF 1 point he needed to jump over Edward in the standings, putting him at 12.
That was getting scary again, but it does look like MTF wins that duel, and by virtue of that, gets out to an immense lead on the rest of the lobby here. Need to check back in. Edward still in the lead. Managed to get an elimination to match up against MTF's last one. Half point ahead. And as that occurs, we're also going to look upon Star, who I think took a fight earlier versus Edward. Don't know how that one ended, but regardless, Star's run is going to be ended here and now as he gets eliminated out of the lobby. Pace actually going to be able to cross up and cast Frostibus into the 10th place position.
Oh my goodness, Frostibus is in 11th right now. Edward was actually able to find himself an elimination, which means that MTF hasn't fully qualified for this. Oh, blistering edge coming up from Arano. Combined with the Wu Channel, it's not going to kill him here as he does get a little bit of siphon off. Oh my god, it does end up getting the elimination. Arano able to claim that soul blade to cleanse his depletion. And now he's going for the elimination on the bout of Chu Zhang, trying to end the game of Chu Zhang right away. Goes for the focus follow-up. It's not going to connect. Is he going to be able to get this elimination? Trying to see if he can go for that scale rush with the full sword. That's what he needs to do. Look at how much damage, but Pace steals the kill! Arano's in 5th place, so it doesn't really matter. But now, Pace has jumped over YZG and Star and BBE. Oh my goodness. Okay, if Edward and MTF both really do well, Froster is supposed to get knocked out. No, I don't want it to happen. We can't see that happening here. As WZ's Arano going to be heading to the top side to try and get away from all this. And MTF going to be jumping in to this fight, maybe going for a bit of a third party here. He doesn't need to make much happen, but he has the White Tiger's prowess. Could try and get active onto Arano here, and it looks like that's what he's going to try and do. Jump LMB into the scale rush, into the uppercut combo. Oh, F ability into the ultimate now. Vested on to the side of MTF. Going to be using that Phoenix Blast to try and avoid most of his damage. He'll be able to avoid again, but he gets hit with the Storm Blade, forced to go into that ultimate, getting absolutely juggled. Immortal Proc going to be coming through. This is not what he wanted. He's going to be able to get a pot off before anything, and now Arano doesn't have ultimate. Weaving! Oh my goodness, he's weaving. Arano's weaving, but he sends him flying. Is he able to knock him off? No, MTF needs to go for the heal here. He's at 34.5. If he dies here with 0.5 points away from qualifying, that would be so unfortunate, but it looks like he's going to be able to get his health back. White Tiger's prowess giving him a little bit of health back periodically as well, which is going to give him a bit of an advantage. That was scary. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, terrifying stuff. MTF still showing that while he is proving himself as a duelist, there are still holes in that game plan, and he almost threw away his whole chance at making it to finals there in that fight. Let's look at the person he's in direct competition with, though. Edward is forging through the map right now. We got MTF yet again, maybe looking for another fight. At least right now, he is just farming up Pace alongside him. Looks like they will handshake this.
Here we go. Who's gonna qualify? Is it gonna be Edward? Is it gonna be MTF? Edward's no armor right now. Ooh, that's looking scary. Oh, he finds the blue armor swap, though. Paste in the back end, trying to give this chase up as much as possible. He's got Dragon's Roar. We're seeing cannon shots coming in from the backside as well. MTF looking really aggressive into this. Edward taking so much damage. There's only 4 players left. He needs to pop this ult really fast. He gets the purple armor swap. He pops ult and wastes it here. We're going to see now Paste hopping that ult as well. Edward going to be forced to back off, and then as soon as that ult timer runs out, they're just going to full focus it. This is going to be super dangerous for Edward.
Yeah, Edward, the only one to not on legendary armor out of that trio, will just hide up on tree for the time being. But the shadow is also encroaching upon their position. MTF making their way towards the central section of the map now. A little bit of the circle that is left. We have 8 minutes left on the clock, yet so much action has occurred. Down to the last 4 in lobby. MTF dealing for whoever he can find. Sees Pace on the far side. Doesn't want to 50-50 this fight, so will just try to dominate space. Let's watch this replay, though. Edward, full health, coming on in here to root up.
Yeah, taking a look at Edward. He's back up to that full HP, and now MTF, he knows he needs points and eliminations. I don't think he knows exactly who Edward is playing as, but ooh, big blistering edge potential there for Arano. Why are they fighting this out here? Arano doesn't need eliminations. He's already in 5th place. He's in 4th place now. He's past Spider at 47.1 points. He has no need to be fighting right now, but MTF is just getting absolutely aggressive onto everybody here. Oh! What a berry taking the gold great out of the hands of Arano, and Edward coming in with the cap flume. Ultimate popped now. We're going to be seeing Edward jumping into that Yang Spirit Well. We're going to see Engraving coming out a second time from MTF. Wolves MTF going to be holding this as much as possible. He has one of the best ultimates to be able to hold that, but it looks like he's just going to go for the heal here. And the reset Paste going to claim that Spirit Well first. And this is what I don't understand. Alliance's Paste claims the first Spirit Well. That's not going to cleanse his Yang depletion. We're going to see jumping in. Arano going to jump in at the last second here, as well as Alliance's Pace is going to try and use his buff to go and claim this one. Now we're going to see the Overhold coming through into the Caploom. F ability invested to avoid any extra damage. Phoenix Blast is going to connect onto Edward. Edward going to get hit with the uppercut combo. No F ability available. Pace going to be able to hold down the middle of this zone.
The opportunities for eliminations for MTF are growing ever thinner. He needs to also rely upon Edward dropping soon out of this lobby so he can maybe inch ahead on placement points. But
Look at that.
Conservatively right now.
Pace has claimed both buffs. He got the Mystic Might, and then he went over and was able to claim the other buff at the very end. He's got himself 2 gold armor swaps if he needs. Everybody's on to MTF. No! Oh my goodness. And it's Edward. Oh, Pace does get the kill. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be your qualified list. Edward at the bottom. Nobody else from the bottom side is going to qualify. Edward is going to take that 12th spot, the Captain, to secure the elimination onto MTF. 0.5 of a point of difference. And MTF is the one that gets targeted out there. Wow.
Yeah. Nothing to be done anymore. No way for anybody to be shoved under you as who no longer have the capacity to gain points. We have our top 12 and we have those moving on to bi-week finals. And now what we are looking for are any changes in placement occurring because of these 3 members. Arano in a solid position, 5 kills. Trying to step to Pace right now. Pace at 4. Good space to maybe take this fight, especially given that Arano didn't fare too well off that first exchange. Staff as the beach. Doesn't mean he's able to create knockback, but Bane's Breath is going to catch both. And Arano is now less than half health. Ace is going to use this as a call to move in. Far side, Edward also looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, Edward going to try and jump into this, using that F ability. We're going to see the Phoenix Blast coming out from Pace. Shield Blade's going to be coming out onto the other side, using that all onto Edward. But Pace going to still keep up the chase onto this. Is Arano going to be able to weave out of this? It looks like he is going to be able to get out of that just fine. Unfortunately for these other players. Edward going to toss over that throw into the Phoenix Blast, into the Hepta! Oh my goodness, Pace, you absolute legend! What a play coming through the overhold off. It's going to connect into the shield throw block. Into the 1-2 is going to connect. Now we're going to be seeing Phoenix Blast versus the Dual Blades. We're going to get a reset and then a Gentleman's Fight. Actually, Pace is going for the Scale Rush into the Phoenix Blast. Are we going to see another Hepta play coming out here? What a finisher move to be able to come out. Big parry coming through on the Cav Bloom, but the F ability is going to save him here. He gets caught into the uppercut, into the grapple bump, into the uppercut, into the Phoenix Blast, into the Hepta! Oh my goodness, Pace, you're going absolutely crazy right now. The 1.0 is going to connect. Edward getting absolutely decimated in HP, trying to go for that jump LB into the Scale Rush to back out of this fight. He's 82% on the health. He's trying to run away as fast as he can, but the engraving takes it, and Pace claims MVP in game number 6. What a finish!
A double MVP on the day for Pace, rising to the occasion and not a moment too late. He will be coming in as one of, I think, the new favorites, maybe, to make a big impact in our bi-weekly finals as we lock in our top 12.
Oh my goodness. The uppercut into grapple bump, into uppercut, into grapple bump, into Phoenix Blast, into Hepta. Oh my goodness. If he would have got the finisher kill there, that would have been crazy. Look at that. He knows he didn't fall. He's 0.5 away. Edward's sweating. I don't think he knows yet. I think these players are like not 100% certain if what they did was enough. Because MTF's like, man, I got 4 eliminations. I placed pretty high. Like, there's a chance I could have called. He doesn't know if Edward was in that remaining 3. But now that he's going to figure out that Edward was top 3, it's pretty much good for him. But yeah, what a play from Pace to be able to pull that in.
Yeah, credit to Pace for a fantastic performance. We were focusing very heavily upon those that, like we said, were on the bottom side of the bracket. But once again, while this game is a bit more balanced, it shows that those top competitors are the top competitors for a reason. And I'm very happy to see the current crop that we have moving on to our bi-weekly finals.
It was really good to see Edward going to be able to just barely clinch that. And he does end up getting beat by 1 whole point at the end because of the placement points, and I think just a little bit more because he does hit that second place placement. So it is going to be just a little bit more than 0.5, but yeah, oh my goodness, it was so close to being able to be more here. And I'm watching it on the replay right now on the official broadcast on Twitch, watching that Hepta into the play. Oh my goodness, Edward gets the 1.0 off. It is just such a cinematic finish to a day that has put us on this level of wow. That is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, definitely the case. Well, coming out of this one, we will be seeing here in just a second the full list of those who will be moving on. But this is going to be a great finals. This is going to be a great cut to the top 12. And while we saw some of the stars really rise today and make their mark, I'm kind of surprised at how hard Spider fell off in the second half of the day.
Well, he got the points that he needed, and he said, "You know what? I don't really need to. Bring out all the tricks out of the box here because I've already got myself in a very good position." But yeah, unfortunate for Shu, unfortunate for MTF. Frostivus is safe, thank goodness. We are going to be seeing him compete. Edward is safe. Edward's a dope player. You know, we're rooting for somebody else, but it was pretty crazy to see that happening there. And you know, the end of the game, just wow, Paste, you're a demon, bro. That was pretty crazy. That was pretty crazy to watch.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. But I do want to say at the end of this all, you know, I'm not ragging on Spider. He's one of the GOATs. He's proved that time and time again. But what I am trying to say is that for when we came into the day, Seb, we did say this maybe was a little bit softer of a group in a way. Spider kind of the really only big Titan. But I think a lot of these guys have proved their worth, and they're ones to watch now. Here we go. Scoreboard on the final game of the day. It is Pace coming through with the MVP. 10.2 points versus the 6.5 of Arano in second place. That's a big gap there at the top of the line. But unfortunately, as we cast our eyes downwards there, Edward eking out the 6th place position. MTF in 3rd, but it's still not enough with only 5.5 added to his overall score. He will be relegated to 13th position.
Unlucky
Number 13.
If he gets the placement points that Edward gets, he gets a 7.5 or a 6.5, and oh my goodness, it would have been so close. MTF would have been able to make it happen. The Cav Bloom, Edward's only elimination, by the way, in that game was on MTF at the very end with the Cavalry Bloom. So we're going to take a look at these overall standings. Our bottom unqualified players are going to be MTF, Shu, HM, Chuzhang, Chen, and Lipo. 34.5, 31.3, 26.9, 26.5, 25.5, and at least Lipo was able to get to 20. You know, he hit the 2-0 mark. He wasn't stuck in either single digits or or only 10 points, 10 to 19. He at least got the 20-point threshold, which that's improvement. That's improvement. We saw him get 6 points on day 1. He more than doubled his points on the second day that he competed. So if we can see him get 14 points on day 1 and then maybe 16 points on day 2 next bi-weekly, then he has an opportunity to qualify. But Edward getting 21.5 and 14 with a total of 35.5. That's going to be his 12th place spot. Frostivus with 37. 38 is going to be T225, 38.1 for Star and T225, 39.5 for Mike. Action with the 43.7 with the 5.6 pre-post points. And then we're going to get to take a look in just a sec at our top 6. These are going to be 60.1 for Verse, 7.8 pre-post, 49.2 for XY, 6.3 pre-post, 48 with 6.2 pre-post for Wufang, Arano 47.1 with 6.1 pre-post, 47 for Spider with 6.1 pre-post, Pace with 44.2 and that 5.7 pre-post points. That is going to be the points that they will get going into the finals. That will give them a little bit of a leg up on the competition because like you saw, Verse is getting more pre-post points than Lipo got in day 1 of playing. So that's 10% of Versus points over 2 days going to be more than 6 games than more than an entire day of playing for Lipo, which just shows how crazy he is at the game. It is just crazy to see. This was a really crazy miss from Wufang. That MTF was able to bring that back. Like that whole stretch, he had that underdog spirit. He was able to make crazy stuff happen. Action was actually able to steal away that elimination. Oh, Edward actually gets the kill there. What? I didn't even realize that. Edward got the kill on Shu to end his game. Pace got the kill on the Chuzhang. He gets the kill on the MTF. Then he gets there. You see the Cavalry come in. Oh, Pace does steal the kill away from Edward. There we see it.
Arano gets knocked out, and Pace's reign of terror continues here. Deep trade versus Edward, but manages to bring it back with a counter hit. Uppercut to try to buy space. Both of these guys about even for the time being. Edward, though, bumped, swept, bumped. Brought down with half health left. While he does valiantly attempt to trade it back, Pace grinds his opponent into the dirt, and Edward gets knocked there. So we'll stay in for the finals. Here we go. Moving on in. Our winner, MVP of a game number 6, is going to be Pace. Join the line.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. MVP. That is going to be Alliance's Pace. This is his second MVP of the bi-weekly, and it's his second MVP of the day as well. Dragon Roar, Hepta, Phoenix Blast, 2 Knot, Stop Step, and Engraving with 22,000 damage, 6 eliminations, 2 parries, 7,600 coming from those nunchucks, 12,000 healing coming out as well on the Lonnie. This is one of our first times, I think, today that we saw the Lonnie pick actually getting the MVP, so it's nice to see. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, fantastic day of competition, and what a way to set ourselves up for the solo finals on this second bi-weekly split of the season. It's been an honor casting with you, Seb. We had a very, very impressive showing from a lot of players that are now kind of more on my map. I gotta say, was really impressed by a lot of these guys, and I think that I got some new favorites to cheer for come those finals.
Yeah, DRG Shu. Rip. Unfortunate, guys. As we are going to be seeing, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick interview, and then we'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player. Let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 SS1 的小杨。
欢迎小星辰来到赛后采访 ，Welcome and long time no see。哇，除了在欢迎之上，我们也要说的真的是好久不见，我们的老朋友再次欢迎回归我们的 NBPL 来，恭喜 ，Congratulations。Okay, so now you come back to the NBPL, and I would like to know so far how you comment on yourself, your status or everything. 那我特别想问一下，既然回归了赛场，那目前对于自己的这个表现，自己是怎么评价的呢？
就在我的这个理想范围内。
在理想范围内，那就是这个理想范围感觉是一个非常抽象的概念。你是指就是自己想达到多少分呢？还是可以跟兄弟们达到博弈是一个怎么样的胜率呢？
周进周决。
就是你的自己的一个目标，其实是每周都可以进周决。Okay, now I'm really satisfied with myself because my ambition for this season is to qualify for the bi-weekly every week, and now I'm really satisfied with myself. Okay, I think it's time to move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天的有奖问答环节。Okay, now we can see the question is which hero did SS1 Xin use in Game 6? 这道题目呢是关于刚才这把比赛当中，那么我们小星神用到的是哪个英雄？ Let's come back to our first question and discuss more about this. Because we know as an esports player, if you just left the NBPL for several months, and it's hard for you to join in again. And I would like to know how you just adjust yourself. You're adjust so quickly and now come back to the matches. 那我特别想知道，其实我们都在说啊，其实职业选手是不建议大家脱离赛场的。脱离赛场之后呢，可能出现的是版本跟不上啊，意识跟不上等等的问题。但是我觉得小星神在你的身上有一个非常闪光的点，就是你回归之后，你非常迅速的调整了自己状态，完全回到了自己的这个手感。我想知道在这个过程当中是怎么去调节、调整自己的。
平常打天人的时候不懒，然后心态主要就是打比赛更重要的是心态，现在心态比以前好很多了。
Okay, so for me, I think don't be lazy anytime. And also in my resting time, I do a lot of ranking every day and do enough exercise in the matches. And also now I really changed my status. In the past and compare with now, and I'm just change a person. 好的，我们来看一下，我觉得小星星应该准备好给大家发出福利。Okay, let's count in the number. Please. B.Yes, the correct answer is B, but please count in the number. 你还要用英文给我们来倒计时一下，好不好？我们要截个屏。OK， 来，英文倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, and we already know the correct answer. Okay, and also because after you come back to the NBPL and we know a lot of your friends, they support you. Anything you want to say to them? 那我们也知道，其实，在回归了赛场之后，也有自己很多的兄弟一直在支持着自己。那么此时此刻，在这边有没有什么话要跟自己的对手，也是自己的好朋友们说的？
我太帅喽！
你这个太帅指的是本人，还是指的赛场上？
全部。
Okay, so I really want to talk to every bro like I'm so cool, not only in the matches but also like in the reality. 再次感谢小星神来到我们赛后采访，还是如此的风趣幽默。那恭喜你，再次欢迎你回到我们的 NBPL 当中。那接下来期待你的表现。Okay, we're looking forward to the Biweek final and thank you for today's interview and we will get back to our
Well, friends, we are back one last time here at the NBPL to close out our fantastic day of matches. We had 6 great games and a big shakeup there in the rankings at the very end, clutching out a top 12 that I think are going to make for a fantastic finals for the solo division.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was game 6 out of 6. We finished all our games today. We've got our qualified players. The next time these solo players will be competing is going to be at our final destination in the solo bi-weekly finals of Biweek 2. That's going to be in a couple of days. We've got trios tomorrow for you, so stick around for that trios action if you want to check that out tomorrow. That's going to be our last qualifying day for them. And then we've got solo finals and then trio finals following it up.
Very happy to be here with you, Seb. Very happy that we got more NBPL action along the way. Here we go. One last look at the standings before we sign on out. LiPo, unfortunately, stuck at that very bottom there. Moving on up. These are the teams up to the 13th place and the players that will not be progressing onwards. MTF, fantastic final game, but just unable to get there. Edward barely eking out, securing his spot. He has a lot to prove moving on into the finals.
We are going to be seeing Edward, Frostivus, T2D5 Star, Mike in action. Going to be our bottom 6 players going into the finals. And then our top 6, everyone will be competing, and everyone still has a chance to get in to the victory. There is 8 games to be played in these finals. Ladies and gentlemen, Verse is in such a good position to win this, though. But it's just as likely someone like Spider or Paste could come back and win this. It really depends on the flow of the game. We're going to have to see the duels. We're going to have to see what heroes these guys are selecting when it comes to games 7 and 8. And here's our qualified players. Look at the boy Frost in the bottom, looking very clean right now. Everybody is looking so badass in their pictures.
Yeah, and really excited for this crew, like I said before. Frostivus, BBE, baby, making their way onto a finals. I love to see it. Definitely going to be rooting to see whether or not they could take it home, but they got tough competition. Verse with an absurd collection of points there, outstripping everybody else in all these lobbies at above 60. Spider had a great start to the day. Didn't quite finish as strong as I was hoping for, but he's another one to watch. And of course, another one of the GOATs, Mike over there representing OUG, making it onto the finals too.
Nice to see Mike getting on. Here we are taking a look at tomorrow's schedule, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be trios, groups A and B. Pretty standard schedule, just like we always see. It's going to be Predoria, Holloroth, Morris. Oh, we're going to be running trios, Predoria, Holloroth, Morris as well. We usually see the switch up game 4 and 5, but now that we've got our mirror matches for games 1 and 2, we're switching it back to our regular schedule where it's going to go Predoria, Holloroth, Morris, Predoria, Holloroth, Morris. Because our first 2 matches are going to be those mirror match picks, that is what we're going to be seeing coming out from that.
All right, well, as I think we close out on the day, did want to ask you one last time, Seb, what are your takeaways from the day? Anyone that you in particular have your eye on now?
I'm going to be looking at Edward. He beat out my picks, and he needs to show up, because if he doesn't, I'm going to be pretty sad. And the boy Frostivus, we're always cheering for BBE on this side. Frostivus, the global champion he's the champion of the global region. Other than Tryhard, he is undisputedly the best player in the global region. Let's just say that. He is definitely one to watch out for. I just saw some of his training videos as well of what he's been doing behind the scenes, and it is looking very, very nice. He looks like he is ready to go for these bi-weekly finals, and I can't wait to see the tech that he's going to be implementing in this.
Yeah, definitely picking up on BBE, you know, as someone who's casting a lot of trios, and, you know, I'm not going to say that trio is my favorite division, but, you know, being a BBE fan over there is a little bit of suffering. So I'm happy to come over here, get a sense of where Frostivus is at and what he is doing for that team. But it's not just him, you know, at the very top of that division. Love to see WBG also making a splash. And hey, got some great spider action today. You know, the fact that he's able to make highlights whenever he's on camera is definitely something to be admired and remarked about. And I definitely hope he'll make some more in these upcoming finals.
Yeah, it is going to be really interesting to see who is going to take away the finals, because it is going to be a very, very close matchup. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be all for us today. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Hope you guys tune in tomorrow. Take care and peace.